Back outside of Archemperor City, right next to where the giant ghost legion was garrisoned, Mistress Red Dust was staring at by Xiaochun, still radiating the pressure of a deva. Her will continued to transform the heaven and earth that surrounded by Xiaochun, as if a mere thought on her part could cause everything to tremble violently. Most nascent soul cultivators would collapse under such pressure. As for Bai Xiaochun, it hadn't bothered him at first, but as the pressure built up, it reached the point where he realized he couldn't back down at all. Otherwise he would be crushed. That fist strike of mine is pretty frightening. What a pity I'm only in the 8th stratum of the tempered bones level. If I could reach the 9th stratum, it would be twice as powerful. At that point, I would be able to make her cough up blood with it. That will be my true trump card. If I could reach the 9th stratum of the powered bones level, it would be 3 times as powerful. With such thoughts on his mind, he felt more courageous than ever, and glared back unblinking at Mistress Red Dust. Silence reigned in the area. The powerful soul cultivators of the giant ghost legion were completely shocked, and almost couldn't believe what they had witnessed. It was with very mixed feelings that they continued to watch Bai Xiaochun. The fist strike he had unleashed was truly astonishing. The fact that someone with a nascent soul cultivation base could fight with a deva was unprecedented. Although he hadn't been able to outshine her, he was clearly in the position of being able to completely dominate ordinary nascent soul experts. Beyond that, after delivering the blow, he simply hovered there in the air, seemingly ready to keep fighting at the same level as before. Domineering veins of steel seemed to throb within him, as well as a battle spirit that caused the entire crowd to instantly admire him. They all lived in a world where power was respected, and a powerful expert like Bai Xiaochun would definitely earn that respect no matter where he went. After seeing how the look in the eyes of the audience was changing, Bai Xiaochun's spirit soared even further, and he continued to glare straight at Mistress Red Dust. Staring contest, huh? Back when I was in core formation, nobody was my match. Now that I'm even more powerful than before, there's no way you can intimidate me that way. As such thoughts raced through his head, his impressive demeanor grew even more prominent. After a long moment passed, Mistress Red Dust took a deep breath and looked away. She had said earlier that if he could survive a single attack, he could leave. That had been her agreement with the giant ghost king, and she had to stick to her word. Don't ever let me see your face again. A profound glint passed through her eyes as she turned and vanished back into the army camp. The rest of the soul cultivators exchanged glances and then quietly followed her. Before long, everyone was back in the camp, and Bai Xiaochun was left by himself outside. After watching Mistress Red Dust leave, he wiped the sweat from his brow and heaved a long sigh. Using that fist strike at 90% had completely drained him. Although he could have squeezed a bit more power out with his cultivation base, he knew that there were plenty of powerful experts in the vicinity of Archemperor City, and not all of them would be heroes. There were some things he would be powerless to defend himself against, and therefore, he didn't want to reveal the full extent of his abilities. However, fighting like that also limited him in many ways. Now that Mistress Red Dust was actually leaving, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Simply too many preposterous things had occurred during this trip to Archemperor City. How did it all end up like this? He thought bitterly. Thankfully, he was now free from the giant ghost legion, which was a good thing as far as he was concerned. Shaking his head, he turned to leave. However, the world was a big place, and Bai Xiaochun was immediately unsure of exactly where he should go. Plus, my cultivation base isn't very high. Otherwise, I could simply cross the wildlands on my own and get back to the river-defying sect. He looked nervously at Archemperor City off in the distance, and then in the direction of Giant Ghost City. After some thought, he produced a transmission jade slip and contacted the Giant Ghost King. Your Highness, Archemperor City is way too dangerous. What do you say we just forget about the whole marriage thing? Could you send someone to get me? I want to get back to Giant Ghost City, and you, sir. As for the Giant Ghost King, he was very annoyed by everything that had occurred. Never could he have guessed that sending Bai Hao to the Giant Ghost Legion would turn out like this. It was supposed to have been a wonderful event, and yet, nothing had turned out as expected. Whether it was the fact that his daughter refused to cooperate, or the disasters which had occurred, it all had him stamping his feet in frustration. Then he saw another message come in from Bai Xiaochun, and felt an even bigger headache coming on. Glaring at the transmission jade slip, he sent a reply. Bai Hao, the marriage agreement is already official. We can't go back now. You need to go over and apologize to Zimo immediately. Just explain everything, and then stay close to her afterward. As soon as Bai Xiaochun got the response, he simply gave up trying to be diplomatic. He staunchly refused, and then once again suggested that he return to Giant Ghost City. That got the Giant Ghost King very pissed off. No, you can't come back to Giant Ghost City. Not unless it's as husband and wife. Go and apologize to Zimo. Beg for her forgiveness if you have to. What, you can't even handle a single woman? I'm done helping out, so don't bother me about this anymore. With that, he severed the connection. When Bai Xiaochun immediately tried to reestablish communication, the Giant Ghost King simply ignored the jade slip and pretended he hadn't noticed the new message. This father and daughter are both scoundrels. Rotten to the core. Bai Xiaochun was feeling very depressed, and definitely had no desire to go see Mistress Red Dust. Furthermore, she had said the same about him. The world is such a big place. Could it really be that there is no safe harbor for Bai Xiaochun in it? Considering that he had no giant ghost battleship, nor any way to use the teleportation portal, that meant that he had to give up any hope of getting back to Giant Ghost City. Sighing, he looked again at Archemperor City off in the distance. Although he really didn't want to go there, at the moment he didn't seem to have any other choice. Besides, evening was falling, and if he delayed, it was possible he could end up stuck outside for the night. I remember back when I shook down the 3 great clans, one of the things I got was the deed to a shop in Archemperor City. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, he patted his bag of holding to produce a jade slip. Sure enough, branded inside the slip was the official deed to a place in the city. At this point, his mood started to brighten. Ah, whatever. I'll just hole up in that shop for a while and make sure not to cause any trouble. I'll focus on cultivation, and then figure a way to get myself out of the wildlands. Shaking his head, he headed toward Archemperor City. However, it was in that very moment that Bai Hao suddenly popped out of his soul-hoarding pagoda in the bag of holding, where he had gone to hide after events started to heat up. At the moment, he was looking at his master with undisguised admiration, and he even clasped hands and bowed deeply. Apprentice misunderstood you earlier, master. Just now I was dazzled by your techniques. Amazing. Simply amazing. Ha! Bai Xiaochun said, a bit taken aback. Despite thinking for a moment, he couldn't imagine what mistake his apprentice might have made to suddenly speak in such a way. There's no need to be humble, master. Apprentice understands. You caused those 2 disasters on purpose, all to get the Sergeant Major of the Giant Ghost Legion to kick us out of the army camp. The reverent admiration on Bai Hao's face was clear. Although he felt his master's actions to have been a bit crude, he also found them truly thought-provoking. Ah! Bai Xiaochun said, blinking a few times. Clearly, Bai Hao didn't truly understand Bai Xiaochun that much. Contrary to everything Bai Hao had just said, it was only a freak combination of factors that led to the current outcome. However, Bai Xiaochun had to admit that everything had played out well, and after looking up in thought for a moment, he cleared his throat, swished his sleeve and stuck his chin up. Ha ha ha! So even you noticed. Not bad. Not bad at all, my little apprentice. Although your powers of understanding are only middling at best, perhaps if you pay close attention going forward, you can make some progress. After all, Master's all-encompassing abilities are such that a single step forward is the same as 10,000. Nothing in heaven and earth can compare to me. Bai Xiaochun's high and mighty pride was actually somewhat self-defeating. When Bai Hao saw it, he suddenly began to question whether or not his previous assessment had been correct. Continuing to boast, Bai Xiaochun headed into Archemperor City. The city was enormous, and well-guarded at every corner and intersection. He even had to undergo a formal interview before being allowed in the gates, and pay a tax of soul medicine. Thankfully, he had a lot of soul medicine in his bag of holding. By the time he got into the city, it was evening, and yet, the city was just as packed and lively as any other time of the day. Once inside, he pulled out the jade slip with the deed in it, and used it to find his way through the winding streets of the city. The sights and sounds along the way left him shocked. Archemperor City was a very rich place. The streets were paved with green jade, and there even seemed to be a bit of spiritual energy about. Shops of all types imaginable lined the streets, offering everything from vengeful souls to magical items to heaven-span river water. Among the crowds on the street, Bai Xiaochun saw countless powerful experts, as well as savage giants, who were required to shrink down to a smaller size when in the city. Most eye-opening of all to him was how many of the structures in Archemperor City glowed with bright, magical light. Because of that, even during the dark of night, the city shone, bright and dazzling. It took 2 hours for him to locate the shop, by which time night had truly fallen. There, in a relatively out-of-the-way part of the city, he found the location of the shop in the deed. It was a spirit enhancement shop. Not counting the Imperial Palace, Archemperor City consisted of 97 subdistricts which were referred to as boroughs. The central district of the city occupied about 10% of the city as a whole, and the North District was the largest, occupying roughly 20%. Bai Xiaochun's Spirit Enhancement Shop was located on the edge of Borough 89. Although it couldn't be considered a very fancy shop, considering that it was located in Archemperor City, it was fundamentally extraordinary. However, it took Bai Xiaochun a long time to find it. It was already late into the night, and yet the shops on the street were all brightly lit, with customers going in and out constantly. After finally locating the shop, Bai Xiaochun was depressed to find that it was actually relatively small. The storefront was only about 9 meters wide, whereas most of the other storefronts on the street were at least 15 meters wide. There was a sign on the door that had 3 simple words on it: Spirit Enhancement Shop. Bai Xiaochun was a bit stunned by the simplistic wording and the worn-out nature of the sign. Inside, the shop was narrow, but stretched back relatively far from the street. There also appeared to be a courtyard in the back. Unfortunately, no matter which way one examined the shop, it was obviously a lot smaller than the others in the area. The interior was lit with lamps, but they weren't very bright, ensuring that it didn't really stand out to the crowds of passers-by. The only good thing that Bai Xiaochun noticed was that there were actually customers in the shop. One of them was a young man who appeared to be panting in anger. Before Bai Xiaochun had even walked all the way inside, the young man erupted in anger. "I can't believe you actually ruined my Tri-Moon Streamcloud Pearl. Damn it. All I asked you to do was perform a 2-fold spirit enhancement. 2-fold, that's all. Why you?" The young man was speaking so loudly that even people outside of the shop could hear him, and soon, some of the passers-by were whispering about what was going on. He must be new here, otherwise he would never have picked this place to get spirit enhancements. Exactly. This spirit enhancement shop produces nothing more than trash. The true miracle is that it's still in business. Upon hearing the talk around him, Bai Xiaochun frowned. Then he watched as the young man stormed out of the shop, cursing it well and good before moping off dejectedly. Bai Xiaochun sighed. From what he could tell, other than its value as a place to rest his head, it seemed relatively worthless. Whatever. All I wanted was a place to hole up for a bit anyway. Shaking his head, he walked further into the shop. Once inside, he saw the clerk, who was leaning up against the counter looking bored to death. The shelves on the wall were mostly empty. As for the items that did occupy them, Bai Xiaochun could tell that they would be useful for performing 3-fold or perhaps 4-fold spirit enhancements. The clerk looked over at Bai Xiaochun and yawned, then ignored him. Bai Xiaochun looked around again and sighed. Then he walked up to the counter and put the jade slip down onto it. The clerk seemed surprised, then suspicious. "You want that jade slip enhanced? Alright, let me explain how things work. Success or failure don't matter. You pay up front, and if the result is a failure, I won't take any responsibility." Then he picked up the jade slip and looked at it. At that point, his eyes went wide. "You're the owner?" he blurted, shooting to his feet. After examining Bai Xiaochun, he sat back down. Fairly certain that he had come to the right place, Bai Xiaochun replied, "I believe this is my shop." "Whatever. Since you're here, how about you pay me my salary? 3,000 portions of soul medicine for this year, and 3,000 for next year up front. If you don't pay up, I'm not moving a muscle. With that, he sat there looking proudly at Bai Xiaochun. This clerk wasn't very good at performing spirit enhancements, but he was very familiar with Archemperor City and how to run the shop. Therefore, as far as he was concerned, there was no way this owner could do without him. Salary, Bai Xiaochun said, stunned. With that, he asked a few more questions about the shop. Soon, he came to understand that the shop hadn't always been the way it was now. After Bai Xiaochun acquired ownership, all of the old staff had been dismissed by the clan who had previously owned it. The only person left behind to manage things was this clerk. The clerk's spirit enhancement skills were average at best, and because of that, the shop had slowly been in decline. As of now, it was actually notorious within the city, and virtually no one would patronize it. The only people who entered its doors were travelers who the clerk would con out of a bit of spirit medicine, and who would never again return. Bai Xiaochun wasn't quite sure what to say. However, from the way the clerk was sitting there, he seemed like he was prepared to cause quite a scene if he didn't get his salary. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun patted his bag of holding to produce 3,000 portions of soul medicine, which he tossed over to the man. All right, get out of here. You're kicking me out? The clerk said, stunned. Not looking very pleased, he took his soul medicine, flicked his sleeve and left. It won't even take a month before that guy is begging to have me back. There are a lot of spirit enhancement shops in Archemperor City, and all of them are always squabbling and competing. He'll have to pay an arm and a leg to get a real necromancer to come over and perform spirit enhancements. Chuckling coldly, he hurried away. After the clerk left, Bai Xiaochun looked around for a bit before closing the front door and placing a restrictive spell on it. Then he straightened up the shop, as well as the courtyard and the small residence attached to it. Several hours later, deep in the night, he finally sat down in the courtyard and looked around, sighing. This can't compare at all to my mansion back in Giant Ghost City. Shaking his head, he contemplated how much he missed Giant Ghost City. He also regretted how conscientiously he had handed over Chun Manyao. Hadn't he done enough at that point? Bai Xiaochun was not very happy at all with the shop, but Bai Hao had the opposite reaction. As a ghost cultivator with special soul body abilities, he was actually very pleased with everything he saw. After looking around, he sat down next to Bai Xiaochun and excitedly said, "Master, this place is great. Since we can't get back to Giant Ghost City anytime soon, why don't we settle down here? The spiritual power in the area is very beneficial to me." Even as he spoke, he changed his appearance to look like a middle-aged man. "You think this spiritual energy is good?" Bai Xiaochun responded dully. "One of these days, Master is going to take you to a place where the spiritual energy is exponentially better than here. You just wait. Don't feel down, Master. This place isn't bad at all. Why don't you focus on your cultivation and let me handle the day-to-day affairs of the shop?" Bai Hao lived in the soul-hoarding pagoda in Bai Xiaochun's bag of holding and was a ghost cultivator with special soul body powers. Furthermore, he was protected by the powers of Bai Xiaochun's mask. Because of that, he wasn't worried about anyone figuring out who he really was. Besides, before his death, he had been a mere foundation establishment cultivator, and the furthest he had ever been away from his clan was the jungle of lost souls, where he had died. The idea of running a shop in Archemperor City was extremely exciting to him. Bai Xiaochun could see how enthusiastic Bai Hao was about the matter, and that actually improved his mood a bit. Looking at Bai Hao thoughtfully for a moment, it was easy to tell that he already felt a bit at home. "You know what, you're right. You had a hard lot in life, my apprentice. Plus, because I'm still using your identity, after you came back as a ghost cultivator, you haven't been able to interact with any other living people. That's really not fair to you." With that, Bai Xiaochun performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, sending some of the power of his mask over onto Bai Hao. "Master?" Bai Hao said, looking surprised. "From now on, just pretend that you're my soul slave. With my skill in spirit enhancement, I can bring this shop back from the dead with the flip of my hand." Many necromancers in the wildlands had what they called soul slaves, which were usually unable to do much more than perform very simple tasks. To have by how pretend to be a soul slave would forestall many suspicions about who exactly he was. Plus, by using his ghost cultivator ability to change his appearance, it would be highly unlikely that anyone would ever be able to figure out who he was. By how was getting even more excited. Clasping hands, he bowed deeply to his master. With that, master and apprentice settled down in the shop. A few days went by before the doors of the shop opened. Although nothing about the shop looked very different, the spirit enhancer who operated it was as different from the previous one as heaven was from the earth. However, the name of the shop was definitely not appropriate, and even after being open for about half a month, it was obvious that all the other shops on the street were very busy. But this one wasn't. When Bai Xiaochun realized that, and thought back to the grand words he had spoken to Bai Hao, he started feeling antsy. After some thought, he gave some new instructions to Bai Hao. Apprentice, after some thinking, I've decided that the reason people aren't coming to the shop is that the name isn't attractive enough. Therefore, we're going to change names. From now on, we're the number 1 spirit enhancement shop under heaven. Bai Hao hesitated for a moment. The name seemed a bit bombastic, after all. However, he could see how determined Bai Xiaochun was about it, and that there was really no choice other than to agree. Soon, the shop sign was replaced. The number 1 spirit enhancement shop under heaven. The new sign instantly caused a big commotion in the other shops in the area. Furthermore, quizzical expressions could be seen on the faces of all the passers-by. After changing the sign, Bai Xiaochun temporarily stopped his work on 16-colored flame and instead sat eagerly behind the counter, eyes glued to the front door as he waited for some customers. Bai Hao stood to the side, equally excited. Although he felt that the new name was a bit flamboyant, he was just as eager to get new customers as Bai Xiaochun was. But after 2 hours passed, not a single one of the hundreds of passers-by stepped into the door. In fact, a lot of people were even pointing at the sign and laughing. Number 1 under heaven? Too pretentious. I know this spirit enhancement shop. Their reputation went down the drain a long time ago. They ruined magical items belonging to quite a few customers. They'll definitely be going out of business soon. What do they think? That changing the name will fool people or something? Is that supposed to be some kind of a joke? We cultivators want reliability. Bai Xiaochun could hear many of the comments, and soon, his eagerness began to turn to rage. However, he took a deep breath and told himself that he just needed to have a little patience. A day passed, then another. Eventually, 7 days later, he couldn't take it any longer. During that week, not a single person had set foot into the store. At first, the change in sign had caused a bit of a stir on the street, but eventually, even the mocking comments ceased. Nobody seemed interested in the shop at all, which got Bai Xiaochun depressed, but at the same time defiant. I refuse to believe this. I'm a genius who causes a big scene wherever I go. How could a crappy little store like this be such a problem? With that, he called over Bai Hao, who stood there with a bitter smile on his face as he accepted some new instructions. All right, my apprentice, I've thought it through. You see, our new sign isn't enough to do the trick. Let's put some to show our proud and unyielding character. I've already thought of what to put on the couplets. It's best to be simple and direct. On one side, put 1 spirit enhancement, 1,000 portions of spirit medicine. On the other side, put must enter shop with minimum of 10,000 portions of spirit medicine. With that, he swished his sleeve grandly. Shaken by what he had just heard, Bai Hao asked, what about the couplet on top? Want enhancements? Come in. Don't want them? Leave. Bai Hao was now right in that spot between laughter and tears, but as long as his master was happy, he was happy too. Before long, the couplets were written and hung up around the door. Yet again, a bit of a commotion resulted. All of the surrounding shops, and the passers-by as well, were stunned at how crazy this shop was acting. 1,000 for a single enhancement? Is that the set price or the minimum? Other shops only charge a few hundred at most. A minimum price of 1,000 is the kind of price that only a celestial necromancer would charge. Crazy talk. What kind of a scam do they think they're running? It's kind of funny, actually. Even as Bai Xiaochun waited excitedly, Bai Hao's eyes glittered, and he suddenly leaned over and whispered something into his ear. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, then slapped his thigh and agreed. Was Bai Xiaochun's original method effective? Or had word just spread? No one could tell. In any case, the day after the couplets were hung on the door, the #1 spirit enhancement shop under heaven got its first customer. He was a burly savage giant, who despite having shrunk his overall size, was still fully 3 meters tall. Even just stepping into the shop, he caused the ground to tremble around him. Bai Hao was just about to hurry over and attend to him when the man waved his hand, causing a huge battle axe to slam down onto the ground. Although it was relatively ordinary in construction, it had 6 silver designs on its surface, making it very eye-catching. "That's a really crazy sign you have out there," the burly man said in a booming voice that immediately attracted some attention from outside. People even began to gather to see what was happening. "My battle axe here already has a 6-fold spirit enhancement. Now I want a 7th, and I'm not willing to pay 1,000. I'll pay 3,000. But if you ruin my battle axe, then I'll tear your shop down." Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands behind his back and proudly walked out from behind the counter to examine the axe. "If you have the proper materials, I'll do it for 3,000. Without materials, it will be 10,000. The burly man's eyes went wide, and then a ruthless smile broke out on his ferocious face. "Fine. 10,000 it is. I'll wait here for the finished product." Bai Xiaochun nodded, then made a grasping motion, which caused the axe to fly over into his hand. Then he walked into the back room. By this point, quite a crowd had built up outside, and when they heard 10,000 portions of spirit medicine mentioned, it caused a big stir. 10,000 for a spirit enhancement? You never see prices like that from small shops like this. Is that burly Gaia or something? Doubtful. It seems too obvious. Whether he's a shill or not doesn't matter. Let's just see if the spirit enhancement works. I never could have guessed that this shop would accept a job for a 7-fold spirit enhancement. If the enhancement fails, the shop's reputation will definitely be in ruins. Does this shop even have a reputation to begin with? If they can't do spirit enhancements, then they'll definitely be out of business soon. People stood there discussing the matter for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, until powerful fluctuations began to roll out from the shop's back room. Then, eyes went wide as Bai Xiaochun walked out, holding the battle axe in his hand. Clearly, it had 7 silver designs on its surface. It actually worked. Heavens! That's a 7-fold spirit enhancement. And he did it in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Even as the crowd reeled in disbelief, Bai Xiaochun tossed the axe over to the burly savage. Then he clasped his hands behind his back and stood there with an arrogant, enigmatic expression on his face. As for the burly savage, he trembled with excitement as he clasped his battle axe in hand and looked it up and down. He seemed completely stunned and incredulous. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't seem very pleased, and even cleared his throat. When the burly man heard that, he reacted immediately. Casting a reverent glance at Bai Xiaochun, he suddenly shouted, "A god! Simply incredible. This is the most shocking spirit enhancement I've ever seen in my entire life, from 6 to 7-fold. And it happened in an instant. As of this moment, Grandmaster Bai, I am fully convinced. The #1 spirit enhancement shop under heaven definitely lives up to its name. It really is the #1 spirit enhancement shop under heaven. Look, everybody. My battle axe 7-fold spirit enhancement is already finished. This place is second to none. I'm definitely coming back here in the future." Everyone could hear him very clearly. Within moments, strange, amused expressions appeared on the faces of the people in the crowd. This burly man's acting skills were terrible and seemed like an obvious advertisement. He even happened to know the spirit enhancer was surnamed Bai, even though they had supposedly never met before. Bai Hao stood off to the side, smiling wryly. This burly man was most certainly a shill. Bai Hao had come up with this idea, and after getting his master's approval, had gone to find an appropriate person to hire. However, the person who had come up with the script was Bai Xiaochun, although Bai Hao had edited it slightly to make it slightly less exaggerated. Bai Hao had originally suggested that the burly man act a bit more reserved and not make things so obvious. But now, things were extremely obvious. Bai Xiaochun wasn't pleased and was even frowning. However, the reason for his displeasure was that the burly man wasn't taking things far enough. His original plan had been for the man to first sing the praises of the spirit enhancer, then the shop itself, and then the spirit-enhanced item. The entire process was supposed to last for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Despite his displeasure, he couldn't say anything about it under the circumstances. He could only stand there and look up into the sky with a profound and reverent look on his face. The burly man cleared his throat loudly and then paid the soul medicine he owed, then left looking very happy. The people in the crowd exchanged awkward glances, and yet, after a moment passed, someone gritted his teeth and walked into the shop. The burly man had been a shill, and an obvious one at that. However, the sevenfold spirit enhancement had worked, which was enough for most soul cultivators. The shop had 6 customers that day, and only 1 failure among those 6. However, the fact that there had been 5 successes caused quite a stir. A success rate like that was astonishing, and therefore on the second day there were 20 customers. And things only went on from there. For the following half a month, the number 1 spirit enhancement shop under heaven caused an enormous commotion in the area. Word began to spread. Soon, almost everyone in Borough 89 had heard of it. More and more customers came to the shop, and although not every single spirit enhancement succeeded, the success rate of over 60% was a wonderful thing to the local soul cultivators. The following month, Bai Xiaochun became so busy that he and Bai Hao decided to make some new rules. For one thing, there was a limit of 10 orders per day. Another thing had to do with vengeful souls. Bai Xiaochun required a lot of vengeful souls to work on his flame conjuring, and although he had a good stockpile, it was still limited. If he wasn't careful, he would run out eventually. Therefore, the shop opened up another line of business, selling soul medicine. And of course, the currency used to buy them was vengeful souls. To wildlanders, soul medicine was an essential part of cultivation, and was one of the most common types of business to get into. As for Bai Xiaochun, he could produce mid-grade and even high-grade soul medicine. That immediately made his shop extremely competitive in the marketplace. After all, among all of the soul medicine shops in Borough 89, only a few offered high-grade soul medicine. But Bai Xiaochun's shop offered as much as people could purchase, as long as they had enough souls to pay for it. As a result, Bai Xiaochun's shop was soon becoming famous in all of the boroughs. Business got better and better, to the point where people would line up outside the shop before the doors opened in the morning. Roughly half would come for the spirit enhancements, the other half to purchase high-grade soul medicine. The benefits of high-grade soul medicine to soul cultivators was almost impossible to put into words. Furthermore, the number 1 spirit enhancement shop under heaven had all sorts of soul medicines available, to the point where most people were shocked by the variety in stock. The shop's popularity grew on a daily basis. Within 2 months, it had become a top-tier name in Borough 89, and was even the subject of conversation in some of the surrounding boroughs. Although profits didn't literally increase every day, it was close. As far as the intake of vengeful souls was concerned, Bai Xiaochun was extremely pleased. As long as things kept going on the way they were, he would be completely set in terms of the souls he needed to work on flame conjuring. Bai Hao was also very pleased with everything. Although maintaining his role as Bai Xiaochun's soul slave meant he had to pretend to be stiff and rigid around people, he was still very happy. Whether it was in life or in death, he had almost always been on his own, and had thirsted to interact with people like he was now. Now that the shop was so popular, he was dealing with lots of customers every day. Although that only involved a bit of basic communication, it was still wonderful as far as he was concerned. Of course, for the shop to suddenly be incredibly popular incited a bit of jealousy among other nearby shops. Such shops were feeling the pressure, and some of them even tried to cause problems. However, Bai Hao managed to smooth things out with most of them. He was the type of person who was willing to back down in certain areas as long as business wasn't affected too negatively. At first, Bai Xiaochun didn't even notice what was happening. However, as more people came trying to cause trouble, he started to get irritated. That was especially true considering his own cultivation base and status. I'm a mighty major general from the Great Wall, and the majordomo of Giant Ghost City. Plus, the Giant Ghost Legion's Sergeant Major is my Taoist partner. Fudge! I kidnapped the Giant Ghost King, as well as over 100 noble and aristocratic chosen in the Necromancer Kettle. I'm just trying to run an honest business here, and I never went around bullying anybody. And now these shrimps dare to come try to push me around. That evening when he closed up shop, he snorted and said to Bai Hao, "Apprentice, starting tomorrow, if anybody comes looking for trouble, you call me, and I'll take care of them." He had been paying attention over the past few days, and had confirmed that most of the people who came to stir up trouble were nascent soul and core formation cultivators. Because of that, Bai Xiaochun wasn't worried about the situation at all. Bai Hao could only smile wryly at his master's displeasure. However, after thinking about the matter for a bit, he decided to offer some advice. "Master, why don't we wait until the shop is more well established in the area? Business is doing good and, well, it would probably be better not to make waves. Don't worry, I'll handle anything that comes up." The truth was that Bai Hao was actually a bit worried about how good his master was at causing problems. The mere thought of how everything had played out in the Giant Ghost Legion had him very nervous, not to mention all of the rumors he had heard back in Giant Ghost City. The way that his master always seemed to feel that he was being wronged left Bai Hao unsure of whether to laugh or cry. In response to Bai Hao's advice, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened into a glare. "Are you kidding? Do you think your master is the type to just grin and bear it?" Sighing inwardly, Bai Hao decided to call on the one trump card he hadn't used so far. "Master, we're all alone in the Imperial City, and nobody here could be considered friends. Plus, remember how you captured all of those chosen. They all live here. Why don't we just let things go for a bit? The fewer major issues we have to worry about, the better." Apparently, his tactic worked. Bai Xiaochun's face fell as he thought about the bitter state all of those chosen had ended up in. If he were back in Giant Ghost City, it wouldn't have been as big of a deal. But now he was in their territory, and immediately started to feel a bit guilty about everything. However, he didn't let that show on his face. Laughing heartily, he clasped Bai Hao on the shoulder, eyes gleaming with praise, and without the least bit of embarrassment, he said, "Master was just kidding around. Not bad. Not bad at all, my apprentice. Your cautious personality shows through again. Reminds me of myself back in the day. What you just said couldn't have been more correct. In fact, it was actually exactly what I was thinking." Seeing that Bai Xiaochun had given up his previous idea, Bai Hao sighed in relief, and didn't even think about trying to call his master out. Instead, he merely smiled and continued to chat. And so the days continued to pass. During the day, Bai Hao would take orders from customers, and Bai Xiaochun would spend more time working on 16-colored flame. In the evenings, Bai Xiaochun would perform the spirit enhancements on all of the magical items from earlier in the day, and would then do more research. Another half a month went by. At long last, it was with Bai Hao's help that he finally perfected the formula for 16-colored flame. At that point, he began to make preparations to actually conjure the flame. Worried about accidents occurring, he spared no cost to purchase some restrictive spell formations. Considering how well off he was, he even went so far as to buy a soul formation that could be used to defend an entire clan. Using all of those various formations, he set up his flame conjuring workstation to be as impregnable as the mightiest castle. Only then did he begin to work. Bai Hao needed no instructions about what to do. He immediately closed the shop and refused to take any more spirit enhancement orders. Then he prepared himself to be fully devoted to assisting Bai Xiaochun in the flame conjuring. Unfortunately, things didn't go well at first. Despite all of the research and all of the help from Bai Hao, failure after failure occurred. Thankfully, he had plenty of vengeful souls to rely on. After an entire month went by, he waved his hand, and the 15-colored flame in front of him consumed enough vengeful souls that a 16th color appeared. Although he was immediately excited, he kept his feelings under control. Settling his chi and clearing his mind, He kept the sea of fire under control as he slowly brought it back together in his palm. He closed his fingers into a fist, then slowly opened them back up to reveal a 16-colored flame. "It worked!" he said, laughing heartily, his heart pounding with excitement. It had taken the better part of a year, and countless vengeful souls, plus major input from Bai Hao, to finally succeed in this conjuring. For any other person, it would have been impossible to succeed in dozens of years, let alone the amount of time he had spent. As for Bai Hao, he was exhausted, but equally delighted. Furthermore, he was well enough acquainted with his master to realize that he liked to be praised, and thus quickly launched into some flattery. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, then started to do some more tests. His success rate wasn't particularly high, only about 12 to 14%, which he wasn't very happy about. And yet, that was the best he could do. Whatever. I have plenty of vengeful souls. Although I went through quite a bit, at least I mastered the technique. After thinking about it for a bit longer, he decided that he didn't need to be too picky. Furthermore, after some contemplation, he decided that, for the time being, he wouldn't perform another spirit enhancement on his nascent soul. Although it would increase his cultivation base, it would also attract a lot of attention in the wildlands. If such coincidences kept happening over and over, it could arouse too much suspicion. I'll wait until I can conjure 18-colored flame, or maybe even something higher than that. Then I'll enhance my nascent soul all in one shot, and achieve a major cultivation base breakthrough. Having made his decision, he recuperated for a bit, then started researching 17-colored flame. Meanwhile, Bai Hao had opened the shop again. Needless to say, after being closed for a month, business boomed as soon as the doors were opened. As time passed, business only improved. Bai Hao was very content to run the shop, which warmed Bai Xiaochun's heart. Then he mused that, just as he had always thought, he really was a genius who rose to prominence wherever he went. Sighing, he reveled in the calm life they were now living. He felt like some sort of mysterious, divine being who was in hiding in the mortal world. The only thing he regretted was that he didn't have any life force with which to cultivate his undying bones. Unfortunately, as the saying went, the tree might long for peace, but the wind will never cease. The fact that Bai Xiaochun's shop was becoming so famous had indeed attracted some attention. In the central district of Archemperor City in Borough 9, there was a rather luxurious building in which several dozen people were gathered. They were all good-looking individuals with profound cultivation bases. The weakest among them was in the mid-nascent soul stage, with some being in the Great Circle. Anybody familiar with the nobility in the city would recognize these people as the heirs apparent and chosen from the various noble and aristocratic families. One of them was Little Wolf God, and another was Li Tianxing. Miao Liner was also present. All of them had grim expressions as they sat waiting for someone to speak first. As it turned out, Little Wolf God took the initiative. "Well, you all know that the damned Bai Hao is here in Archemperor City. If he had stuck to the giant ghost legion, it might have been one thing. But instead, he completely looked down on us and went and started a spirit enhancement shop in Borough 89. All of these people hated Bai Xiaochun to an indescribable degree. The events of the necromancer kettle had become a humiliating nightmare to all of them. Bai Xiaochun had captured them and drained their life force until they were like human raisins. And as a result, every single one of these chosen wished to see him dead. I heard that he was kicked out of the giant ghost legion. Yeah, that's right. How shameless. This Bai Hao is shameless to the ultimate degree, and completely notorious. In Giant Ghost City, he's known for being morally degenerate, a wife stealer and a property thief. He's the worst that society has to offer. After the incident, I asked around, and heard that he's a reviler of his own clan, and even killed his own father and brother. He also arranged for his foster mother to be killed. Everyone in Giant Ghost City lived desperate lives because of him. Wherever he goes, people end up in a terrible situation. One can only imagine what disasters he will cause now that he's in Archemperor City. How can the Giant Ghost King like a person like that? Well, as long as the Giant Ghost Legion doesn't do anything to protect him, then we have to pay him back for the humiliation of the necromancer kettle. As everyone in the group took their turn to speak, curses flowed out of their mouths. And yet, considering how powerful Bai Xiaochun was, and who he had backing him, they were forced to admit that they couldn't easily take action. Not all of the chosen who were present had gone to the necromancer kettle, though, and when they heard the stories being told, they couldn't help but be curious. Eventually, a young man in pink robes took the floor and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I think you're all being a bit too cautious. I admit that this Bai Hao is strong, but this is not the necromancer kettle, this is Archemperor City. This is where we are the strongest." By the time he had finished speaking, almost everyone present had turned to look in his direction. Li Tianxing rose to his feet, clasped hands and said, "Brother Chun, if you have a way to fix this situation, then I would be more than happy to offer a gift in thanks." "That's right. Bai Hao has never met you, Brother Chin. If you can take care of him, then I, little wolf god, will definitely owe you a favor. Fellow Taoist Qin Xiong, you always exceed all expectations. Would you please take the initiative to do something?" Some people seemed angry, some depressed, and some thankful. The last to speak was Miao Liner, who looked at the pink-robed Chun Xiong with such glistening eyes that he couldn't help but cock an eyebrow. "Brother Chun, could you please help me out here?" "Well," Qin Xiong said, "I'll have to do things within the bounds of the law. Killing him wouldn't be easy. But I can drive him out of Archemperor City as easily as I could turn over my hand." He emphasized his words by smacking his fan down onto the counter next to him. His eyes shone with intense confidence. "Ladies and gentlemen, as long as all of you can donate some soul medicine to the cause, then within a month, I will definitely get him out of the Imperial City." The eyes of the various chosen glittered brightly, and not another word was spoken. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning at dawn, 7 or 8 people were already lined up outside of the number 1 spirit enhancement shop under heaven, waiting for the doors to open so that they could drop off items to receive spirit enhancements. Soon, Bai Hao opened the doors, and the waiting customers hurried in. Bai Hao received them as he usually did, taking his time to accept the spirit enhancement orders. Bai Xiaochun lounged behind the counter, occasionally looking over at the customers, but focusing most of his mental attention on the formula for 17-colored flame. Before long, the morning was almost over. Bai Hao took care of the constant stream of soul cultivators, and things were going so smoothly that Bai Xiaochun eventually yawned and started to think about going out for a stroll. However, that was when a young man in a long pink robe entered the shop, cooling himself with a fan as he walked. The fluctuations of a late nascent soul cultivation base rolled off of him, leaving all of the customers in the shop feeling shaken. Of course, he was none other than Qin Xiong. He was a very impressive figure, and to top it off was flanked by 2 old men with profound cultivation bases, apparently Tao protectors of some sort. The number 1 spirit enhancement shop under heaven? How bombastic! Based on his words, all of the customers in the shop could immediately tell that Qin Xiong had come looking for trouble. As Bai Hao sighed and hurried over to take care of the matter, Bai Xiaochun remained behind the counter. When he looked up at Qin Xiong, there was something familiar about him. "I'm pretty sure he looks like one of the chosen that I saw in the necromancer kettle." Even as Bai Xiaochun was preparing to speak, Qin Xiong waved his sleeve, sending out a blast of wind out that knocked Bai Hao to the side. Bai Xiaochun's face suddenly turned grim, and he vanished from behind the counter. When he reappeared, he was next to Bai Hao, protectively sending the wind away from him. However, Bai Hao's face was pale, and he looked a bit more blurry than usual. Clearly, Qin Xiong had waved his sleeve with quite a bit of force. To see Bai Hao weakened in such a way sparked Bai Xiaochun's anger, and he turned to look at Qin Xiong with an ice-cold expression. "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to start shoving people around." Qin Xiong was a bit shaken by Xiaochun's icy gaze, and he immediately thought back to all the stories people had been telling. Suddenly, his heart began to pound, and he seemed a bit less impressive than before. However, now was not the time to back down. "I've never relied on force to bully others," he stated. "Your shop is open, right? And you're supposedly the number 1 spirit enhancement shop under heaven? Well, I'm here to get a spirit enhancement. And yet, to my surprise, you aren't taking orders. Are you intentionally looking down on me? As Chen Xiong's words rang out, it caused even people outside of the shop to look inside curiously to see what would happen. A cold smile broke out by Xiaochun's face, and yet before he could say anything in response, Bai Hao grabbed his forearm. Bai Hao could immediately tell that this person was different from the others who had come recently looking for trouble. As for Bai Xiaochun, he took a deep breath and thought back to what he and his apprentice had discussed. Then he reminded himself that he wasn't back in Giant Ghost City, and that the best thing to do was suck it up. "What do you want enhanced?" he said in a hard voice. When Chen Xiong saw that Bai Xiaochun was willing to compromise, his eyes glittered, and a cold smile spread out across his face. Slapping his bag of holding, he produced a violet jade pendant that was surrounded by a dense, violet mist. Unexpectedly, the image of a howling flood dragon could be seen within that mist. With the wave of a hand, Chen Xiong sent the pendant flying over to Bai Xiaochun in a beam of violet light. Most shocking of all was that the pendant had 10 silver designs on it. The crowd immediately began to comment on what they were seeing. That jade pendant has the soul of a flood dragon sealed inside of it. Soul treasures like that are very difficult to perform spirit enhancements on. It already has a 10-fold spirit enhancement. Performing an 11th would completely change the fundamental nature of the magical item. Furthermore, it would be extremely difficult to succeed. I'm afraid that not even a terrestrial necromancer would dare to attempt that spirit enhancement. The chances of failure are just too great. Bai Xiaochun's mind raced, and then he quickly plastered a look onto his face that made him seem flustered and exasperated. He even glared a bit at Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong smiled faintly. The tumult of the crowd was exactly what he had expected would happen. Furthermore, the look on the face of this person who had struck such fear into the hearts of the other noble and aristocratic chosen left Chen Xiong feeling very pleased with himself. A snide look appeared in his eyes as he coolly said, "Just enhance that jade pendant. However, it's very expensive, so don't even think about ruining it." Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve and contemplated how to put this person in his place. "The cost for my services is based on how many spirit enhancements the item has already received." Chen Xiong smiled in response, then tossed over a soul-hoarding pagoda. "The soul medicine in this pagoda will cover the cost." "Well, get to work. And by the way, if you ruin my item, then you'll compensate me in full measure. However, if you succeed, then I'll pay you 10 times your normal price." Everyone in the audience was shocked. The prices charged in this shop for spirit enhancements were already high. The fact that the price for this item would be 10 times the normal price was shocking to the extreme. And yet, even more shocking was the price that would be paid in the case of a failure. Now this is a bet. He has to compensate him if he fails. But if he succeeds, then he'll reap a huge reward. The bet seems fair to me. Let's just see whether or not the shop owner agrees. Chen Xiong stood there with a cold smile on his face. He had promised to get Bai Xiaochun out of Archemperor City within a month, and was naturally confident in being able to do so. Although the jade pendant didn't look particularly impressive, it was actually a gift from the Imperial clan, and as such, he could name virtually any price he wanted as its value. Even if this Bai Hao succeeded, he could then demand to have another spirit enhancement performed. At some point, he would definitely fail, at which point Chen Xiong could start to cause some real problems. Chen Xiong was an insidious fellow, and had worded things very well. Although it was clearly a bet, he hadn't worded it in a way that would make it a formal wager. He had also said it in a way that didn't give Bai Xiaochun any room to maneuver. Even if Bai Xiaochun refused, he would return the next day with another challenge. And he would also have his followers come with similar challenges. Before long, he would definitely win. If Bai Xiaochun continuously refused to accept the challenges, it would be difficult for him to stay in business, which would also count as a win. None of this counted as bullying with force. After all, in the world of spirit enhancement, the issue of failure rates meant that compensation was always an issue. Besides, the fact that he had offered a reward of 10 times the original cost meant that not even the giant Ghost King would be able to complain about the arrangement. Most importantly, this was only the first step in his plan. There was also a second step and a third. With all of this combined, Chen Xiong was absolutely confident in being able to win. Well, Chen Xiong said sneeringly, yes or no? Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times. Before he even had a chance to finish digging the pit for this pink-robed young man to fall into, he had jumped in of his own accord. This guy really is insidious. This jade pendant is probably extremely valuable. And based on how confident he seems, it's obvious that if I succeed, he'll just ask me to do another spirit enhancement, and then another and another. After reaching this point in his train of thought, an imperceptible glint appeared in his eyes. Then his expression turned grimmer. Shivering and even panting a bit, he forced his eyes to turn bloodshot. "There's no job I won't take," he shouted, seemingly incapable of revealing how he was actually very unconfident about it all. "But when I perform spirit enhancements, I charge with each successful enhancement. And if you don't have enough soul medicine, Everyone looking on would think that he actually didn't want to accept the job and was trying to make it sound like the customer couldn't afford to pay. "That's fine," Chen Xiong said. "We can calculate the bill based on every success." At this point, he frowned slightly. Something about the situation seemed off. Although he was trying to control everything, it almost seemed like Bai Xiaochun had pushed him into a corner. Eyes flashing, he reviewed his plan, and then chuckled coldly. "Seems he's on to me," he thought. However, there is no way he could possibly guess how determined I am to succeed, nor the fact that I'm actually prepared for the fact that he can perform spirit enhancements up to the 14-fold level. Besides, there's even a high likelihood that he'll fail somewhere from the 11th to the 14th spirit enhancement. Although Chen Xiong's actions all seemed a bit rash, he had actually investigated by how and come to the realization that he was equipped almost entirely with 14-fold spirit-enhanced items. What a pity that I have items that not even he could compensate me for if he destroyed them. Furthermore, even if he does succeed in raising them to the 14-fold level, if he gives up after that, my efforts will be equally effective. Chuckling, he agreed to all of Bai Xiaochun's demands. When he saw the ashen look on Bai Xiaochun's face in response to that, he felt a bit more comfortable. Although Bai Xiaochun appeared to be scowling on the verge of tears, he was actually smiling broadly in his heart. And yet, he kept his teeth gritted, and then flicked his sleeve as he took the jade pendant into the back room. Before long, he came out, and the jade pendant had no more silver designs on it. Instead, it had a single golden design. Furthermore, it looked different from before. It was a bit smaller, and it emanated spiritual power fluctuations that caused everyone in the area to stare in shock. He actually did it! An 11-fold spirit enhancement. When Chen Xiong saw it, his expression remained the same as ever, but inwardly he sighed. As for Bai Xiaochun, he proudly stuck his chin up and then announced, "Soul Aid, please explain my spirit enhancement pricing method to the young prince here, and calculate how much soul medicine he owes me." Bai Hao stepped forward. When creating something from nothing, the first spirit enhancement costs 1,000 portions of soul medicine. Going from 1-fold to 2-fold is 2,000. 2-fold to 3-fold is 4,000. And so on and so forth. 4-fold is 8,000. 7-fold is 64,000. 9-fold is 256,000. 10-fold is 512,000. As for the 11th, the total soul medicine cost would be 1,024,000. Gasps could be heard among the audience in response to Bai Hao's words. Although some had already calculated the numbers involved, to hear them spoken out loud was a shocking thing. Bai Xiaochun stood there looking proudly at Chen Xiong, who simply smiled coolly as he produced a soul-hoarding pagoda. There are 5 million portions of soul medicine in this soul-hoarding pagoda. Keep performing more enhancements. I'm not happy with only 11. Another buzz of surprise talk went through the crowd. The kind of bet that they were witnessing was so exciting that many of them were already sending messages to friends using transmission jade slips. Before long, all of Burrow 89 was buzzing, and countless soul cultivators were rushing toward Bai Xiaochun's shop. There were also numerous streams of divine sense which came to focus on the shop. Bai Xiaochun's pupils constricted as his theory was confirmed. Abandoning his act, He chuckled coldly and took the jade pendant into the back room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, and the jade pendant had a second golden design on it. When people outside the shop saw it, cries of shock rose up into the air. 12-fold enhancement. Heavens! I haven't seen a competition like this in years. Call everybody over to watch. This is definitely going to shake all of Arch-Emperor City. The shouts and cries of the crowd were now causing Chen Xiong to feel a bit of pressure, and it was even possible to see some hesitation in his eyes. However, he continued to glare at Bai Xiaochun as he said, "I'm still not happy. Keep going." Bai Xiaochun could tell how determined this pink-robed young man was. Inwardly, he gave a cold harumph and thought, "You just wait. I'm gonna scare you to death." Spinning in place, he headed into the back room and came out moments later to reveal 3 golden designs on the pendant. Before anyone could react, Bai Xiaochun loudly said, "Soul Aid, calculate the bill." Bai Hao couldn't help but shiver. Never before had he ever experienced anything like this, and yet, it was without the slightest hesitation that he replied, "The cost is 4,096,000 portions of soul medicine." By this point, it wasn't just Burrow 89 that was being rocked by the event. Word was spreading into the other boroughs, and it was even possible to see people hurrying over from those locations to join the commotion. Chen Xiong was trembling, and a bit of panic could be seen in his eyes. He almost couldn't think straight. This was definitely not what he had planned for. He had placed all his hopes on the possibility that the jade pendant would be destroyed. This guy's skill in the art of spirit enhancement is shocking, he thought. However, he still gritted his teeth, looked up at Bai Xiaochun, and then slowly said, "I'm still not happy. Keep going." The audience was completely bowled over. By this point, they could tell that this was no ordinary bet, and that there was some specific reason that Chen Xiong kept saying he wasn't happy. "Still not happy, huh?" Bai Xiaochun thought. "All right, Mr. Pinkster. You just wait to see how I scare the living daylights out of you." He returned to the back room, and after the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he came back out. This time, when the audience saw the jade pendant, they devolved into a massive hubbub. 14-fold. A 14-fold spirit enhancement. How is this even possible? Heavens! Even as everyone clamored, they also spread word to their friends, who began to hurry over in shock. Not bothering to wait for Bai Hao to calculate the bill, Bai Xiaochun proudly announced, 8,192,000 portions of soul medicine. He was of the opinion that personally saying it himself was a lot more impressive. Bai Xiaochun's words were like a death knell to Chen Xiong. He felt like his mind and heart were being struck by countless bolts of lightning, and his face was as white as a sheet. He staggered backward as if physically struck, gasping, his eyes completely bloodshot. Although he had told himself he was prepared for the possibility of a 14-fold spirit enhancement, he was still completely shaken. Furthermore, the amount of soul medicine at stake was immense. That was especially true when he contemplated how he had already spent nearly 15 million. He was already starting to regret this little plan of his, and was even thinking of giving up, but as the saying goes, if you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. There were simply too many people in the audience now, with more showing up by the moment. There were probably tens of thousands of people lining the street outside. Sticking his chin up proudly, Bai Xiaochun said, "Well, dear customer, are you happy now? At the moment, there isn't enough soul medicine in this soul-hoarding pagoda to pay me the 8,192,000 you owe me. If, after we settle accounts, you're still not happy, then I'd be happy to continue." When Bai Hao heard this, he stood there stunned and feeling a bit hesitant. From what he could tell, his master had actually calculated the bill wrong, and had only included the most recent spirit enhancement, not the combination of everything up to this point. Although he wanted to point this out, there were simply too many people in the area. Considering he was supposed to be a simplistic soul slave, there was no way he could speak up now. Sighing, he mentally did a facepalm. Gasps were also audible among the audience. Quite a few people had odd expressions on their faces as they too came to the conclusion that Bai Xiaochun had calculated the bill wrong. However, this pink-robed young man was obviously a noble chosen, and none of them wanted to offend him. Many people were looking at Bai Xiaochun furtively, wondering what would happen next. As for Qin Xiong, he was obviously a bit surprised at Bai Xiaochun's proud front. However, he still couldn't figure out what exactly was going on. Although he refused to believe that his opponent would actually miscalculate the bill, he patted his bag of holding and threw out another soul-hoarding pagoda. There are 4 million souls in there. I'm still not happy. Keep going. This was all of the soul medicine that both he and the other chosen had been able to come up with. It was a huge amount, the type that could form the reserve savings of a great clan. At this point, Bai Xiaochun proudly said, "The cost for going from a 14 to a 15-fold spirit enhancement is different. It doesn't cost double. It costs 10 times as much. That means that if I succeed, you will owe me 81,920,000 portions of soul medicine." Even Bai Xiaochun seemed a bit jumpy to speak such a number out loud. After a moment of silence, he added, Are you sure you can afford that much?" The number Bai Xiaochun had just spoken left Qin Xiong teetering on the verge of passing out. Gasps could be heard among the other soul cultivators looking on. After all, there was a huge difference between a 14-fold spirit enhancement and a 15-fold one. 15-fold spirit enhancements brought with them the power of a deva, and could help cultivators who were in the great circle of the nascent soul stage to gain enlightenment of heaven and earth. Spirit-enhanced treasures like that were incredibly valuable, and usually were possessed only by clans who specialized in spirit enhancement, or the powerful noble or aristocratic clans. Treasures like that, which did exist, would rarely be brought out into the open. Such items were not common at all, especially because the success rates with high-level spirit enhancements were so low. One needed only look at the fact that the giant Ghost King, upon rewarding Bai Xiaochun and simultaneously entrusting him with an extremely important mission in the Necromancer Kettle, only gave him a 16-fold spirit-enhanced spear. The reason for that was not because he was being stingy. Rather, it was because items with 15-fold spirit enhancements or higher were just too rare. Besides, most were only suitable for use by devas. Because of their rarity, it would be difficult for anyone to say with certainty how much soul medicine it would be worth to raise something from a 14-fold to a 15-fold spirit enhancement. Bai Xiaochun's quote of more than 80 million portions of soul medicine seemed dramatic, but everyone present realized that if he succeeded, the resulting item would be of great help to anyone wishing to rise to the level of a deva. In the wildlands, people became devas by means of magical items with 15 or more spirit enhancements. By gaining enlightenment of heaven and earth with such items, they could become one with all creation. "Take your time and think about it," Bai Xiaochun said sincerely. "Look, if you're still not happy, then considering that you offered to pay 10 times my quote, then I guess you already owe me, about 80 million. So, are we finished here?" With that, he looked at Qin Xiong with a look of sincere compassion. When Bai Hao was reminded of the matter of 10 times the original quote, he sighed. From what he could tell, the miscalculation of the bill had already lost them more than 60 million portions of soul medicine. As for Qin Xiong, he shouted, "Shut the hell up!" His eyes were so bloodshot that they almost looked like pools of blood. Tone mocking, he continued, "I'm not happy. Do the next enhancement, all right? Do it. I refuse to believe that you can succeed at a 15-fold enhancement." The two old men flanking him had long since grown completely ashen. Terrified, they even attempted to interfere and give Qin Xiong some advice. "Get out of my face," he yelled at them. "The bet is still on, Bai Hao." He really had no choice but to keep betting. If he did, then he still had a shot at winning. But if he gave up right now, the price he would have to pay would be impossible to accept. Bai Xiaochun gave Qin Xiong a long, level look, then took the jade pendant into the back room without another word. Countless gazes and countless streams of divine sense were locked onto him. Everyone was jumpy with excitement, wondering what would happen in the following moments. However, no one could observe what went on in the back room. There was a scintillating restrictive spell that blocked all sight and divine sense, as well as another barrier that was almost impossible to penetrate. Of course, the barrier was actually created by the powers of Bai Xiaochun's mask, and was created in a way that only a demigod would be able to pierce through to see what was beyond. And yet, Anyone who did pierce through it would only see what appeared to be Bai Xiaochun going about a spirit enhancement in the ordinary fashion. Bai Xiaochun had set it up this way intentionally to dispel any suspicions on the part of the most powerful experts. Bai Xiaochun had always planned to rely on the mask as his most powerful line of defense. By now, there were too many soul cultivators gathering outside to count, even filling the air to the point where it cast Burrow 89 into shadow. Everyone was talking, creating a din of conversation that filled the area. This Bai Hao is definitely a celestial necromancer. Furthermore, he's probably at the peak of the celestial necromancer rank. Celestial necromancers all have special methods that they use to increase their success rates. However, going from a 14 to 15-fold spirit enhancement is really difficult. Success all depends on luck. The truth is that this bet is no longer about necromantic skill. It's really just about luck. Well, whatever happens, the #1 spirit enhancement shop under heaven is definitely going to be popular after this. It might not be completely famous, but it will definitely be known throughout Archemperor City. As everyone talked about the matter, Chen Xiong stood there trembling, his face devoid of blood and his mind a complete blank. Things had already progressed to the point where he wasn't sure he could handle it and might collapse. How could this be happening? My plan was perfect. How could he be succeeding every single time? I had so much soul medicine built up. It should have been enough. But then he went and refused to fail even once. Well, this time he'll definitely fail. And when he does, I'll have finally won. Time passed, and more people gathered outside of the shop. Nobody seemed even the least bit impatient. It was common knowledge that going from a 14 to a 15-fold spirit enhancement took a lot of time, and therefore all gazes and all streams of divine sense were fixed on the door to the back room. Bai Hao floated off to the side, face expressionless, but sighing in his heart at how easily his master started feuds, and at the same time, counterstruck with deadly force. Chen Xiong appeared to be in sore straits, so much so that Bai Hao even felt sorry for him. But then he thought, well, you could have kept things between the two of us, but you had to go and offend my master. 2 hours passed, and Bai Xiaochun still hadn't emerged. Of course, the truth was that he was actually inside the back room doing some breathing exercises and not even thinking about spirit enhancement. 6 hours later, he expelled a mouthful of impure vital energy, then opened his eyes. That should be enough time, he thought, shaking his head. I really didn't want to screw you over, but I had no choice. You kept pushing me to do more spirit enhancements. You insisted. Well, when I make a move, I frighten even myself. Marveling at how pure and benevolent he was, he finally started to work on the spirit enhancement. Before long, he had a jade pendant with 5 golden designs on it. It pulsed with the energy of a deva, and the flood dragon inside of it looked incredibly realistic, to the point where it almost appeared to be a deva soul. What a lovely treasure, he thought, moved. After looking at it closely, he realized it would be a simple thing to unleash a shadowy flood dragon from within the pendant, and that it would be monumentally powerful. After fiddling around with the pendant for a bit, he finally rose to his feet and took a deep breath. Then, he forced himself to look tired and drained, and even made sure that his forehead was dripping with sweat. Finally, he trudged out of the back room looking very ashen-faced. As soon as he appeared, all eyes and all streams of divine sense focused on him, and especially on his hand. When everyone saw the jade pendant, the first reaction was silence. But then, everyone erupted into a commotion that could shake heaven and earth. Heavens, this, 15-fold. I can sense the aura of a deva on it. He did it. I can't believe he really did it. A 15-fold spirit enhanced magical item. Countless eyes began to shine with greed. If a 15-fold spirit enhanced item like that went up for auction, it would bring in an astronomical price. And this Grandmaster enhanced it all on his own. The exclamations turned into a small-scale sound wave that caused much of Archemperor City to tremble. As for Chen Xiong, he could barely speak. Impossible. Impossible. It's not real, he muttered, staggering backward in despairing daze. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times and then said, Look, didn't I just try to persuade you not to do another enhancement? But you wouldn't listen. Whatever. I'm a soft-hearted kind of guy. How about I give you a discount? Let's just make it a nice round number. 80 million portions of soul medicine. AI. Wait, no. You said that if you were happy, you would give 10 times the original price. So that makes 800 million. Looking sincerely at the flabbergasted Xianxia, he continued, You absolutely, positively must not ask for another enhancement. You listen to me, all right? Keep your cool. Off to the side. Bai Hao was feeling very odd. By now, he could see that his master had intentionally miscalculated the bill earlier to lay a trap. How could he not have seen it himself? All of a sudden, his master seemed even more profound and enigmatic than ever, and on top of that, completely unpredictable. Blood sprayed out of Xianxia's mouth as his heart was gripped with regret. Bai Hao, you conned me. You miscalculated that bill on purpose. You tricked me. He had originally planned to simply back out of the bet, but after Bai Xiaochun miscalculated the bill, he decided to keep going. Considering how things had turned out, though, it seemed obvious that his opponent had been playing him all along. With that, he spun on his heel and prepared to make a run for it. There was absolutely no way he could continue the bet. The stakes were just too high. And that didn't just count for him. Not even his entire clan could sustain such losses. The mere thought of 800 million portions of soul medicine filled his heart with such fear that the only thing he could think to do was leave. I conned you. Bai Xiaochun shot back. What's that supposed to mean? Hey, get back here. You owe me some soul medicine. How dare you try to renege on your debt? Bai Xiaochun truly had no idea what he meant, and even started to think back to make sure he had calculated everything correctly. The truth was that he really had accidentally calculated the bill wrong. And now, the sight of his opponent preparing to flee instantly caused his expression to turn grim. After all, he had sincerely tried to persuade him to stop. And yet, not only had the pink-robed young man demanded to keep going, he had then hurled false accusations about miscalculating the bill. It was really outrageous. I absolutely hate cheaters, Bai Xiaochun roared. With that, he took a step forward. Of course, Xianxia's two Dao protectors had sensed that things were heating up, and immediately moved to block the way. But when they made contact with Bai Xiaochun, blood sprayed out of their mouths, and they tumbled backward. As for Bai Xiaochun, he barreled forward at top speed to appear right in front of Xianxia. Then he reached his hand back and prepared to slap him across the face. A thunderous smacking sound rang out, and blood sprayed out of Xianxia's mouth as he was sent flying backward. Do you truly dare to start a fight in Archemperor City? He shrieked. You bet I dare, Bai Xiaochun shouted. You owe me soul medicine, buddy. I'm completely in the right here. With that, he stepped forward and kicked Xianxia, sending him flying into the air. A moment later, he slammed into the stone wall on the opposite side of the shop, where he remained, embedded and unmoving. Many of his bones were broken, and his cultivation base was in chaos. Then, unexpectedly, he simply passed out. Humph! I can't believe he tried to renege on his debt. When you owe Lord by a debt, you pay up. As far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, this pink-robed brat was a complete scoundrel. He was the one who had come and suggested the bet, and then he'd attempted to flee. That just went to show how arrogant the brat was. And one of the things Bai Xiaochun hated most in life was when people looked down on him. Looking over at Xianxia lying unconscious in the wall, his two old Dao protectors immediately began to shout in rage at Bai Xiaochun. What gall, Bai Hao? Xianxia is the Qilin son of our Chun clan, and our most powerful patriarch is currently a heavenly duke. Heavenly duke? A flicker of dread ran through Bai Xiaochun. After all, in the Wildlands, the only people who could become heavenly dukes were people at the peak of the Deva realm. Devas like Duke Deathcrier were only earthly dukes. However, Bai Xiaochun was convinced that he was in the right here, and besides, this Xianxia had been the one to come looking for trouble, not the other way around. He had also been the one to suggest the bet, and had been the one to try to flee. Bai Xiaochun wasn't in the wrong at all, and therefore, he had no reason to look scared in front of all these people. Gritting his teeth, He glared at the Tao protectors and said, "Who gives a crap about heavenly dukes? Back in Giant Ghost City, I kidnapped a demigod." With that, he casually waved his sleeve, causing a wild wind to pick up the two Tao protectors and slam them into the wall next to Xianxia, where they too fell unconscious. When the bystanders saw all of this, gasps rang out. Everyone was thoroughly impressed by Xiaochun's valiant performance, and word of the incident was already beginning to spread. With that, Xiaochun clasped his hands behind his back and proudly said, "Soul Aid, please close the shop." Heart pounding with fear, Hao quickly escorted all of the customers out and then closed the front door. As for all of the soul cultivators who had come to watch the excitement, they were shaken by what they had seen. In fact, very few of them left. After all, it was unlikely that the Heavenly Duke from the Chun clan would simply let this matter drop, and therefore people wanted to see what would happen next. From now on, this spirit enhancement shop is definitely going to be famous in Archemperor City. A 15-fold spirit enhancement. That alone is enough to make the shop worthy of its name. And the couplets. Who would have thought? There was actually a top master hiding in Burrow 89. Someone named Hao. Why does that name seem familiar? Of course, everyone was aware of Hao's name because of how Qin Xiong had yelled it out. Soon, people began contemplating that name, and before long, one of the soul cultivators suddenly let out a shout of shock. Hao! I remember now. He must be Hao from Giant Ghost City. He killed his own father and helped the Giant Ghost King during the rebellion. He's also the one who kidnapped all of those chosen in the necromancer kettle. Hao! Heavens! I remember now too. It is him. I heard that he's vicious and merciless, and a reviler of his own clan. He's a bully through and through who everybody hates. All that is nothing. I heard that he actually takes pride in being a wife-stealer. Shameless to the ultimate degree. So he's actually in Archemperor City now. And now he's taken up the mantle of a Grandmaster of Spirit Enhancement. As more people talked, more people recalled the stories they had heard about Hao. Meanwhile, back inside the shop, Xiaochun stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Qin Xiong and his two Tao protectors embedded in the wall. As he thought about how arrogant Qin Xiong had acted, and how he had even tried to escape without settling his debt, his anger grew. Complete and utter bullies. I was keeping my head low, trying not to provoke anybody, suffering in silence. But then this bastard had to come and try to bully me, using the powers of the mask to ensure that only Hao could hear him. He said, "Hower, this isn't Master's fault. Is it? You saw everything." They were completely out of line. Hao simply smiled wryly and shook his head, unsure of exactly what to say in response. Disaster had already been instigated, and yet, it was true that Xiaochun hadn't started it. It really was a case in which the tree might long for peace, but the wind will never cease. "Master, we need to think of what to do now," he said. "Their clan is definitely going to come looking for them soon." Xiaochun actually felt a bit nervous. Although he had acted brazenly earlier, he had actually been very nervous. After all, this was a clan with a deva in it, and he wasn't in Giant Ghost City. Therefore, he nervously took out a transmission jade slip and sent a voice message to the Giant Ghost King. Before long, the Giant Ghost King's domineering voice could be heard responding. "What are you scared of? He's just a heavenly duke, right? Listen, Hao, you're the majordomo of Giant Ghost City, and also my son-in-law. They came looking to stir up trouble and you beat them up, right? If that's all, then so be it. If Chun Haosong tries to use his status to be a bully, then I'll do the same thing right back." It had been a long time since Xiaochun felt moved by the care of another. So as soon as he heard the Giant Ghost King's response, it was like music to his ears. The fact that His Highness the King actually cared was enough to take a lot of the pressure off. Taking a deep breath, he looked over at Qin Xiong and his Tao protectors, and gave them all a good glare. "Humph! Trying to run out on a debt to me? Maybe I should charge some interest. After all, the Giant Ghost King said he would back me up." Licking his lips, he tried to decide if he was pushing things a bit too far. But then he remembered that he was owed 800 million portions of soul medicine, and his anger flared. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to pull out his eternal parasol and then stick it into Xianxia. "I'll just take a little," he murmured. Immediately, Xianxia's eyes snapped open, and blue veins bulged out on his face and neck. He even let loose an agonized shriek. When the people on the outside heard that, their jaws dropped. Even Bai Xiaochun was a bit startled, and pulled the eternal parasol back. He had only sucked away 10% of Xianxia's life force to improve his standing in the tempered bones level. "What are you doing, Bai Hao? You're not gonna die a good death." Xianxia was obviously a bit thinner. Glaring angrily at Bai Xiaochun, he began to try to struggle free from the wall. Considering how clear-eyed and worked up Xianxia was, it seemed that he hadn't really been hurt by the eternal parasol, and therefore, Bai Xiaochun decided that he might as well take a bit more life force. With that, he stabbed the parasol into Xianxia again. "Shut up. I just took a little. It's not like it's a big deal. You owe me 800 million portions of soul medicine. How dare you curse me?" Another agonized shriek rang out, followed by more cursing. After that, Bai Xiaochun used the parasol a third time, then a fourth and a fifth. Bai Hao was stunned, and quickly began to offer some advice. "Master, you should stop. You're going to kill him." "Don't worry, your master has a lot of experience with this kind of thing." Bai Xiaochun was actually feeling quite enthused, and before he realized it, Xianxia was little more than a bag of skin and bones. His cries were now weak, and he was even gasping for breath. Furthermore, his eyes shone with an unprecedented level of terror. By this point, he thoroughly regretted all of his decisions, and also understood why all of his friends had cursed this Bai Hao so much, and yet hadn't dared to tangle with him. Having finished with Xianxia, Bai Xiaochun looked over at the two Dao protectors. After a moment he said, "What do you say, my apprentice? Should I move on to these two?" Bai Hao smiled wryly and looked over at the poor Xianxia, who had been turned into a virtual skeleton by his master. Although he felt bad for him, Bai Hao also felt he needed to tell his master how he truly felt. Why not give them all the same treatment? We've already offended Heavenly Duke Chun, so it probably won't make a difference either way." "That's the spirit," Bai Xiaochun replied. "Ha ha ha. I was thinking the exact same thing." With that, he stabbed the eternal parasol into the first of the Dao protectors. Before long, both of the Dao protectors were both much skinnier than before. However, knowing that he didn't want to go too far, and also considering that they hadn't been the main culprits, he only took a portion of their life force. Even as he was delighting in the influx of life force, the front door of the shop rumbled as though a powerful force had landed onto it. Then, the door slammed open, and a wave of Deva energy surged into the shop. "Bai Hao!" Teeth gritted and eyes blazing with rage, Mistress Red Dust burst inside. Startled, Bai Xiaochun pulled back the eternal parasol and spun to face the beautiful Mistress Red Dust as she stomped into the shop. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun was in no mood or position to enjoy feasting upon her beauty. There were few things in the wildlands that he feared more than Mistress Red Dust. After everything the two of them had gone through, Bai Xiaochun was convinced that if she found out who he really was, she would stop at nothing to kill him. Heart pounding, he tried to look as calm as possible as he affectionately said, "What are you doing here, Zimo? What have you done, Bai Hao?" she said in a voice of rage, nauseated by the fact that he had called her Zimo. Moments ago, she had received a message from the giant Ghost King, and then right afterward, from Heavenly Duke Chun. That made sense considering that many people in the city already knew that Bai Hao was the majordomo of Giant Ghost City, and also her intended husband. If Bai Xiaochun caused trouble, then the Chun clan's Heavenly Duke would naturally come to Mistress Red Dust. After all, once Heavenly Duke Chun learned of what had happened, and heard that 800 million portions of soul medicine were at stake, he knew that not even he could afford to pay up. Despite being completely enraged, and also having absolutely no desire to see Bai Xiaochun, Mistress Red Dust had no choice but to come handle the matter. Looking over at the emaciated Xianxia and his two Dao protectors, Mistress Red Dust's fury built, and her loathing of Bai Xiaochun grew. "You really know how to cause problems, don't you? I don't know what my father sees in you. Listen up. If you cause any more problems in the future, you'll end up like this statue. With that, she pulled a statue out of her bag of holding and crushed it to pieces. Originally, Bai Xiaochun had been preparing to argue a bit. But when he realized that the statue she had pulled out bore his own true visage, his temper suddenly vanished. Heavens! This Granny Red Dust really does hate me, doesn't she? She actually carries statues of me around to crush when she gets angry. A shiver passed through him. After all, what scared him was not Mistress Red Dust's threat, but rather her attitude. However, even as his fear increased, he realized that the situation really was very exhilarating. After all, Mistress Red Dust's own father was playing the matchmaker between the two of them, and Mistress Red Dust had no idea that he was really Bai Xiaochun. The entire thing was very exciting. If I ever have the chance to take her into the bridal chamber and take off my mask, I wonder if it would startle her to death? Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun realized that he was thinking about things in entirely the wrong way, and quickly readjusted his attitude. However, it was still very exhilarating. When Mistress Red Dust saw the way that he was looking at her, she simply couldn't suppress her revolt. Were it not for the giant Ghost King's support of Bai Hao, then she would definitely not suppress her desire to exterminate him on the spot. This Bai Hao is an obscene lowlife, she thought. You can tell from the look in his eye that he's contemplating something abominable. However, she had no choice but to suppress her woe. Waving her right hand, she collected up Chen Xiong and the two Dao protectors. Her beautiful face was almost green with fury as she growled, I'm warning you, Bai Hao. I don't have any patience left to deal with you. If you annoy me even the slightest bit, don't blame me for exterminating you. Having cleared his mind of the inappropriate thoughts from before, Bai Xiaochun said in a frustrated voice, Hey, this wasn't my fault. He came looking to cause trouble, and he was the one who suggested we make a bet. He was the one who lost 800 million portions of soul medicine to me. Shut up, Mistress Red Dust shot back, glaring at him. Then she turned to leave, apparently not inclined to help Bai Xiaochun collect the soul medicine he was owed because of the debt. Everyone on the outside had clearly seen Mistress Red Dust stomp her way into the shop. Furthermore, word had already spread that Bai Xiaochun was the majordomo of Giant Ghost City, and also that the Giant Ghost King had promised Sergeant Major Mistress Red Dust of the Giant Ghost Legion to him in marriage. That only served to intrigue people further. When they thought about it all, and about how domineering Mistress Red Dust was, it caused many mouths to twist into slight sneers. Well, I guess it's not Bai Hao's fault. After all, his Taoist partner is a deva. Goddess Red Dust has always been completely domineering. To tell you the truth, I actually feel sorry for this Bai Hao. When such talk drifted into Bai Xiaochun's ears, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. The truth was that he didn't care too much about the soul medicine. Material things like that weren't very important. However, he did feel that it was a big pity that Chen Xiong still had the 15-fold spirit-enhanced jade pendant in his bag of holding. And yet, considering how domineering Mistress Red Dust was acting, he hesitated to say anything. But then he thought back to something the Giant Ghost King had once said to him. What, you can't even handle a single woman? Those words rang in his mind, and actually made him feel like he was losing a lot of face. If nobody else were present, it might not have been a big deal. But Bai Hao was standing off to the side, and there were plenty of people on the street who could see what was happening, and were even discussing the situation in hushed tones. At this point, Bai Xiaochun decided that the situation had gone too far. After all, he was the very love saint who had invented the wind charm. How could he possibly lose so much face in front of so many people? Stop right there, he shouted at Mistress Red Dust, who was currently walking away from him, seething with a murderous aura. Mistress Red Dust stopped in place and looked over her shoulder, her phoenix-like eyes flashing with cold light. How dare you speak to me in such a tone? She even unleashed some deva pressure to go along with her words. She had never liked this Bai Hao, and would love to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson if he said even the slightest wrong word. Bai Xiaochun's innards churned underneath Mistress Red Dust's cold glare, and he realized that he had gone and done something impulsive. However, when he heard the crowd gasping in response to his words, he braced himself, slowly clasped his hands behind his back, and turned his head to the side. After all, his profile was his most impressive feature as far as he was concerned. Looking out of the corner of his eye at Mistress Red Dust, he put on the most arrogant expression he could manage. As of this moment, there was now something unique and special about him, something different than before, as though veins of steel pumped beneath his skin. Although His Highness the King betrothed his most beloved daughter to me, I most certainly do not deserve such an honor. Because of my status and standing, you refused to accept the matter, and there is nothing in that decision with which I can find fault. Furthermore, the reason I came to Arch-Emperor City was not just because of the matter of the marriage, but rather for another important purpose. Your father, the king, wanted me to assist you in your duties. Sadly, you hate me, and I'm not interested in intentionally annoying people. But His Highness the King has shown me unending kindness, and therefore, I must still do my best to fulfill the task he assigned me. I won that soul medicine in a bet, all for the purpose of giving it to you. 800 million portions of soul medicine is a massive amount of wealth, but if you don't want it, then at least make sure that Heavenly Duke Chun owes you a huge favor. Either way, I can say that I followed His Highness the King's commands to assist you. Take the soul medicine or not, the choice is yours. However, the choice of whether or not to speak and what to say if I do speak is mine. I don't need instructions from you. Furthermore, I would very much appreciate if you don't ever again use the words "shut up" with me. Now, please see yourself out. To make his performance more impressive, he called upon a bit of the underlying power of the undying Emperor's fist, which made him seem vastly more impressive than before. Everyone watching on the street was shocked, and even Mistress Red Dust seemed stunned. Never could she have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would utter words like this. Regardless of how much of what he had said was true, the fact that he was giving her 800 million portions of soul medicine was monumental. Either she took the money and ended up with massive wealth, or she rejected it and earned a huge favor from someone very powerful. Even to her, a favor from a heavenly duke was something to take very seriously. Mixed emotions could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Bai Xiaochun one last time. Then, without saying another word, she turned and left. As she did, Bai Xiaochun's voice rang out. "Soul Aid, please close the shop." Bai Hao shivered. He had been stunned over and over again by the events of the day. The sudden appearance of Mistress Red Dust had been a total shock, and not even he had been able to pierce through the act put on by his master. He quickly hurried over and closed the front door of the shop. As he did, Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands behind his back and went into the back room. As soon as he did, he slumped down onto the ground, and sweat began to pour down his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he thought back to everything he had said, and felt very pleased with the show he had put on. HMMPH, you listen to me, Granny Red Dust. There's no way that the mighty love Saint Bai Xiaochun can't get you to submit. A whole slew of dramatic events had just occurred. After Mistress Red Dust left, the crowd finally began to thin out, and people went on their way, various thoughts running through their heads. None of them would be able to forget what had occurred. Whether it was the success with the spirit enhancements, the terrifying bet that ended up reaching a sum of 800 million portions of soul medicine, the arrival of Mistress Red Dust, or the sight of Bai Xiaochun making his solemn and yet domineering monologue, they were scenes that would be branded into the memories of everyone present. Everybody knew that from this day on, the name of Bai Hao would become very important throughout all of Arch-Emperor City. Before long, everyone was talking about the news of what had happened to the Qilin son of the heavenly Duke Chen's clan, Chun Xiong. Of course, word soon came back to all of the various chosen, and they gasped in shock. This Bai Hao is too vicious. 800 million portions of soul medicine. That's ridiculous. I heard that it wasn't just the soul medicine. He also drained Chun Xiong's life force. He ended up nothing more than skin and bones. Little Wolf God, Li Tiansheng, Miao Liner, and many of the other chosen were all taken completely aback. Although none of them had been completely convinced that Chen Xiong would be able to get rid of Bai Hao, they had at least harbored some hope. After all, they were in Archemperor City, not the necromancer kettle. As they heard the news about how things had played out, they trembled with fear. The mere thought of Chun Xiong's fate made them all think back to the necromancer kettle and the brutality they had experienced. The entire group still shivered with fear because of those lingering memories. That vicious face, those coldly brutal eyes, and the nightmarish draining of their life force were things that little Wolf God and the other Chosen could never forget. In fact, many of them even cut ties with Chun Xiong. It was a bitter decision that they weren't happy with, but they knew they had to abandon any ideas of trying to cause problems for Bai Hao. Damn it, losing to him in the necromancer kettle was one thing, but how could the same thing happen in Archemperor City? It's all the fault of that Chun Xiong. No skill whatsoever. But what do we do next? This Bai Hao is incomparably vicious. We definitely need to come up with a good plan, and must avoid any rash decisions. Of course, now that everyone was talking about Bai Hao, it didn't take long before stories about what had occurred in the necromancer kettle began to spread again, until everybody was talking about the matter. Soon enough, tales about the Bai clan and giant ghost city also began to spread. Before long, everybody in the city had heard about such matters. As for Mistress Red Dust, in the end, she decided not to demand the 800 million portions of soul medicine, and instead asked for Heavenly Duke Chun to owe her a favor. Bai Xiaochun was definitely no ordinary soul cultivator. He had a very impressive background, and because of that, the noble and aristocratic Chosen were not easily able to do anything against him. They could only plot against him within the bounds of the law. Just as they had mentioned earlier in their discussion, they had to take their time to come up with a good plan. After the incident, the #1 spirit enhancement shop under heaven became very famous. In the following days, soul cultivators came from all over Archemperor City and lined up to get spirit enhancements and soul medicine. Others came to merely get a glimpse of Bai Hao and see whether he was really as superhuman as everyone claimed him to be. Burrow 89 was more of a bustling place than ever. Business for the other shops in the area began to pick up because of Bai Xiaochun's shop. It was a welcome development as far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, but Bai Hao felt nervous about it. Worried, he said, "Master, showing off too much isn't really going to help us with our master plan." Clearing his throat, Bai Xiaochun put an anxious expression onto his face, sighed, and said, "AI, Master didn't want things to turn out this way either. You just need to get used to it. The thing is, no matter where your master goes, he always ends up rising to prominence and becoming a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering figure. I really am just too outstanding. There's nothing I can do about it." A strange expression appeared on Bai Hao's face as he looked at his master, unsure of how to respond. Finally, he simply smiled wryly and shook his head. Aware that discussing the matter was useless, he began trying to come up with his own plan about how to resolve any dangerous situations. After a bit of time passed, he came up with an idea and started to make plans. Before long, people were talking about this Bai Hao's impressive background. Certain people were very emphatic about how important Bai Hao was to the giant ghost king, and how good their relationship was. Other people would emphasize his cultivation base and battle prowess. In this way, people began to get a more rounded view of him. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased to be such a center of attention. He would often leave the shop and stroll about with his hands clasped behind his back, enjoying all the people looking at him. However, after a few days of such showing off, he got bored and went back to continue working on 17-colored flame. After the incident with Chun Xiong, nobody came looking to start trouble. Everyone knew that Bai Hao was the type of person who was not to be trifled with. When he lost his temper, not even a Heavenly Duke clan could do anything about it, let alone more ordinary people. Rumors spread like wildfire. However, for Bai Xiaochun, life just got calmer and calmer. He immersed himself in researching 17-colored flame, and even began to perform some experiments, although he would immediately abort them if unexpected problems cropped up. After all, if he caused fire to rain from the heavens in this area, or sent black smoke out everywhere, his comfortable life would definitely become anything but comfortable. Because of that oath, nothing particularly dramatic occurred. However, because of how much time he was devoting to 17-colored flame, his understanding and control of 16-colored flame improved. It also helped a lot that Bai Hao would give good ideas here and there, and would help with his own augury. Together, they made slight adjustments to the formula for 16-colored flame. As time went on, Bai Xiaochun continued to struggle with 17-colored flame, and at the same time, improved his success rate with 16-colored flame. By this time, he had roughly a 30% success rate. Actually, anybody who heard that he had achieved a success rate that high would be completely incredulous. Virtually no formulas in the world were so successful, and it was all thanks to the help provided by Bai Hao. Master, this specific augury technique was designed for 15-colored flame. If I want to succeed with 17-colored flame, then we really need to improve the 16-colored flame first. Bai Hao had been working very hard lately. Even when he had time off, he would sit around thinking about 17-colored flame, and even the future formula for 18-colored flame. He had a few ideas, one being to use multiple 17-colored flames to deduce the formula for 18-colored flame. The other was to spread a 17-colored flame out into a sea of fire, add another color to it, and pull the fire back into a tongue of flame afterward. All of the thinking and discussions about the matter left Bai Hao feeling very drained mentally. It would have been very difficult for Bai Xiaochun to accomplish these things on his own. Even if he had succeeded, it would have taken an unimaginable amount of time. As Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao were focusing on their research on flame conjuring, the rumors in the city continued to rage, and Little Wolf God and the other chosen continued taking their time coming up with a plan. However, as all of that happened, there were two people whose sinister gazes came to be locked on by Xiaochun's shop in Burrow 89. Little Wolf God and the others are complete morons. How could they bungle things up dealing with one trifling Bai Hao? In Burrow 3, there was a particularly towering pagoda in which the heir of the Nine Serenities King, Prince Zhou stood, staring off into the distance. He normally spent his time in Nine Serenities City, but after hearing that Bai Hao had come to Archemperor City, he had hurried over. After all, he simply couldn't let the matter of the necromancer kettle rest. Almost immediately upon arrival, he heard about the wretched fate of Chen Xiong. Standing next to Zhou Hong was a handsome, middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing. His facial features looked much like Su Shan's. Upon hearing Zhou Hong's words, he chuckled and replied, "You're exactly right, Brother Zhou. This Bai Hao is relying completely on the giant ghost king. Maybe he does have some pretty good battle prowess, but he's only one person, and he's not the actual heir of the giant ghost king. Zhou Zimo hates him too. I think dealing with him shouldn't be much of a problem at all." Turning to look at the middle-aged man, Zhou Hong said, "Brother Su, I heard that Su Shan actually likes this Bai Hao. Is that true? My little sister is a bit naive. She said a lot of nice things about this Bai Hao after she got back, which cooled father down quite a bit. Anyway, she just doesn't get life. As her older brother, I simply cannot allow this insult to Spirit Advent City to stand. That is why I was more than happy to accept your invitation to come here, Brother Zhou." This middle-aged man was one of the sons of the Spirit Advent King, Su Peng. "Brother Zhou," he continued, "do you happen to have already come up with a plan on how to deal with him?" The truth was that Su Peng didn't really feel any enmity toward this Bai Hao. However, in the Wildlands, the position of king wasn't exclusively passed on to sons. It could also go to daughters, and the Spirit Advent King had many sons. It was also common knowledge in the Wildlands that all the princes and princesses in Spirit Advent City feared Su Shan the most. After coming to find that Su Shan had a good impression of Bai Hao, and then having received the invitation from Zhou Hong, Su Peng decided that it was the perfect opportunity to better his own position. Of course, since he had never met this Bai Hao before, he was also prepared to back out of the situation if Zhou Hong's plan was too dangerous. Zhou Hong looked askance at Su Peng. Considering what he knew about Su Peng's personality, he knew that it wouldn't be possible to change his mind. Unfortunately, Gong Sun Yi had refused his invitation with a sarcastically worded message explaining that he didn't need to resort to plots and schemes to earn back the face he had lost, that he would do so with his own battle prowess. Although Zhou Hong wasn't too pleased about that, afterward, he had been left with no other option than to meet with Su Peng. After all, he had certain misgivings about the junior champion king, and didn't want to get involved with him. Don't worry, Brother Su. This Bai Hao has already reached a dead end. I know we can't kill him, so my plan is to simply humiliate him and make sure he won't stick around in Archemperor City. We just need to drive him back to Giant Ghost City. That really was what Zhou Hong wanted. Having this Bai Hao stuck in Giant Ghost City out of sight and out of mind was much different from having him right in Archemperor City making a big scene. Besides, the former would give him the chance to achieve even greater success eventually. Right now, the political climate in Archemperor City was very unstable, so if Bai Hao managed to consolidate his power, it could make him very difficult to deal with later. Oh, Su Peng said with a smile. I'd love to hear the details. With that, he looked over expectantly. Well, Zhou Hong replied, I haven't thought through all of the specifics yet, but we can't just let him do whatever he wishes around here. His shop is getting really popular, right? My plan is to call over one of the top Grandmaster Necromancers from 9 Serenity City and set up a shop right next to Bai Hao's. When it comes to battle prowess and fighting, Bai Hao is definitely incredible, but I refuse to believe that he's just as good at doing business. If we cut off his source of income, he'll get desperate enough to start making mistakes, and then we'll have the advantage. The truth was that Zhou Hong had already worked out a complicated plan, but didn't want to reveal that fact to Su Peng. He was actually still disgruntled that he couldn't just attack Bai Hao and deal with him directly. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat him in a fight, and therefore had to resort to schemes to get his revenge. Su Peng listened attentively, and in the end, gave an enigmatic smile. He was no fool, and knew that Zhou Hong must have other plans that he wasn't revealing. However, Su Peng still wanted to try to take advantage of the situation for his own benefit, and in any case, there couldn't be any harm in opening a shop. In fact, it might even help out the situation. Finally, Su Peng nodded. That sounds like a good idea, Brother Zhou. In fact, how about I invite a Grandmaster Necromancer from Spirit Advent City? We can both open shops, right in Burrow 89. The two of them laughed heartily, and then went about making the arrangements. Half a month later, Bai Xiaochun was still in the middle of researching the formula for 17-colored flame. Bai Hao was finished with his improvements to the techniques, but still needed to work out some of the particulars. Business kept getting better, and there never ceased to be a line going out the door. It was also during that half a month that the two shops on either side of Bai Xiaochun's changed ownership. After closing briefly for renovations, they both reopened, larger and more luxurious than ever before. In terms of the specific businesses involved, they sold soul medicine and offered spirit enhancement services. Most shocking of all were the names attached to the signs above the shops. One was Sima Tao, the other was Sun Yifan. When those two names were revealed, it caused a big stir in Burrow 89. It only took a short period of time before people were talking, not only about Bai Xiaochun's shop, but about these two newly opened shops. Sima Tao. He's a Grand Elder from the Sima clan in Spirit Advent City, and he's also a celestial necromancer. He's adept at spirit enhancements, and is widely accepted as the #1 spirit enhancer in Spirit Advent City. He's so famous. Everybody says that he's one of the few necromancers who might actually break through into the earthly rank. Sun Yifan is no ordinary individual either. He's a rogue cultivator without a clan, but who earned the favor of the 9 Serenities king. After that, he achieved a meteoric rise to his current rank of celestial necromancer. You know what I heard? Supposedly, he was so grateful to the 9 Serenities king that he agreed to become his high counselor. In terms of his skill in necromancy, it's on par with Sima Tao's. The entire city was shaken by these two names, and despite the incident which had occurred with Chun Xiong, many people began to pay much closer attention to see what would happen. After all, Burrow 89 wasn't in Archemperor City's central district. It was located more toward the fringes of the city. For two grandmasters to suddenly set up shop in a place like that was very telling. They're making a move on Bai Hao. One from 9 Serenity City and one from Spirit Advent City. They're challenging him without making any open moves. I smell a plot. Bai Xiaochun was angered by this new development, which immediately cast him in a bad light. Despite the fact that he could perform a 15-fold spirit enhancement, in terms of both cultivation base and reputation as a spirit enhancer, he could only be considered someone of the junior generation to these two. Almost immediately, business began to shift to the shops operated by the two grandmasters. The sole medicine being sold there was high grade, and every portion was marked with an official seal guaranteeing its level of quality, which also made the medicine something of a collectible. As far as spirit enhancements went, both necromancers had enhanced multiple magical items to the point of a 15-fold enhancements. In fact, Sun Yifun's masterwork was a magical device he had enhanced 16 times for the 9 Serenities King. Bai Xiaochun was stuck right between those two other shops, and it only took 3 days for his business to take a critical hit. Bai Xiaochun was not happy at all. Upon walking out to inspect the two other shops, he found that they were indeed larger than his. When you added in how their work was guaranteed by means of a seal, it really made his own shop seem too simplistic. What's the meaning of this? Can't beat me in a fight, so now they're going to try to put me out of business? Both of the other two shops were completely bustling, and although his shop wasn't completely empty, it was nothing like it was before. 9 Serenities City. That must be Zhouhong. And Spirit Advent City. I didn't take any life force from Sushan. Why would she have it out for me? Quite a few people noticed that Bai Xiaochun had walked out onto the street to look at the other shops. Even Sima Tao and Sun Yifan noticed, but seemed to view him as little more than business competition, and didn't pay him much heed. As far as they were concerned, Bai Xiaochun might have impressive battle prowess, and even have a nascent soul cultivation base, but in terms of spirit enhancement and necromancy, he couldn't compare to them. They had spent the majority of their lives immersed in necromancy, and had vast amounts of experience. There was no way that some up-and-coming brat could even come close to their abilities. After sizing up the situation, Bai Xiaochun stalked angrily back into his shop. Although he hadn't originally cared too much about this spirit enhancement shop of his, considering that his future cultivation was tied to multicolored flame, and he needed to do a lot of research, it meant that he had a greater need for vengeful souls than ever. In fact, the number involved was difficult to even process mentally. He couldn't go back to Giant Ghost City, and there was no way to shake down any clans. Mistress Red Dust wouldn't be of any help at all. That meant that the only other possible way to get souls was to beat people in fights, which was far too dangerous as far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned. Without souls, he couldn't conjure flame, and without multicolored flame, he couldn't increase his cultivation base. Without a higher cultivation base, he would never be able to get out of the wildlands. That, coupled with all the pressure from Mistress Red Dust, had him feeling very anxious. He was alone, with no clan to back him up, and without any stipend of souls from the Giant Ghost King. If he wanted to conjure flame and improve his cultivation base, then he had to rely on vengeful souls. His hope had come to rest in his shop, and he had originally assumed it would be able to support him to the point where he could increase his cultivation base and leave the wildlands. But now that these two new shops had opened up, Bai Xiaochun's plan was completely wrecked. Besides, if things kept going on the way they were, the other chosen in the city would surely get involved. If things got to the point where he had no business at all, then he would be in very serious trouble and might even get killed. No, I have to think of a way. Back in his shop, he sat there thinking, a frown on his face as all sorts of ideas ran through his head. However, no matter what ideas he came up with, they had flaws that he couldn't deal with considering how weak he was overall. Off to the side, Bai Hao looked at his master, and then at the people outside going mostly to the other two shops. After a moment, he said, "Master, I have 2 plans that can resolve the situation." "Huh?" Bai Xiaochun said, a bit taken aback. 2 plans. In the short time he had been together with Bai Hao, he had already come to see that he was extremely talented, so much so that he qualified to shake all of the wildlands. Without Bai Hao, Bai Xiaochun would have faced nearly insurmountable difficulties when it came to flame conjuring. However, it wasn't just Bai Hao's skill in flame conjuring that was impressive. Although Bai Xiaochun definitely had something to do with the success of the shop, much of it had to do with how Bai Hao handled everyday business. Overall, Bai Xiaochun was very pleased by the arrangement. However, he had noticed a weakness in his apprentice. Bai Hao always thought of things in a very limited way. He simply didn't match up to Bai Xiaochun, who thought grand thoughts and carried out dashing plans. Looking very serious, Bai Hao lowered his voice and said, "Master, these two plans of mine are currently in the early stages of planning. If you want more details, I'll need to put a bit more thought into them and work everything out. Or I can come up with some other ideas." Bai Xiaochun waved his hand dismissively and said, "No, that's fine. Tell me your ideas." Then he looked at his apprentice with eager anticipation. Looking thoughtful, Bai Hao continued, "Master, Sun Yifan from 9 Serenity City and Sima Tao from Spirit Advent City are both celestial necromancers. One of them is a high counselor to a king, and the other comes from an aristocratic necromancer clan. On the surface, it seems like they're cooperating, but the truth is, as Grandmaster necromancers, they're both very arrogant. There's no way that they truly get along." The truth was that Bai Hao really had put a lot of thought into the situation, and was not just shooting his mouth, he was providing a fairly accurate analysis. Because of that, it doesn't really matter who is behind the scenes organizing all this. All we have to do is make it so that these two grandmasters stop following orders, which should be possible as long as they aren't acting directly on behalf of their respective kings. You see, both of them view their reputation as being all-important. Although they are currently holding back, the two of them definitely are interested in outdoing the other. We just need to throw some fuel on the fire, and the two of them will start squabbling with each other. Bai Hao's eyes glittered, and his tone grew more sinister. "Master, all you have to do is make that happen. Then suck it up a bit and get on the good side of one of them by acknowledging him as superior. Not only would that improve your own reputation, you also could use it as an attack on the other. In terms of all the complicated things that need to happen behind the scenes, I can handle that. By following this plan, it will only take a short period of time to achieve the first measure of success." With that, Bai Hao stopped talking and looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times as he considered the matter. Pretending to bow his head to one of the two newcomers was something he could accept. However, even as he pondered Bai Hao's words, his own thoughts brought him back to a situation which had occurred when he first got to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Bai Hao could tell that his master suddenly seemed a bit distracted. Feeling a bit hesitant, he continued with his second plan. "There's another plan I came up with," he explained. "This one is a bit more direct and also a bit more high profile. It will probably lead to more situations that have to be dealt with. You could participate in a competition with Sun Yifan and Sima Tao regarding necromancy and spirit enhancement, and then crush them. Could lead to other problems. However, if we manage to get them to challenge you, Master, then as the accused party you could strike back with impunity." Afterward, Bai Xiaochun remained silent and thoughtful for a bit. Then his eyes glittered, and he suddenly looked very excited. "Ha ha ha! Well done, apprentice. Those two plans are excellent. However, I actually have a better way to deal with the situation." Bai Hao's eyes widened. "Master!" His heart began to pound when he thought about how Bai Xiaochun had handled matters in the past. For some reason, he was already getting a bad feeling about the situation. "Fear not, my apprentice. Master has a lot of experience handling situations like this. Just watch and learn." With that, Bai Xiaochun rose to his feet, looking very excited and confident. To him, the sky already looked bluer than it had before. The truth was that if Bai Xiaochun hadn't mentioned having experience, then Bai Hao would actually have felt a lot better. But now, he got a very sinking feeling about what was to come. At that point, Bai Xiaochun produced a transmission jade slip from his bag of holding. "HMMPH, I don't care if this is business warfare. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Back in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, Lord Bai was unparalleled under heaven. "When it comes to fighting wars without landing blows, nobody can beat me." Feeling quite proud, he quickly sent a message to Zhou Yixing back in Giant Ghost City. The task he had in mind for him was something that Zhou Yixing would easily be able to handle. Furthermore, considering that Zhou Yixing still had the restrictive spell in him, his life and death could be controlled by a single thought from Bai Xiaochun. He hadn't contacted Zhou Yixing since coming to Archemperor City, the reason being the death of Li Feng. Obviously, Bai Xiaochun had heard of the incident which had occurred during the battle with the savage tribe. He had immediately begun to suspect the significance of the event, and had eventually come to realize what it meant about Zhou Yixing. It had put Bai Xiaochun on guard, and he had decided to leave Zhou Yixing to his own designs for a short time before deciding what to do with him. Zhou Yixing was currently in a mansion he owned in Giant Ghost City, looking very gloomy. Things had gone well for him after Bai Xiaochun's departure, and everyone had treated him respectfully. But as time went on, relations with the powerful groups in the city had cooled, and were not like they had been in the past. Not all of them were distancing themselves, and Zhou Yixing still had his ways to assert his power. However, he was feeling very conflicted about being left behind in Giant Ghost City. He wanted to be with Bai Xiaochun in Archemperor City, and yet Bai Xiaochun had apparently gotten too busy to think about him. Could it be that I really made the wrong choice? That was a question he asked himself more and more often nowadays. However, there was nothing he could do but stick to his guns and wait to see what happened. If enough time passed and Bai Xiaochun didn't contact him, then he could always take the initiative to send a message. Even as he sat pondering these issues, the transmission jade slip in his bag of holding suddenly vibrated. After pulling it out anxiously, a stream of divine sense entered his mind, and he heard Bai Xiaochun's voice. Zhou Yixing, come to Archemperor City. Heart bursting with excitement, he didn't delay for even a moment. After making all the necessary arrangements, he headed toward the teleportation portal. Before long, he was in Archemperor City. It was his first time in the place, and he was immediately awed by its grandeur. It took a long moment for him to calm down and then find the inn that Bai Xiaochun had instructed him to stay at. That evening, Bai Xiaochun slipped into the inn unnoticed and found Zhou Yixing. "My lord," Zhou Yixing said, shooting to his feet, clasping hands, and bowing deeply. Although he was very excited, he kept it out of his voice and facial expression. Instead, he put a serious expression onto his face that said he would climb mountains of daggers and swim through seas of flames if Bai Xiaochun asked him to. Bai Xiaochun handed a bag of holding to Zhou Yixing, and then lowered his voice and said, "Take these vengeful souls and other resources. Go to the shops run by Sima Tao and Sun Yifan, and buy as many of the high-grade soul medicines they have that are marked with their seals." Zhou Yixing immediately bowed his head in agreement, a very serious expression on his face. Although he had just arrived in Archemperor City, he had been receiving some reports about Bai Xiaochun's activities, and was generally aware of the situation. As such, he immediately understood what Bai Xiaochun was talking about. "Don't worry, my lord," he said with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. "I'll handle it all immediately." A smile appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face. He offered a few more words of encouragement, and then gave the formula for 13-colored flame to Zhou Yixing, along with some advice on how to use it. Bai Xiaochun had done similar things back in Giant Ghost City, the result being that Zhou Yixing was already a terrestrial necromancer skilled with 12-colored flame. Combined with the special advice Bai Xiaochun had given, this formula was essentially the most precious of treasures to Zhou Yixing, whose heart swelled with gratitude. Although the advice from Bai Xiaochun couldn't match up to personal experience, it would at least make things easier. More important was that it indicated to Zhou Yixing how Bai Xiaochun felt about him. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun also promised him that as soon as he mastered 13-colored flame, he would give him the formula for 14-colored flame, along with some personal advice. At that point, Zhou Yixing felt more certain than ever that he had made the right decision. After making the arrangements with Zhou Yixing, Bai Xiaochun stopped worrying about the two new shops. Instead, he hurried back to his own shop, exhilarated and in very high spirits. "After this, those two old fogies won't be underestimating me. The more experience you have in life, the sharper you get. Take me for example. After everything that happened between me and that Wachmakalit society back in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, how could I not think of using this method? Simple but effective. I'll just do the same thing." Bai Xiaochun had never forgotten what the malevolent Celestial Sky Society did with his ultra-fasting aid pill. The way they took that special pill which he had used to replace spirit food, and completely ruined it, had caused him to slip into a deep depression. Since these two necromancers have come looking to cause problems for me, then they can't blame me for being vicious and merciless in return. With that, he settled down cross-legged to meditate. As he did, the light spilling in through the door cast him in stark shadow, making him look completely ambitious and ruthless. The next day, Zhou Yixing went to work with the vengeful souls Bai Xiaochun had given him. Of course, he didn't do it himself. He hired people to go to the shops operated by Sima Tao and Sun Yifan, disguised as ordinary patrons, to purchase plenty of high-grade soul medicine. High-grade soul medicine was expensive stuff, but Bai Xiaochun was clearly determined to come out on top. For the following several days, Zhou Yixing did the same thing, using different agents every time. Eventually, half a month went by, and he had quite a large collection of high-grade soul medicine. Each and every portion was marked with the seal of either Sima Tao or Sun Yifan. Just having those marks on the soul medicine made it more expensive than before. There were also some portions of mid-grade soul medicine that were marked with the Grandmaster's seals. Zhou Yixing bought all of them. A few more days went by, and finally, he ran out of the vengeful souls that Bai Xiaochun had given him. At that point, he made contact with Bai Xiaochun. Late in the night, they met again in the same inn. Without even a moment of hesitation, Bai Xiaochun gave Zhou Yixing enough vengeful souls to buy an entire second collection of soul medicine, and then took the first collection away. The next day, Zhou Yixing went to work again. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was back in his shop, hustling about as he prepared to get to work. Off to the side, Bai Hao watched and soon had a fairly good idea of what exactly the plan was. Obviously, Master is buying up the competition's soul medicine and then tampering with it. Afterward, he'll secretly distribute it, and when people start having problems, they'll blame Sima Tao and Sun Yifan. It's a simple plan and matchlessly vicious. However, that soul medicine was well made and won't be easy to tamper with. If people pick up on any of the clues, we could be shooting ourselves in the foot. After a bit of hesitation, Bai Hao voiced his concerns to Bai Xiaochun. Don't worry, my apprentice. Master knows what to do. This will work perfectly. Sticking his chin up proudly, he went into the back room and pulled out all of the soul medicine Zhou Yixing had purchased. After examining it closely, he had to admit that these two necromancers deserved their reputation. The medicine all abounded with soul power. Well, I don't have any other options. You were the ones who provoked me. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and a strange glint appeared in his eyes. He had reached a critical stage in the operation. He knew that if he tampered with the medicine and people realized it, then it would be exactly as Bai Hao had reasoned. However, Bai Xiaochun was confident, and it all went back to what had occurred back when he first arrived in the wildlands and worked with soul medicine. Back then, he had tried to treat soul medicine like medicinal pills, and combine wildlands necromancy and the apothecary techniques from the Heavenspan River region to create a shocking type of soul pill. However, despite racking his brains and performing all sorts of tests, he realized that his idea was nothing more than wishful thinking. It was fundamentally impossible to combine the two different branches of study. However, he hadn't come off completely empty-handed. He had discovered a way to insert toxic elements into soul medicine in a way that was completely undetectable. After all, because the two branches of study were completely different, it would be impossible for anybody unfamiliar with the apothecary arts to detect the foreign substance. The only person who might notice would be someone who was both a Grandmaster Necromancer and a Grandmaster Apothecary. In the wildlands, necromancers were numerous, but apothecaries were essentially non-existent. The reason for that was that the plants and vegetation in the wildlands were not suitable for use in medicines. It was for a similar reason that spirit-enhanced magical devices were much more rare in the Heavenspan River region. I never thought that my previous failure would actually turn out to be a powerful tool. Eyes flickering thoughtfully, he further pondered the idea of imbuing the soul medicine with toxic gas, and at the same time, doing so in a way that would not be lethal. After all, Bai Xiaochun was not the type who would rise to success by trampling upon mountains of innocent corpses. Aphrodisiac pill? No, that pill is too cruel. Fantasy pill? No, that won't work either. It got too famous. If the same effects show up here, people might think of my true identity. Besides, if the situation blew up, it would be difficult to get under control. After deliberating for a bit more time, his eyes began to shine. That green smoke from the bloodstream sect that gave people diarrhea would be perfect. Besides, if the situation blows up, there would be plenty of ways to get it back under control. Pursing his lips to suppress his laughter, he thought back to the green smoke which had resulted when he tried to concoct the Misty Spirit incense on Middle Peak in the bloodstream sect. Misty Spirit incense, a Tier 4 spirit medicine. I could concoct something like that with my eyes closed. He immediately began to rifle through his bag of holding. Although he didn't have very many types of plants and vegetation, as a Grandmaster Apothecary, he had plenty of ways to alter medicine formulas. As a result, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get the result he wanted. After a bit more thought, he used the powers of his mask to shield himself from the outside, then pulled out a pill furnace and set it down in front of him. It's been a long time since I did any pill concocting. After taking a moment to settle his chi and clear his mind, he set to work concocting some pills, and then began to take the green toxic gas that resulted and imbue it into the soul medicine. The night passed uneventfully, and when he walked out of the room the following morning at dawn, Bai Hao could see that, despite his exhaustion, he was very excited. In fact, he was even laughing loudly. "You want to fight me, Zhou Hong? There's nothing that Lord Bai hasn't experienced in life." Thankfully, he had plenty of restrictive spells set up, ensuring that his voice didn't go outside of the shop. Worried about the situation, Bai Hao hurried over and was about to say something when Bai Xiaochun held out a portion of soul medicine. "Here, my apprentice," he said proudly. "Use every trick you know to study this portion of soul medicine and see if there's anything wrong with it." A serious look appeared in Bai Hao's eyes as he looked at the high-grade soul medicine. However, after studying it for a long moment, he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. He even performed an incantation gesture and waved his finger, studying the soul medicine in every way he could think of. In the end, he had to admit that it looked like nothing more than an ordinary portion of soul medicine. Look up quizzically at Bai Xiaochun, he said, "Master, did you really tamper with this soul medicine? Or did you take out the wrong one?" Bai Hao was both a ghost cultivator who existed as a soul body, and also a genius when it came to flame conjuring. If he couldn't identify something unusual about the soul medicine, then it would be hard to find someone else in the wildlands who could. At first, Bai Xiaochun was worried that he had pulled out the wrong soul medicine, but after looking it over, he laughed heartily and said, "That's the right one. Within 1 month, those 2 shops' names will be ruined." When he thought back to his own miserable defeat at the hands of the Celestial Sky Society way back when, he knew that he was pulling a vicious and dirty trick. However, his opponents had really forced him into a corner. "When I make a move, I frighten even myself." Rushing out of the shop, he contacted Zhou Yixing to set up another meeting. After handing over all of the tampered soul medicine, he gave some warnings and instructions that Zhou Yixing accepted without question. Afterward, Bai Xiaochun left in a wonderful mood. Zhou Yixing was definitely a skilled follower. He had only been in Archemperor City for a short time, but had plenty of men and resources at his disposal back in Giant Ghost City. Therefore, it was relatively easy for him to make certain connections in his new home. Almost immediately, he began to arrange for dealers to distribute the soul medicine. This soul medicine was high-grade and had the marks of grandmasters on them. Furthermore, no amount of inspection would reveal any flaw in them. Considering that they were being offered at a discounted price, it made them easy to sell. In fact, were it not for the fact that Bai Xiaochun had expressly forbidden it, it would have been possible to sell the entire batch of soul medicine in one go. It only took about a day to get the high-grade soul medicine distributed within Archemperor City. Not too long after that, the second batch that Zhou Yixing had purchased was finished, and also began to filter out into the city. More and more soul cultivators were getting their hands on it. Of course, Zhou Yixing made sure that most of it went to soul cultivators from Burrow 89 and the surrounding boroughs. Before long, a third batch was being sold, then a fourth and a fifth. During the half-month that passed, more and more cultivators acquired such medicine. And then, gradually, very strange things began to happen. The first incident occurred at Little Wolf God's house. Little Wolf God himself sat stock still and completely expressionless on a balcony. watching two soul cultivators dueling in the courtyard below. Whoever prevailed in the duel would win Little Wolf God's favor, and would be able to join him as a follower. To Little Wolf God, it wasn't a very important matter, but to the two cultivators involved in the duel, it was quite the opposite. That was especially true of the weaker of the two opponents, who was a middle-aged man named Zhou Qinwu. In fact, the duel was so important to him that he had bought a portion of high-grade soul medicine and consumed it right before the fighting started. That had pushed him to much higher levels of power. The duel had been going on for some time when, all of a sudden, that Zhou Qinwu's face suddenly flickered. Then he fell back, a look of complete incredulity on his face. He looked like he was about to say something, but before he could, his opponent moved in for the kill. "Hold on, Li Linsen." His opponent completely ignored him, unleashing a magical technique before Zhou Qinwu could even finish speaking. Zhou Qinwu anxiously dodged to the side, but that motion apparently put pressure on his abdomen. And as he moved away, a shocking sound echoed out. In addition to the amazingly loud sound, Zhou Qinwu's pants suddenly expanded outward as if they were being filled with air or gas. Moments later, the most noxious of odors imaginable began to spread out in the area. Zhou Qinwu's opponent Li Linsen was nearest, and was immediately blasted by the odor. Li Linsen had a core formation cultivation base, and would generally not be affected by toxic gases. However, this odor was so strong that his face fell, and he immediately felt sick to his stomach. Everyone watching the duel was stunned, and Little Wolf God, who had closed his eyes moments before, suddenly opened them and looked over in shock. What was that sound? This can't be right. Cultivators of our level don't eat food. Unless, maybe Zhou Qinwu is using some kind of special divine ability? Most of the audience was simply looking on in wide-eyed shock. As for Li Linsen, he had to suppress the urge to vomit as he angrily said, "What are you doing, Zhou Qinwu?" Face scarlet, Zhou Qinwu replied, "Let's end things for today, fellow Taoist Li. We can reschedule the duel for another day." Inside, he was nearly going crazy, completely unsure of what was happening. He turned to leave, howling miserably in his heart. He could feel his abdomen churning, and could even hear loud gurgling noises coming from the same area. Noises that were completely embarrassing. What's going on? What's happening? Even as Zhou Qinwu turned to leave, Li Linsen in his humiliation let out a shout and prepared to attack again. At this point, Zhou Qinwu's back was to him. "Stay away," Zhou Qinwu shouted urgently. "I can't hold it in." But he was too late. Li Linsen closed in and hit him on the back. At that point, Zhou Qinwu truly couldn't hold on any longer, and a thunderous page rang out, followed by a burst of some gaseous substance. Before Li Linsen could do anything, the gas blasted into him. The noxious nature of the odor was even more intense than the last time, and Li Linsen was even closer. A scream erupted from his mouth, and he tumbled backward miserably. "You're pushing things too far, Zhou Qinwu." Face burning red, Zhou Qinwu fled. As he went along, the pH sounds continued to echo out, and left behind clouds of gas the entire way. It was only after he was gone that the soul cultivators back in Little Wolf God's home finally got around to reacting. When the noxious gas reached them, they immediately devolved into a hubbub. Was that a fart? Zhou Qinwu must have done it on purpose. Chaos ensued, and Little Wolf God was immediately enraged. And that was only the first incident. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, there was a second incident somewhere else in Archemperor City. Then a third, and a fourth. The fourth incident was particularly shocking. In one bustling market in Borough 87, a beautiful female cultivator was surrounded by a cluster of male cultivators. The entire group was chatting merrily when, without any warning, the woman's face fell, and a loud sound escaped into the open. The male cultivators all gaped in shock, and some blurted, "What was that sound?" Then, an indescribably noxious odor caused all of their faces to flicker. As for the female cultivator, she simply couldn't stop more thunderous sounds from exploding out. It sounded like a booming drum originating directly from the female cultivator. Eyes went wide and numerous jaws dropped. As for the female cultivator, she began to scream and tried to prevent what was happening, but was completely incapable. PHHHHHRT. 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 Clouds of foul, noxious gas spread out in all directions into the crowded marketplace, causing numerous shouts of alarm to rise into the air. Panic ensued as people scrambled to escape. Such scenes played out not only in Borough 87, but also in Borough 88, Borough 86, and Borough 85. And even more incidents occurred in Borough 89. Chaos spread as the PHHHRT sounds and the foul gas began to fill the city. Anyone who encountered that odor felt as if they were being infected. Before long, clouds of gas covered large areas of the city, and yet, the most unimaginable aspect of the disaster was yet to come. Soon, the soul cultivators with the upset stomachs found that after expelling the gas, they started having diarrhea. The lucky ones were struck by the diarrhea when they were alone. Unfortunately, many were out in the open. Soon, agonized shrieks of madness began to fill all of the areas near Borough 89. What exactly is going on here? This isn't a sneak attack, is it? It doesn't seem like it is. Who did this? Who's behind it? I'm gonna kill him. Miserable screams and roars of rage filled Arch-Emperor City. Bai Xiaochun soon heard about what was happening, and even saw a soul cultivator outside of his shop unleashing an overwhelming stench onto the street. As the foul gas spread out, people scrambled to avoid it. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and Bai Hao looked completely taken aback. Something's wrong, Bai Xiaochun muttered. That smoke I added was supposed to cause diarrhea. Why is everyone farting? Nervous, he backed away from the gas, worried he might be infected. Then, his eyes went wide as he saw a second soul cultivator emitting PHHRT sounds. Before long, a third could be seen and then a fourth. In the time it takes an incense stick to burn, 8 people on the street near his shop were all struck and were sending foul gas out in all directions. Cries of alarm rang out as the passers-by fell into pandemonium. His next-door neighbors Sima Tao and son Yifan also looked on in shock, and quickly ascertained that the gas would be impossible to dispel. Both necromancers were very unsettled. Suddenly feeling very nervous, Bai Hao looked out at the crazed populace, then turned to Bai Xiaochun and said, "Moss Master, I'm pretty sure all of those people had high-grade soul medicine in their hands. Could it be that—" "Keep your voice down," Bai Xiaochun interrupted. Rushing forward, he slammed the door shut. "Don't tell me that I've gotten rusty at concocting medicine? It was supposed to be diarrhea. Why is everybody farting? That odor is almost unbelievably noxious." Shaking his head gloomily, he thought back to all of the various accidents that had occurred back when he was into medicine concocting. I really didn't do it on purpose this time. Who would ever have thought that things would turn out so crazy? Heart pounding, he looked out through the door crack at the gas filling the street, and the fleeing soul cultivators. Some of them weren't able to take the stench, and began to pass out. When Bai Xiaochun saw that, his fear mounted. Trembling, he murmured, "That stench is so powerful. It affects everybody, regardless of their cultivation base." The cataclysmic nature of the event was thanks in large part due to how well Zhou Yixing had gone about distributing all of the soul medicine. He had hired a lot of people to help, and had sold the medicine just as Bai Xiaochun had indicated, focusing mostly on the area around Borough 89. After all, if the effects were too scattered, they couldn't be considered a true catastrophe. Borough 89 and the surrounding areas were very densely populated. Therefore, as the various patches of foul gas spread and combined, they slowly became something like a dark fog that gripped the entire area in its clutches. It all came as a complete shock to Zhou Yixing. However, he had followed the plan which had been set in place, dismissing all of the people he had hired, and then changing his disguise and going into hiding. However, he didn't forget the final step of the plan. Even as he lay in hiding, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a portion of high-grade soul medicine that had been tampered with, then consumed it. Before long, He also became a source of loud phhhhhhrt noises. Face ashen, he began to shout in a gruff voice. Damn this high-grade soul medicine. The symptoms only appeared after I consumed this medicine. Damn it. It even had the mark of Sima Tao on it. Other soul cultivators in the area heard him. They had already been gripped by rage, but after hearing Zhou Yixing's words, they initially hesitated, but then came to the realization that they had also consumed such soul medicine. Immediately, angered shouts began to sing out. It's the high-grade soul medicine. I consumed a portion that had the mark of Sun Yifan on it. That's when all of this started happening. It's his fault. That's right. I had some of that high-grade soul medicine too. The kind with Sima Tao's mark on it. He's in on it too. More and more such accusations began to fly, and the howls of rage and humiliation began to reach a fever pitch. At first, people began to search for the dealers who had sold them the high-grade soul medicine, but Zhou Yixing had long since ensured that they couldn't be found. Naturally, the attention of the victims quickly became focused on Sima Tao and Sun Yifan. Let's find Sima Tao. He's the one that concocted this soul medicine, and it was obviously defective. He's trying to get famous at the expense of the common people. Don't forget Sun Yifan. It was his soul medicine that I ate. He's a grandmaster. How dare he try to run a scam on us? Find them. It didn't take long before a huge mob was pouring through the streets of Borough 89. Soon, they were on the very street where Bai Xiaochun's shop was located, a river of countless soul cultivators, only a small portion of which were people who had actually consumed the soul medicine. The rest had only been affected secondhand. Righteous indignation burned within the crowd as they rushed toward the shops owned by Sima Tao and Sun Yifan. Borough 89 was in complete chaos. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was the one truly responsible for all of this, and the sight of what was happening had him trembling in fear. Furthermore, he knew that it would not be easy to sate the anger of this crowd. After all, he had personally experienced many situations just like this in which the crowd had been after him. You people forced me to do this, he muttered nervously. I really had no choice. As he crouched there in his shop, he would occasionally open and close the door to fan the gas away. Bai Hao watched everything happening, sighing and musing that this unreliable master of his really did have a knack for making people feel helpless. In fact, Bai Hao almost couldn't believe that he was really a nascent soul expert. And yet, somehow that made Bai Xiaochun seem more down-to-earth to him, instead of some lofty and unreachable person. Bai Hao smiled wryly at the realization that it actually made him feel closer to his master. As Bai Hao sighed, Bai Xiaochun nervously peeked outside to see how events played out. The enraged shouting seemed to be peaking. The foul gas made it difficult to see, but people were already relying on divine abilities and magical techniques to try to drive it away. As the mob grew larger, Bai Xiaochun was able to detect with his divine sense that people had burst into the two shops on either side of him. Instantly, cursing and shouting could be heard inside. What are you people doing? What are we doing? More like, what did you do? This soul medicine has your mark on it? Doesn't it Sima Tao? I'm gonna kill you. Sun Yifan, stay your hand. Listen to me. That soul medicine doesn't have anything to do with me. Booms and crashes could be heard, and Bai Xiaochun's divine sense clearly revealed to him that the two shops on either side of him were a scene of utter chaos. People were completely trashing both shops, and both signs had already been torn down and ripped to pieces. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times. Although things seemed to be going well, the anxiety in his heart continued to mount. Even as he started pondering how to defuse the situation, his divine sense revealed to him that certain people from the crowd were now rushing in the direction of his shop. Not good. They must know I'm responsible. That was his initial thought, but he quickly realized that it couldn't be the case. No. There's no way they could know that. A boom rang out as the door to his shop was blown to bits, whereupon a large group of soul cultivators stormed in. Standing tall and straight, he glared at the soul cultivators and shouted out in a thunderous voice, "What do you people think you're doing? I'm not Sun Yifan, and I'm not Sima Tao either. This shop belongs to me, Bai Hao. This is the #1 spirit enhancement shop under heaven. He even unleashed some of the power of his cultivation base, causing incredible pressure to weigh down in his shop. The soul cultivators froze in place, and their faces fell. They immediately began to apologize, then rushed back out. The truth was that it wasn't a case of mistakenly identifying the wrong shop. They had hoped to take advantage of the riot outside to do some looting. After all, in addition to the victims, there were also many unscrupulous individuals in the mob. Bai Xiaochun's shop wasn't the only one to be targeted. Others in the area also fell victim. When Bai Xiaochun realized what was happening, his anxiety mounted. However, despite the fact that he had caused the foul gas to appear, he couldn't control it. In that moment of crisis, Bai Hao's eyes lit up, and he leaned over and whispered, "Master, I have a plan." Bai Hao quickly explained his idea. Having no time to think about it at length, Bai Xiaochun nodded and then rushed out the front door. Looking around at the countless people milling about in the foul gas, at the ruins that were the two adjacent shops, and at all the other shops in the area, from within which echoed the sounds of yelling and fighting, he unleashed the power of his cultivation base. Then he blurred into motion, appearing in front of one of the nearby shops. Backing his voice with all of the power he was capable of, he bellowed, "Stop, all of you!" He even drew upon some of the energy of the undying emperor's fist to cause his voice to boom out in a way that seemed highly threatening. At the same time, he waved his hand, causing all of the rioters inside to fly out into the street. Facing the employees that remained, he said, "Come with me immediately. Let's put an end to this chaos." Of course, everyone in the affected shop was furious at how they were being unfairly dragged into such a bad situation. Having been saved from the rioters, they were profoundly grateful, and immediately joined Bai Xiaochun with the intention of helping calm the situation down. Before long, Bai Xiaochun and his group appeared in front of a second shop, where they quickly quelled the chaos. Then they moved on to a third shop. More and more soul cultivators joined him. Furthermore, he acted with utmost heroism and bravery, taking the initiative to attack the rioters. Before long, all of the shops in the area were banded together under his leadership and were restoring order. Stay your hand. If you have an issue, explain yourself calmly. Anyone resorting to violence will be executed according to the law. This is Arch-Emperor City. Don't even think of staging a revolt. Under Bai Xiaochun's leadership, the shops suppressed most of the chaos. Soon, they had about as many people on the streets as the angriest of the soul cultivators in the mob. That, coupled with the fact that Bai Xiaochun himself was so powerful, and that they also occupied the high ground in terms of the law, ensured that the rest of the soul cultivators gradually calmed down. As a result, everyone from the local shops looked to Bai Xiaochun with eyes that shone with gratitude. Although many of them had felt ill will toward him in the past, as of now, his actions in this moment of crisis led them to feel much respect toward him. Although the chaos had been brought under control, there was no way that the angered soul cultivators would simply disperse. Their gazes flitted back and forth between Bai Xiaochun and the ruined shops of Sima Tao and Sun Yifan. Clearly, if Bai Xiaochun hadn't been there to interfere, the mob would still be attacking those two shops. Despite feeling nervous and a bit guilty, Bai Xiaochun shouted, "Listen to me, everyone. I, Bai Hao, guarantee that I will get you the explanation you deserve. Fellow Taoist Bai, we are not at fault today. It's them. Sima Tao and Sun Yifan. That's right. Those two shameless fellows sold us counterfeit soul medicine. The embarrassment we have endured today must be avenged. It's good that you're here, fellow Taoist Bai. We'll follow your lead as you resolve this issue." The soul cultivators all knew that although the riot hadn't affected a very large area, this was Arch-Emperor City, and if things went on for too long, the city guard would definitely arrive at some point. Although they were all furious at Sima Tao and Sun Yifan, they gritted their teeth and forced themselves to remain calm. Some of them even wondered why the city guard hadn't arrived already. After all, every borough was overseen by a contingent of city guards, who were responsible for keeping the peace. However, not a single city guard was visible. "Don't worry, everyone. I, Bai Hao, as well as the other fellow Taoists at my side, will ensure that you get your explanation," He even thumped his chest in emphasis. The other shop owners and employees who were with him acted similarly. Seeing that the crowd had calmed down, left by Xiaochun feeling quite relieved. He had worried that things had gone overboard, and that it would result in misfortune. But now, he was the one the crowd expected to render judgment, something he found to be outrageously ironic. With that, he called out, "Fellow Taoist Sima, fellow Taoist Sun, please come out for a chat." In response, Sima Tao and Sun Yifan emerged from the rubble of their shops, unsightly expressions on their faces. Although they both had profound cultivation bases, there had simply been too many enraged and maddened soul cultivators to deal with. Before either of them had even been able to react, their shops were destroyed. Therefore, not only were both of them angry, but they also cast piercing glances at Bai Xiaochun. "Bai Hao," Sima Tao said, "the soul medicine they're talking about has clearly been tampered with. Give me even one portion, and I'll bring the truth to light." "As for who the true culprit is," Sun Yifan said coldly, "we'll figure out soon enough, and announce it for everyone to hear." These two necromancers had been brought there to put Bai Hao in check. Therefore, this turn of events left them feeling very unsettled. At the same time, they couldn't help but harbor some suspicion that Bai Xiaochun was actually the one behind it all. And yet, if that was true, they still couldn't imagine how he had managed to alter the soul medicine in the way he had. However he had tampered with it, there was no way he could have done it without leaving evidence. They were both sure that they could find the clues. After exchanging a glance, they both confirmed their mutual intention to drag things out until Zhou Hong arrived. In fact, they had both contacted Zhou Hong as soon as the incident began. He was the reason the city guard hadn't appeared. Considering how things had gotten out of hand so quickly, he didn't want to get implicated. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, mostly in admiration of his apprentice's intellect. After all, everything he was doing right now was according to Bai Hao's plan. In the heat of the moment, he had been given no other choice than to go with that plan, and now that he was seeing the results, it caused his eyes to shine. He had quickly gone from being in the passive position to being completely in charge of the situation. Furthermore, he was now in a position to decide the fate of the reputations of Sima Tao and Sun Yifan, all with a single word. Having reached this point in his train of thought, his heart began to pound with excitement. However, he kept a very somber expression on his face. "Fellow Taoists, the two of you are necromancers, and therefore, I believe you. There's no way that soul medicine concocted by necromancers such as you two would cause such outrageous side effects." Sima Tao and Sun Yifan were clearly shocked by how firmly Bai Xiaochun seemed to be standing by their side, and both of them immediately felt as if something fishy were going on. The other soul cultivators in the area began to stir, and even shout out angrily. "What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist Bai? You believe them? What, you think we're stirring up trouble for no reason?" Bai Xiaochun immediately waved his hand to interrupt the shouts of the crowd. "I also believe the rest of you," he said loudly. "You wouldn't have come here for no reason at all. Please allow me to tell you how I truly feel. Although I know how things ended up, I don't know why they happened. All of you say that you consumed soul medicine concocted by these two grandmasters, which was what led to the various incidents. Does anyone have one of those portions of soul medicine that I could examine?" His words seemed to pacify the crowd for the moment. Then, a middle-aged cultivator snorted coldly and tossed out a portion of high-grade soul medicine. Bai Xiaochun caught it in his hand and then peered down to examine it. After a moment passed, he frowned and looked up at Sima Tao and Sun Yifan. "Fellow Taoists, the two of you definitely outrank me in terms of necromancy. Pray forgive my ignorance, but I really can't see any signs of tampering." With that, he handed the soul medicine over to Sima Tao. Snorting coldly in his heart, Sima Tao took the soul medicine. He had heard earlier that the cause of the disaster was his own soul medicine, but hadn't been able to get his hands on one of the offending portions. After taking it, his eyes shone as he began to examine it closely. However, as the moments ticked by, his eyes widened, and his heart began to pound. He even performed an incantation gesture, drawing upon the power of his cultivation base to perform a very thorough investigation. After all of that, though, he was unable to identify any problem areas. Soon, beads of sweat began to pop out on his forehead. Furthermore, he could tell that this soul medicine really was the work of his own hand. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't find any traces of tampering. Slowly, he began to pant, and his heart began to quiver with a sensation of profound foreboding. Sima Tao's behavior was also getting Sun Yifan nervous. In the end, he grabbed the soul medicine and used his own methods to examine it. Soon, his face turned just as ashen as Sima Tao's, and a look of incredulity could be seen in his eyes. Impossible, Sun Yifan thought. This soul medicine really was concocted by Sima Tao, but I don't see anything wrong with it. There's plenty of soul power inside, and it seems completely stable. Don't tell me that this is just an ordinary portion of soul medicine, and they're intentionally using it to try to fool us. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Sun Yifan prepared to speak, and yet was beaten to the punch by Xiaochun. Fellow Taoists, I wasn't able to find anything wrong with that portion of soul medicine, nor find any traces that it's counterfeit. In fact, I suspect that it is just an ordinary portion of medicine. I think we need to perform a test. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Yifan chimed in. That's right. This medicine is definitely not counterfeit. Sima Tao's eyes glittered. He refused to believe that a portion of soul medicine that he had concocted could be tampered with without him being able to tell. The only person who could possibly do something like that would be an earthly necromancer. And yet, if an earthly necromancer really wanted to cause problems for him, he wouldn't need to do it in such a complicated way. An earthly necromancer could have him expelled from Archemperor City with a single word. With such thoughts on his mind, he looked at the soul medicine again, and then pointed at one of his shop clerks, a young man he had brought with him from 9 Serenities City. You test it. The clerk hesitated for a short moment, then walked forward and took the soul medicine. After taking a deep breath, he sat down cross-legged and then began to absorb the soul power from the medicine through his palm. With so many people watching him closely, there was no way he could pull a fast one in this situation. Everyone simply waited to see what would happen. Before long, the clerk opened his eyes, and the soul medicine was completely absorbed. As he rose to his feet, he seemed completely normal, leading Sima Tao to breathe a sigh of relief. Then he opened his mouth to speak when, all of a sudden, a loud page erupted into the open, followed by a cloud of foul gas. All of the soul cultivators present who had been affected earlier immediately erupted into howls of rage. So that soul medicine is defective. What were you just about to say? Sima Tao. Sun Yifan. You and he are both completely out of line. Impossible. Sima Tao blurted, his face draining of blood as he staggered backward. This is impossible. I checked it myself. There were no problems. However, he was at a complete loss as to how to defend himself. Sun Yifan was physically shaking, and knew that the game was up. He and Sima Tao had been thoroughly defeated. Their soul medicine really was defective. Xiaochun shook his head silently, seemingly at a loss for words. As for the other shop owners and clerks, they all began to sigh. The shouting from the crowd began to grow more intense. All right, Sima Tao and Sun Yifan. We have proof now. You'd better compensate us for all of this. Give us our compensation, otherwise we won't let you go even if you call for help from the Archemperor. Once this story gets out, everyone in the Wildlands is going to know that Sima Tao and Sun Yifan are knaves through and through. Sima Tao and Sun Yifan were so nervous they were sweating rivers. When, all of a sudden, a grim voice cut through the shouting of the crowd. I, Zhou Hong, will provide the compensation. Along with the words came a beam of light, slicing through the air. It was none other than the heir apparent from 9 Serenities City, Zhou Hong. He wasn't alone either. He was flanked by dozens of henchmen, as well as a group of several hundred cultivators wearing black armor. The black-armored soul cultivators had expressionless faces, and completely ignored everyone present as they spread out in the area, performing incantation gestures as they set up a spell formation. As soon as the spell formation was activated, a massive gravitational force appeared, which immediately sucked away all of the foul gas in the area. The sight of the gas vanishing filled the other soul cultivators in the area with complete shock. The heir apparent of 9 Serenities City. It's Zhou Hong. The truth was that Zhou Hong was actually feeling very nervous. Even the smallest incident in Archemperor City could have profound implications outside. He might be an heir apparent, but that didn't mean he had the luxury of letting his guard down. After all, relations between the 4 heavenly kings weren't very good at the moment. At the moment, it didn't matter whether or not Sima Tao and Sun Yifan were truly responsible for what was happening. The soul medicine had their mark on it, which meant that they couldn't extricate themselves from the situation. Furthermore, neither could Zhou Hong. The truth was that Zhou Hong was even more worried than Bai Xiaochun was about things getting out of control. After all, this was Archemperor City. In his anxiety, he had called in some favors to stop the city guards from getting involved. After all, once they did, it would be impossible to prevent reports from going up the chain of command. That didn't mean that a lack of a report would keep the matter hidden. However, once someone did report the matter, formal action would have to be taken. After ensuring that the city guard would wait a bit before taking action, Zhou Hong quickly came over with members of his father's own personal guard, who used a powerful spell formation to get rid of the foul gas. It had been a lot of things to take care of in a short time, and he was feeling extremely frustrated about the matter. However, there was nothing he could do. As soon as he arrived on the scene, he called out, "It doesn't matter how all of this happened. It was probably just a mistake. Don't worry, everyone. I will provide compensation that will surely leave you feeling very pleased." Immediately, his henchmen spread out and started taking care of everything. Those who had been directly affected by the soul medicine were given handsome compensation, and actually ended up profiting quite well. Furthermore, everyone understood that this hefty remuneration was also a way to buy their silence. The other soul cultivators who had been affected by the disaster were also given compensation, and although it was less than what the actual victims received, they were all very satisfied. As for Zhou Hong, although he was loath to pay such a heavy price, he really had no other options. Bai Xiaochun watched through narrowed eyes, unable to hold back his admiration for how quickly Zhou Hong had taken care of everything. Apparently, Zhou Hong was even more nervous than he was about causing a larger disaster. After seeing how happy everyone was at the compensation, Bai Xiaochun looked up in thought for a moment, then cleared his throat, lowered his voice, and spoke to the other shop owners behind him. Our shops were damaged too. The shop owners all began to grumble and then complain aloud. Not too far away, Zhou Hong's heart felt like it was dripping blood as he forced himself to calm down. Gritting his teeth, he waved his hand, sending a person over to Bai Xiaochun and his group to discuss the matter. Before long, a bag of holding was given to Bai Xiaochun. At this point, everyone felt very pleased, although Bai Xiaochun was feeling a bit guilty. Considering how badly everyone had suffered, he took his own share and began to distribute it among those who had been directly affected by the soul medicine, leading more and more people to cry out his name in admiration. The smiles on the faces of everyone in the crowd sent stabs of pain into Zhou Hong's heart. Never could he have imagined that his little scheme against Bai Xiaochun would not only fail, but also cause great injury to himself. Well, at least things are all worked out now, he told himself comfortingly. He was just about to open his mouth to speak to the crowd when he saw all of the soul cultivators who had been given compensation rushing over to clasp hands to Bai Xiaochun. Grandmaster Bai, many thanks to you for taking a stand for justice. You're a great person, Grandmaster Bai. Fellow Taoist Bai Hao, I owe you a big favor for what you did today. They weren't the only ones to react in such a way. The shop owners also clasped hands and offered expressions of gratitude. Moved, Bai Xiaochun immediately announced that everyone present could have a discount the next time they came to his shop, which made people even more happy. Zhou Hong was the one who actually gave out the compensation, but the person everyone thanked was Bai Xiaochun. It left Zhou Hong's mind spinning, and he simply couldn't control his emotions. Profound hatred for Bai Xiaochun immediately blossomed in his heart. Unfortunately for him, he could only wrestle it into check. After all, he didn't want to dig himself further into a pit. After a long moment, he simply left. And thus it was that the incident with the foul gas was resolved. Bai Xiaochun stood there looking at the crowds dispersing, his hands clasped behind his back. Then, feeling very pleased with himself, he walked back into his shop, musing that his apprentice's plan really had been amazing. "Beautifully executed final move," he said, laughing heartily and giving Bai Hao a look of praise. Bai Hao felt both embarrassed and pleased. After all, his master was the only family he had, and his approval left Bai Hao feeling wonderful. Bai Xiaochun spent some time bragging and boasting, then went into the back room, very pleased with not only having avoided disaster, but also coming off with a bit of profit. Savoring the victory, he took out the formula for 17-colored flame and continued his work with it. 3 days passed by in a flash. During that time, Zhou Hong was run ragged dealing with the aftermath. He spread bribes high and low, and put out fires left and right. When everything was said and done, nobody came looking to ask questions. It was on the evening of the 3rd day that he finally called Sima Tao and Sun Yifan over to discuss the matter. After the 3 of them were seated in a locked chamber, he grimly asked, "Did you find out what happened? Was it Bai Hao?" Sima Tao and Sun Yifan didn't say anything at first. A moment passed, and then Sima Tao braced himself and bitterly said, "The 2 of us used every trick in the book. We even asked for some help from some fellow experts we know. We really can't find any signs that the soul medicine was tampered with." "No signs at all?" Zhou Hong replied angrily. "Then what's wrong with it? Don't tell me the 2 of you really are responsible?" He wasn't being polite at all. Normally speaking, if he had spoken like this, Sima Tao would have been very displeased, and would have immediately rebuked him. After all, he wasn't a mere counselor to the 9 Serenities king. He was a grand elder from the Sima clan in 9 Serenities city. Even Sun Yifan would have responded with little more than a cold snort. After all, he was a high counselor to the Spirit Advent king, and would be well within his rights to scold a prince from 9 Serenities city. But in the current circumstances, both of them had little choice but to accept the treatment. Wording things carefully, Sima Tao said, "To be able to tamper with soul medicine and leave behind no evidence is a level of necromantic skill that neither of us has ever even heard of before. The only way it could be done is with some legendary secret magic of some sort or another." Although we weren't able to learn anything from the soul medicine itself, Sun Yifan added through gritted teeth, "we did come up with another clue. All of the soul medicine in question was purchased from our shops, and after looking into our records, Brother Sima and I were able to determine that over the course of the last month, we had quite a few suspicious customers." Bones aching with hatred, he pulled out a jade slip that he handed over to Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong's eyes flashed as he accepted it and looked it over. Then he rose to his feet and left to make various arrangements. Soon enough, the full power of the heir apparent of 9 Serenities City was on display as a massive investigation was carried out. Over the course of the following few days, clues were unearthed one by one. Although all of the suspicious people who had purchased the medicine were wearing disguises, Zhou Hong's network ran wide and deep. Soon, he uncovered the fact that on the day of the disaster, every person in that suspicious group had used Arch-Emperor City's teleportation portal to travel to Giant Ghost City. Soon, it was also uncovered that the entire group of people had originally teleported into Arch-Emperor City on the same day. Although the exact times were staggered, it was obvious that they were working together. "I don't care if I can't prove it directly. By how? I'm convinced that this was all you're doing." Anger burning, Zhou Hong gritted his teeth and sent messages to Sima Tao and Sun Yifan. Once Sima Tao and Sun Yifan got the news, their minds reeled, and their fury also began to rage. "You framed us, Bai Hao. How shameless, Bai Hao." The mere thought of Bai Xiaochun's act that day got their blood boiling, and they immediately rushed out of their shops and headed toward Bai Xiaochun's. After the recent disaster, Zhou Hong had spent a lot of time and resources smoothing things over. Unfortunately, business for Sima Tao and Sun Yifan had been seriously damaged, and few customers came their way. Thanks to the efforts of Zhou Hong, Much of the news of the events in Borough 89 and the surrounding areas had been stifled. And yet, it was impossible to prevent word from spreading completely. Nobody seemed interested at all in Sima Tao and Sun Yifan. In contrast, the way that Bai Xiaochun had taken action on the day of the disaster ensured that many people approved of him more than ever. Almost immediately, a steady stream of customers was flowing into his shop. The other shops in the area who had helped Bai Xiaochun also benefited. So whenever soul cultivators arrived wanting high-quality spirit enhancements, they would refer them to Bai Xiaochun's shop. Bai Xiaochun was doing business like crazy, even more so than when he had initially become popular. Bai Hao was constantly running around, busier than ever. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was very pleased with everything, especially with how perfectly the plan had been executed. Clearly, Bai Hao was very useful when it came to coming up with plots and schemes. Bai Xiaochun was currently in the back room of his shop, doing research into 17-colored flame. It was with great contentment that he went about researching 17-colored flame. Thanks to his several months of hard work, he now felt that he understood this type of flame much better than before. As of this point, there were only two main problem areas that, once he resolved, meant that he could formally start trying to conjure the flame. Suddenly, his eyebrows danced up and down with delight as he finally resolved the first of those main problem areas. Everything made sense now that the problem faded away. However, it was in that very moment that, out in the main part of the shop, Bai Hao let out a cry of alarm. Then, two rumbling sounds like thunder echoed into the shop from the street. The entire shop vibrated, and cracks even appeared in the walls and ceiling, as though the shop might collapse at any moment. Bai Xiaochun was instantly startled out of his good mood. Irritated, he burst out of the back room just as the angry voices of Sima Tao and Sun Yifan rang out. "Get the hell out here! Bai Hao! Bai Hao, you contemptible rapscallion! You were the one who tampered with that soul medicine. How dare you slander our names? Things are not over between you and us." Their voices were so laced with rage that other shops in the area also began to tremble and vibrate. Everyone who heard the words being spoken were shocked and looked over hesitantly. Bai Hao tampered with the soul medicine? Well, he certainly had the motive, but I don't think he's good enough to do something like that. Bai Xiaochun had originally been extremely irritated at having been interrupted, but then he heard the words being spoken, and his heart lurched with nervousness and guilt. Unfortunately, there was no time for thought or planning. He couldn't leave Bai Hao out there on his own. The shop was already in complete disarray. Thankfully, Bai Hao hadn't been hurt. However, Bai Xiaochun had put a lot of hard work into this shop, so to see someone else messing it up felt just the same as if someone had broken into his home. At this point, his anger began to burn. Eyes bloodshot, he shouted, "So, repaying kindness with enmity, Sima Tao, Sun Yifan? You've ruined your reputations and now you're trying to drag me down with you? How despicable. If I hadn't stepped in during the disaster, you too might have lost your lives. I calmed everyone down and gave you time to explain yourselves. I'm the one who resolved the whole situation. If you don't want to show your appreciation, fine. But now you dare to slander me? You too are complete bullies." Bai Xiaochun made his voice as loud as possible, causing it to echo out clearly throughout the area. He was aware that it was possible that Sima Tao and Sun Yifan had actually come up with some clue to implicate him, and therefore, he decided to try to overawe them with an intimidating display. Sima Tao's fury grew hotter, and he retorted, "Bai Hao, you, I what?" Bai Xiaochun interrupted, glaring at him. "When you opened up a shop right next to me in open competition, Sima Tao, did I ever ask you to stop? Did I ever go and threaten to tear it down? Did I ever curse you to your face? I accepted the humiliation silently. I swallowed my complaints. And why? Because I, Bai Hao, am a nobody here, and I didn't dare to provoke you. I didn't even do anything when you clearly tried to take advantage of how nice I was being. Even when you were in a really bad situation and I could have taken advantage of it, well, I have my bottom line, and I know that there are just some things I can't do. I couldn't just stand around and watch all of the other fellow Taoists from the other shops in the area get dragged into the situation. And that's why I helped you. But now you actually come here to wrongly accuse me? Sima Tao, do you have no heart? If so, then dig open your chest to prove it. But if you do, then how evil-hearted you are. Not only are you ungrateful, you are the type who oppresses the good and timid people in the world. You are completely and utterly selfish, and in fact, don't even qualify to speak a single word to me. Bai Xiaochun spoke with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron, in a manner as grand and lofty as the highest clouds in the sky. Bai Xiaochun's words were like a razor-sharp sword that cut deeply into Sima Tao. His face fell, and he was so shocked he took a few subconscious steps backward. Mind-numb, he stared at Bai Xiaochun with the desire to respond. He even opened his mouth, and yet not a word came out. Seeing how Sima Tao was trembling in shock because of Bai Xiaochun's words, Sun Yifan shouted, "Cut the crap! Bai Hao! You can just shut up this instant, Sun Yifan." Bai Xiaochun shot back. "Do you really think that Lord Bai doesn't know that you and Sima Tao are as thick as thieves? You set up shop on either side of me, you villains. You had the backing of an heir apparent, and used your seniority as old-time necromancers to try to put me out of business. You know, there's a question I've been wanting to ask this whole time. Did I ever do anything to offend you? No, I didn't. For mere profit, you attempted to prevent me from making a living. All right, fine. I can deal with that. But now you want to plant false evidence against me to try to earn your reputation back? Well, let me tell you, I have nothing to hide in anything, and I certainly don't fear evildoers like yourself." Bai Xiaochun's words were spoken with complete frankness, and flowed out as smooth as a river. They made Bai Xiaochun seem more impressive than ever, and caused both Sima Tao and Sun Yifan to freeze in place, their hearts pounding with anger, but unable to say anything in response. Everyone else in the area was surprised. This was their first time realizing how sharp-tongued this Bai Hao could be. It was almost as if his words were weapons, making the spectacle even more dazzling than an actual fight. Even Bai Hao was stunned. This was also his first time witnessing how glib his master could be, and it left him gaping with surprise. It was only now that he finally realized what it must have been like to see Bai Xiaochun during the Bai clan's ancestral ceremony. If words were swords, then speeches like this could kill. You. Sun Yifan was furious, and his mind was spinning, but he could hardly speak. Neither he nor Sima Tao were proficient in battles of words. Furthermore, to people like them, reputation was everything, and they had long since come to believe that as grandiose nascent soul experts, they couldn't possibly act like newbie cultivators who battled with words. And yet, here was Bai Hao, a nascent soul expert, an elite cultivator with shocking battle prowess, whose sharp words left them feeling completely helpless. Sima Tao was the first to recover. Gritting his teeth, he said, "At this point, Bai Hao, words are meaningless. It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. Today, I challenge you to a duel. Not a duel of magical techniques, but a duel of flame conjuring. Whoever loses will get the hell out of Arch-Emperor City, and never conjure a single flame again for all time." At this point, Sun Yifan also recovered. He knew that the incident with the soul medicine was something very damaging that had to be recovered from. Right now, the most important way to go about doing that was to get revenge. If they could crush this Bai Hao once and for all, they could wipe away their disgrace and slowly recover from the humiliation of recent days. With such thoughts on his mind, he shouted, "That's right, Bai Hao. I also challenge you to a duel. Since you're good enough to tamper with soul medicine, then let's see how good you actually are at flame conjuring." Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered slightly. If it were a competition of spirit enhancement, then as long as he had enough flame, he could be completely confident. However, Sima Tao and Sun Yifan were obviously aware that he had defeated Qin Xiong in just such a competition, and that he could perform 15-fold spirit enhancements. Besides, when it came to spirit enhancement, because of how success rates worked, no one could ever be absolutely confident in winning. That was why they didn't mention spirit enhancement. And when all was said and done, necromancers also had to be proficient in the other skills of flame conjuring and soul medicine concocting. And because flame conjuring was how one went about concocting soul medicine, the foundation of everything came down to flame conjuring. However, Bai Xiaochun was not completely confident when it came to flame conjuring. At the moment, he still couldn't conjure 17-colored flame, and even had problems succeeding consistently with 16-colored flame. And thus, his expression flickered slightly. Although Sima Tao and Sun Yifan couldn't compete with Bai Xiaochun in a battle of words, they had both lived many years and experienced many things. As a result, they could instantly tell what he was thinking. Seeing that, Sima Tao added, "If we're going to compete, then we also need to have a little wager. The stakes are the right to stay in Archemperor City. If you lose, you have to get the hell out of the city, never perform spirit enhancements again, and also give up your shop. If you win, then I'll hand my shop over to you. And mine as well," Sun Yifan said with a cold smile. "Since it's 2-on-1, we won't try to take advantage of you. If it's a wager you want, then I guess I'll have to gamble a bit," Bai Xiaochun said, clasping his hands behind his back and emphasizing his words with a cold harumph. As far as he was concerned, it didn't matter that Sun Yifan and Sima Tao were nascent soul cultivators. Bai Xiaochun had a Heavendao nascent soul, and had defeated over 100 top chosen. He had even come out victorious over the half-Deva Junior Champion King. Considering all that, these two necromancers shouldn't be a problem at all. Just as he was contemplating whether or not to drive them away, Sima Tao apparently realized what he was thinking. If this Bai Hao wasn't already a legend for his bravery and ferocity, Sima Tao would have simply challenged him to a fight, instead of bringing up the matter of flame conjuring. But now that he could tell that Bai Xiaochun was contemplating escalating things to outright fighting, he knew he had to do something. "Bai Hao, you're a nascent soul necromancer and a famous one at that. If you try to beat us up, we might not be able to fight back. But resorting to violence will only delay things today, and there will always be a tomorrow. Even if you don't agree to our challenge today, we'll come back a second time." Sima Tao had experienced a stroke of inspiration due to his nervousness, and it immediately caused Bai Xiaochun to frown. "Fine, Bai Hao," Sun Yifan jumped in. "I'll also put up 1 billion vengeful souls. If you win, you can have them all." Obviously, Sun Yifan had also realized that Bai Xiaochun wasn't completely confident when it came to flame conjuring, and that it was important to force him into the challenge no matter what. Sun Yifan had thought his plan out well. He knew that if he caused a big enough scene and attracted enough attention, then if Bai Hao wanted to continue to do business in Archemperor City, he would have to take the challenge seriously. And when it came to attracting attention from an audience, the best way to do it was offer huge stakes in a bet. It was exactly the same thing that had happened with Chun Shao. And that was why he offered up 1 billion vengeful souls. As expected, his words caused an immediate stir. After all, 1 billion vengeful souls was a mind-boggling number. It was the same number that had propelled Bai Xiaochun to the rank of Major General back on the Great Wall. Even the true spirit back there had been completely shocked and moved by that number. Another shocking wager is taking place because of Bai Hao's shop. Last time it was 800 million portions of soul medicine, and this time it's 1 billion vengeful souls. This is monumental. There was already a clamor of conversation, and many people were excitedly taking out jade slips to send message to their friends. Meanwhile, Sima Tao realized what Sun Yifan was thinking. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I'll also throw in 1 billion vengeful souls." His words only served to throw oil onto the fire. Numerous cries of astonishment could be heard erupting from the crowd. Heavens! Another 1 billion? That's 2 billion vengeful souls. That number is staggering to even think about. This goes way past the 800 million portions of soul medicine. Hurry! This news is priceless. We have to spread word. More and more soul cultivators began sending messages to friends, and it didn't take long before all of Burrow 89 was shaken. Other surrounding boroughs were similarly affected. By this point, Bai Xiaochun's neighborhood, which had once been a relatively remote and out-of-the-way location, was now getting packed with excited crowds. When Bai Xiaochun looked around and saw that people were rushing into the area from all over, he suddenly felt a lot of pressure, and his eyes even turned a bit bloodshot. Looking back at Sima Tao and Sun Yifan, he realized that he had been backed into a corner. If he didn't accept the wager, Then these two would be free to spread rumors about him tampering with their soul medicine, which would get the whole city mad at him. "All right," he said through gritted teeth. "How are we going to do this?" Sima Tao chuckled coldly in his heart at how they had forced by Xiaochun's hand. Voice tranquil, he said, "We'll set a certain type of flame and a time limit. Whoever can conjure the most during that time will be the winner. Brother Sunday by how? What do you think?" Generally speaking, there were two main types of competitions that would occur between necromancers. One was to see who could conjure the flame with the most colors, the other was to see who could conjure more flame in a given time period. The first type would show what overall level the necromancers had achieved, and the second would show how skilled they were in it. Although Sima Tao had come up with the idea for a competition on the spur of the moment, he had abundant life experience as a necromancer, and knew that, considering this by how could perform 15-fold spirit enhancements, he was obviously at the celestial rank just like himself and Sun Yifan. He had never even considered that he could be an earthly necromancer. After all, the number of earthly necromancers who existed in the wildlands could be counted on one hand. Furthermore, they were the type of people who wandered from place to place and were rarely seen. Celestial necromancers couldn't conjure 18-colored flame. At most, they could handle 17-colored flame. Of course, even those who could only did it with difficulty, making that type of flame unsuitable for wagers. 16-colored flame was a different story, though. Sima Tao was very familiar with 16-colored flame, and could produce it quite consistently. Considering his level of experience and skill, he was very confident in being able to win a competition involving that type of flame. Sun Yifan was essentially thinking the same thing, and quickly nodded in response. "Let's compete in 16-colored flame," he said, smiling coldly inside. "How about this, we can all start from 1-colored flame and work up to 16-colored flame. Whoever can conjure 3 flames first will be the winner." Sima Tao laughed heartily. "Perfect. That's an even more simple method than the usual one. And fairer too. All of the fellow Taoists who are here to watch can serve as witnesses." Although they had made a show of giving by Xiaochun the option of giving an opinion, they had spoken so quickly that he had been given no such opportunity. And yet, nobody present was willing to point that out. After all, the method suggested by Sun Yifan was just as Sima Tao had said, very fair. The truth was that both Sima Tao and Sun Yifan were people who had been famous for years already, and had deep reserves of skill. In contrast, Bai Xiaochun was a newcomer to the necromancy scene, and nobody would think to describe him as being very skilled. Bai Xiaochun's heart thumped when he heard the details of the wager, and he immediately got a bad feeling. When it came to 15-colored flame, he was actually very confident. In fact, he could succeed with virtually 100% certainty. But 16-colored flame was different. Even with the improvements Bai Hao had made to the formula, he was still only capable of roughly a 30% success rate. Furthermore, he hadn't had the opportunity to discuss the matter of flame conjuring with anyone else besides Bai Hao. Although Bai Hao was skilled, not even he had ever been in much contact with other celestial necromancers. Therefore, not even he was sure of what success rates were common when it came to 16-colored flame. After all, success rates were not often discussed by necromancers with outsiders. Usually, they kept things like that a secret. Most other people in this situation would either bow their head in defeat or impulsively take the bet. But not Bai Xiaochun. He blinked a few times, then looked at Sun Yifan and Sima Tao and angrily said, "That's not a fair bet. I can only manage a 20% success rate with 16-colored flame. How am I supposed to win like that?" His words caused many jaws to drop in the audience. After all, many people had at least heard of the supposed success rates for 16-colored flame. Although none could be absolutely certain, they at least had a general idea. 20% success rate? Seems a bit exaggerated. 16-colored flame is one of the most advanced forms of multicolored flame and has a very low success rate. Only earthly necromancers can produce it consistently. Celestial necromancers are all different, but for the most part, they can't make it very easily. As the audience chattered, Sima Tao threw his head back and laughed sarcastically. "Nice try, Bai Hao. To tell you the truth, I only have a 12.5% success rate when it comes to 16-colored flame. Brother Sun is a bit more adept than me, but even he can't get past 15%. Sounding utterly serious, Sun Yifan said, "If you can manage a 20% success rate, then you don't have to worry at all. You'll definitely win." With that, he looked at Bai Xiaochun as if to say, "What? Did you really think that was going to scare us or something?" "Fine, you're on," Bai Xiaochun said, eyes glittering. Bai Xiaochun's comportment immediately caused Sun Yifan and Sima Tao to hesitate, and even exchange glances. Although it seemed like he was simply trying to put on a brave front, they were now more on guard than before. The truth was that Sima Tao had actually held back a bit of the truth. Both he and Sun Yifan could achieve success rates of nearly 17%. In fact, if they got lucky, they could sometimes reach 20%. However, that was the limit for a celestial necromancer when working with 16-colored flame. The only exception would be if they managed to improve the formula they worked with. But doing something like that was incredibly difficult. All necromancers in the wildlands knew that even earthly necromancers who tried to alter flame conjuring formulas would have to spend a huge amount of time and energy to do so, and even then might not succeed. After all, the current formulas had been derived by constant refining and augmentation from generation to generation. Countless tests and confirmations ensured that the current formulas were the most reliable. Considering all of that, Sima Tao and Sun Yifan calmed themselves and immediately called for help to set up a competition arena in front of the three shops. It wasn't a large arena and had just enough space for the three of them to do their work. In that short time, however, so many soul cultivators showed up that there were now row upon row of them waiting to watch what would happen. There were even people floating in the air to observe. By now, there were definitely more than 100,000 people present, with more beams of light appeared every moment. The city guard was shocked, and immediately dispatched a few hundred people to make sure that order was kept. Zhou Hong was present, of course, as were Little Wolf God, Li Tiansheng, Miao Liner, and even the second prince. Virtually all of the chosen that Bai Xiaochun had kidnapped in the necromancer kettle had arrived. There were also other chosen and heirs to the noble and aristocratic houses, people like Chun Xiong who hadn't been in the necromancer kettle. Everybody came to watch and comment on Bai Xiaochun's performance. This competition was already sizing up to be much bigger than the previous one. Not only was the audience larger, but the fact that there were so many chosen present got everyone else in the audience even more excited. Chun Manyao was also there, alone in the crowd and away from the second prince and the other chosen. She stood there by herself, quietly watching Bai Xiaochun. To see so many people crowded together watching him made Bai Xiaochun a little nervous. Although he was capable of a 30% success rate with 16-colored flame, that still didn't leave him completely confident. And yet, there was nothing else he could do. Too bad we can't compete in 15-colored flame, he thought. Although he wasn't feeling very confident, he had to brace himself and hope that Sima Tao and Sun Yifan weren't capable of much more than 15% or so. Bai Xiaochun's visible nervousness caused Sima Tao and Sun Yifan to feel more relaxed than ever. They sat cross-legged on either side of him, meditating to settle their qi and clear their minds. Before long, the audience started to quiet down. Zhou Hong hovered in the air above them, eyes flashing. After casting a brief glance at Bai Xiaochun, he loudly announced, "It is a great honor to have been invited here today by Grandmaster Sima and Grandmaster Sun to preside over this competition of flame conjuring. Very well, enough with the introductions. Let the competition begin." As his words rang out, countless eyes came to focus on the competition area, and the three necromancers sitting there. The eyes of both Sima Tao and Sun Yifan snapped open, and without the slightest hesitation, they casually performed double-handed incantation gestures, causing soul-hoarding pagodas to fly out of their bags of holding. Then, with the wave of a finger, they each summoned hordes of vengeful souls. Neither of them delayed in the least bit. They began their conjuring work, creating something from nothing as they started with one-colored flame, which would be the foundation upon which they worked all the way up to 16-colored flame. They were clearly both very familiar with the process. They were both celestial necromancers with significant skill sets, and that was fully on display right here. Both of them had suffered severe blows to their reputation recently, and knew that this wager was critical to repairing some of that damage. Therefore, neither of them held back at all. Within the space of a few breaths of time, both of them closed their fingers down, then almost simultaneously, opened them again to reveal tongues of one-colored flame. Of course, Bai Xiaochun had also produced his soul-hoarding pagoda as soon as Zhou Hong officially began the competition, and he was no slower than Sun Yifan and Sima Tao. In the end, all three of them produced a tongue of one-colored flame at the same time. Everyone watching the competition was stunned. It only took them a few breaths of time to produce a one-colored flame. They clearly deserve to be called grandmasters, and definitely deserve to be celestial necromancers. Neither Sun Yifan nor Sima Tao revealed any reaction to what had just occurred. They knew that since this Bai Hao was in the celestial rank, he must be very familiar with the process of conjuring one-colored flame. Were he not, then he wouldn't deserve to be their opponent. Soon, all three of them were at work again, producing 2-3-4- all the way to 10-colored flame. The entire time, they all seemed to be racing neck and neck. The fact that they were all keeping the same pace was a bit worrisome to Sun Yifan and Sima Tao, and yet, at the moment, all it did was cause their hearts to tremble slightly. Next came 11-, 12-, and 13-colored flame. When Sun Yifan and Sima Tao saw that Bai Xiaochun was still keeping pace, serious expressions appeared in their eyes. Everyone in the audience watched with bated breath, their hearts pounding. It wasn't that the onlookers had never seen people conjuring flame before. In fact, many in the audience were necromancers themselves. However, it was not an everyday occasion to be able to see celestial necromancers conjuring flame, considering that most earthly necromancers were wanderers who nobody ever encountered. That meant that celestial necromancers were the ostensible peak of the necromancy world. Celestial necromancers are terrifying. They went from 1 to 13-colored flame with ease. And the speed. Furthermore, all three of them seemed to be on almost exactly the same level. Heh! These three are definitely not ordinary celestial necromancers. They're all at the very peak of their rank. I feel like my eyes have been opened. Just watching them work is beneficial. I've already resolved a few areas I had problems with in the past. Bai Xiaochun ignored all of the discussions. He was now completely immersed in the flame conjuring and sparing no effort in the process. Usually, he preferred to have all of the variables under control when he worked, but this time he had no such luxury. The only thing he could do was maintain complete focus in the hopes that he wouldn't lose. Sun Yifan and Sima Tao were equally focused on their work and completely ignored the crowd. Currently, they were now working on 14-colored flame and couldn't afford any distractions. Moments later, it was for the first time that the audience saw a difference between the three necromancers. Although the methods used by Sun Yifan and Sima Tao varied slightly, they were mostly the same and followed the prescribed pattern everyone was used to. Sima Tao followed the soul ratios precisely, and Sun Yifan mostly ignored the sea of fire and focused on feeding the souls into it. Occasionally, ripples of multicolored light would glow off of them, which came from the flame conjuring secret magics that they employed to increase their speed. However, Bai Xiaochun's method of conjuring 14-colored flame was completely different. He used the 13-colored flame to consume all of the tens of thousands of vengeful souls in one moment, which caused gasps to rise up in the audience. Bai Hao's conjuring methods are unprecedented. He fed tens of thousands of vengeful souls into the fire at once. Isn't he worried that the tongue of flame will collapse? However, it was to everyone's wide-eyed shock that not only did Bai Xiaochun's flame not destabilize, but it actually grew stronger. Furthermore, because of how he fed all the souls in at once, his speed greatly surpassed the secret magics used by Sun Yifan and Sima Tao. This time, the three necromancers didn't all finish at the same time. However, the disparity wasn't very dramatic. They all finished within roughly 10 breaths of time of each other. After the 14-colored flame appeared, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath to calm himself. Not even bothering to look around, he continued with his work, sending vast amounts of vengeful souls out to be consumed by the sea of fire. Gradually, his 14-colored flame rose to the level of a 15-colored flame. After Bai Xiaochun's flame appeared, Sun Yifan and Sima Tao succeeded as well. By this point, the pressure was on the other two necromancers, as they had to admit that Bai Xiaochun's abilities in flame conjuring were unique and shocking. Expressions flickering as they contemplated what was at stake, they exchanged a glance. However, that was when they found to their shock that Bai Xiaochun hadn't stopped. He was going on directly to 16-colored flame. This Bai Hao is too young and inexperienced. That's not the way to go about conjuring. You need to get plenty of 15-colored flames built up. That way your chances of success will increase. We're definitely going to win. Exchanging a smile, Sun Yifan and Sima Tao felt more confident than ever. Many of the people watching frowned sadly when they saw what was happening. Well, there's not much suspense now about how this will end. Although Bai Hao is good at flame conjuring, he obviously doesn't have much experience. Although I can't personally conjure 16-colored flame, I've heard that the best way to do it is to get a large collection of 15-colored flames, and then proceed. You'll lose a few of the flames in the process, but once you find the sweet spot and get into a rhythm, you'll succeed instantly. That way, the overall chances of success are improved. Yeah, that's right. If you just try with one flame and then fail, you have to start again from the very beginning. How will you ever find the sweet spot that way? Everyone else was sighing, but Bai Hao was off to the side, looking on with complete approval. He knew that his master's choice was the correct one. Now that he was working with Bai Hao's improved 16-colored flame formula, there wasn't a need to rely on luck or sweet spots. Bai Hao's improved formula broke down the steps involved with 16-colored flame into tens upon tens of thousands of specific steps. Every successful step in the right moment built upon itself, so as long as Bai Xiaochun followed the exact routine and didn't slip up, then, theoretically speaking, his success rate should be 100%. Of course, following those steps correctly required a very draining usage of augury techniques and divine sense. Although it seemed simple, it involved a level of difficulty that was almost impossible to describe. Even Bai Xiaochun could only do it because of his Heavendao nascent soul and divine sense that bordered on the level of a deva's. You can do it, master. You've followed all of the steps perfectly so far. Of course, Bai Hao had been paying very close attention to everything that Bai Xiaochun had been doing the entire time. As for Sun Yifan and Sima Tao, it was with very casual motions that they placed their recently concocted 15-colored flame off to the side and started to work on new tongues of 1-colored flame. Their goal, of course, was to build up enough 15-colored flame to be completely confident in conjuring 16-colored flame. Another 2 hours passed. By this point, Sima Tao and Sun Yifan had both taken their second tongue of flame to the 14-colored level. As for Bai Xiaochun, sweat poured down his face as his 15-colored flame continued to consume vengeful souls. He was now down to the very last step. Not bothering to wipe the sweat off of his face, he looked at the flame with glittering eyes and then let out a shout. His right hand then clamped down, causing a blast of heat to spread out. People shouted in surprise as the sea of fire sank down into Bai Xiaochun's palm and then disappeared between his fingers. Zhou Hong was feeling very nervous. Little Wolf God, Li Tiansheng, Miao Liner, the second prince, and all of the other chosen craned their necks forward to look. Even Chen Manyao was covered with a sheen of sweat because of her nervousness. Sun Yifan and Sima Tao were both visibly shocked and were looking over in nervous expectation. As for Bai Hao, his eyes were wild with joy. He was the only one who knew beyond the shadow of a doubt that his master had not made any mistakes. Tens of thousands of eyes were glued to Bai Xiaochun as he slowly opened his fingers. The instant he did, fiery light exploded out, and the silence erupted into pandemonium. 16-colored flame. Heavens! This Bai Hao did it in a single shot. What kind of luck is that? He did it on the first try. Awesome! This guy is awesome! Countless expressions of praise rang out. However, unsightly expressions could be seen on the faces of Zhou Hong and the other chosen. The only exception was Chun Manyao, who was smiling broadly. As for Sun Yifan and Sima Tao, the blood drained from their faces as they stared at the 16-colored flame in Bai Xiaochun's hand. After a moment passed, though, they gritted their teeth. Well, he certainly got very lucky. However, I refuse to believe that he'll be lucky enough to do that a second time. That was how both of them tried to comfort themselves. And yet, the pressure was mounting. And as such, they didn't hold back any of their secret magics as they continued their conjuring work. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile broke out on his face. He really had gone all out, and thankfully hadn't slipped up a single time. Finally wiping his forehead clean of sweat, he produced some more vengeful souls and then started working on a one-colored flame. Time passed. Although watching people conjure flame wasn't the most exciting thing, everyone was still completely wrapped up in what was going on. Some people were just enjoying the commotion. Others were taking advantage of the situation to learn a bit about flame conjuring. By the time Sun Yifan and Sima Tao finished with their third tongue of 15-colored flame, Bai Xiaochun had his second. Once that happened, everyone began to watch with even more excitement. Even Sun Yifan and Sima Tao looked over to watch, wondering if he would do the same thing he had last time, and go straight from a one-colored flame all the way to a 16-colored flame. Before long, more excited shouts split the air, and the eyes of Sun Yifan and Sima Tao went as wide as saucers. Just like last time, Bai Xiaochun had chosen to go straight to 16-colored flame. This guy is crazy. Damn it. Why is he doing this? What does he hope to accomplish? There was no way that Sima Tao and Sun Yifan couldn't be gripped with anxiety by this point. Although his previous success had been shocking, they were both 99% sure that he would fail the second time. But they still had to wonder, what if he succeeded? Zhou Hong's heart was racing as he looked down at Bai Xiaochun. He felt like his head was swelling from the pressure, just like it had back in the necromancer kettle. Little Wolf God and the other chosen all had similar reactions. The fact that this Bai Hao went about things differently from everyone else was actually completely terrifying. What if he actually succeeded in the end? There's no way he'll succeed a second time in a row. Sun Yifan shouted inwardly, his eyes bright red as he put down his third 15-colored flame and started with a fourth one-colored flame. Sima Tao could hardly control his own breathing, and yet he gritted his teeth and also started working on a one-colored flame. However, neither of the necromancers could stop from glancing over occasionally at Bai Xiaochun and cursing him. Unfortunately, their cursing seemed to be very ineffective. Bai Xiaochun was working even faster than before, and actually felt less pressure than with the previous flame. He was more familiar with all the complicated steps, and also understood the augury technique even better. Even Bai Hao was stunned by how smoothly he worked. It seems Master is even better with 16-colored flame than he was before. Nobody understood Bai Xiaochun's flame conjuring techniques better than Bai Hao, and in this situation he was completely correct. Bai Xiaochun had indeed improved. Perhaps it was the pressure of the occasion, or perhaps it was some measure of enlightenment he had received due to his study of 17-colored flame. Either way, he was definitely much better at working with 16-colored flame than he had been in the past. In this second flame of the competition, he was completely lost in his work, and had even forgotten where he was. He was completely focused, reveling in the feeling. His hair disheveled and his eyes completely bloodshot. He seemed to be descending into madness, much the way he would when concocting medicine back in the Heavenspan River region. It was a state he had not often entered here in the wildlands. But the current circumstances were perfect. The 15-colored flame in his palm almost seemed alive, as if the flame had a spirit. It seemed to be dancing in high spirits as it consumed numerous vengeful souls. As the flame swirled around him, Bai Xiaochun began to exude an indescribable air, as if he were somehow the sovereign of all flame. As for the audience, everyone held their breath as they watched. Not a single person spoke a word, as if they were worried that doing so would end the spectacular scene they were beholding. Sun Yifan and Sima Tao were shaking as they looked at the maddened Bai Xiaochun, their eyes shining with the utmost level of disbelief. Flame harmony, hissed Sun Yifan. From the look in his eyes, he was clearly completely shaken. In the wildlands, there were different realms of flame conjuring, and flame harmony was one of them. It was a state in which one's mind became one with the flame, in much the same way that a deva would become one with all creation. In fact, The various secret magics employed by necromancers were all imitations of this very realm. Sun Yifan and Sima Tao had never heard of celestial necromancers who could achieve flame harmony. According to their understanding, it was something that only earthly necromancers could do. As of this moment, the sky grew dim, almost as if all light in the area were fading away because of Bai Xiaochun. He was the focus of all creation as the dancing flame converged into his palm. In the blink of an eye, another color appeared. It was now a 16-colored sea of fire. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't converge the sea of fire into a sea of flame. His eyes were currently sparkling with the light of augury as he contemplated the formula for 17-colored flame. All of a sudden, he was focused on the two different possibilities his apprentice had mentioned regarding the formula for 18-colored flame. Bai Xiaochun was immersed in the depths of augury. However, as for everyone else in the audience, when they saw the 16-colored sea of fire surrounding him, they erupted into pandemonium. A 16-colored sea of fire. All Bai Hao has to do is finish the last step, and he'll have a second tongue of 16-colored flame. This is completely fantastic. He's breaking new ground. I never would have thought that someone would do something so spectacular with flame conjuring. Is that... Wait. Don't tell me that's the legendary flame harmony. The clamor wouldn't stop. People really were completely and utterly shaken by what they were witnessing. Tens upon tens of thousands of voices all clamored together, creating a rumbling sound that was as loud as thunder. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun was in a little world of his own, surrounded by a sea of fire and completely immersed in augury. Otherwise, the thunderous sound would likely have distracted him. Zhou Hong's eyes shone with mysterious light. Even Little Wolf God and the other chosen could tell that something odd was going on. They even considered doing something to interrupt Bai Xiaochun, but knew that doing so would provoke too much public outrage. Besides, who knew whether or not Bai Xiaochun would do something drastic in response? Therefore, they were forced to simply watch broodingly. Damn it, Li Tianxing said through gritted teeth. Since when did we have to be so worried about making a move on someone? However, he could do nothing but sit there bitterly. Based on the glint in Zhou Hong's eyes, Li Tianxing could tell that he had already decided it wasn't worth it to try to interrupt Bai Xiaochun. This guy is crazy, Zhou Hong murmured inwardly. I could do something to interrupt this session of enlightenment, but for all I know, he might disregard all propriety and do something unspeakable. Gritting his teeth, he shook his head. The truth was that virtually all of the wildlands had been shaken by what Bai Xiaochun did in the necromancer kettle, and all of the chosen who had been part of it had been profoundly affected. Meanwhile, Sun Yifan and Sima Tao both had looks of despair in their eyes. As celestial necromancers, they had more insight into the situation than anyone else present, and could tell that, given the current state Bai Xiaochun was in, there was no way they could compete with him. When everyone else looked at the 16-colored sea of fire around Bai Xiaochun, they assumed he was preparing to form it down into a 16-colored flame. However, Sun Yifan and Sima Tao could both tell that Bai Xiaochun's level of control over the 16-colored flame had reached an unimaginable level. They knew that all it would take would be a single thought on his part to form that flame. How do we compete with this? That was what both of them were thinking. At the same time, neither of them were willing to just give up. Eyes crimson, they each looked down at the 4 15-colored flames they had conjured up to this point, and knew they only had one chance. To throw caution to the wind. If they went all out, they might get lucky and succeed in transforming their current batch of 15-colored flames into 16-colored flames, all in one shot. Although there was only a minimal chance of success, it was their only hope. Time to go for broke, Sun Yifan murmured through gritted teeth. Sima Tao's eyes were just as bloodshot as his. Both of them seemed ready to put their lives on the line to come out on top in the wager. However, even as they made up their minds, Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked up and started laughing like a maniac. He threw his hands up above his head in delight, and his eyebrows danced with joy as he shouted, I understand. I get it now. This technique will work. I'm gonna try it out. I have to try it out. His mind was currently filled with the two different methods his apprentice had come up with regarding the formula for 18-colored flame. One method involved getting a large collection of 17-colored flame and transforming them into something new. With that method, the focus was not on vengeful souls, but on the 17-colored flame itself. The other method was to take a 17-colored flame and spread it out into a sea of fire, and slowly add another color by using flame itself. When the 18th color appeared in full, then the sea of fire could be formed back into a tongue of flame. The second method was actually very shocking, and was something that had never been done before. It went completely contrary to the traditional way of conjuring flame. After all, the formula for 18-colored flame was very rare. Not even the giant ghost king had it. Anyone who succeeded in conjuring 18-colored flame would instantly become an earthly necromancer. And earthly necromancers were the rare among the rare in the wildlands. All earthly necromancers occupied incredibly high positions that were no weaker than the heavenly kings. In fact, the wildlands currently only had 3 earthly necromancers in total. They were even more rare than demigods. Bai Xiaochun was bursting with excitement, and yet he forced his breathing under control. At the moment, he had completely forgotten about the competition, and was completely focused on flame conjuring. With that, he waved his right hand, causing the surrounding 16-colored sea of fire to rapidly form down into a true 16-colored flame, before any exclamations of praise could be heard, and before Sun Yifan and Sima Tao could even begin to try to conjure 16-colored flames, Bai Xiaochun turned his attention on them, and the 15-colored flames which hovered around them. Eyes shining and mind abuzz with the new technique, he completely ignored Sun Yifan and Sima Tao as he waved his sleeve, causing the power of his heaven-dao nascent soul to sweep out. He instantly created a windstorm that Sun Yifan and Sima Tao were completely unprepared for, and sent them tumbling backward out of the competition area. "What are you doing, Bai Hao? Bai Hao!" Blood oozed out of the corners of their mouth as they reeled in confusion about what was happening. As for the audience, they were shouting in alarm, completely stunned by Xiaochun's actions. Only Bai Hao seemed to know what his master was thinking, and his eyes shone brightly as a result. Bai Xiaochun didn't even hear the words uttered by Sun Yifan and Sima Tao. Instead, he focused on the 8 tongues of 15-colored flame they had left behind. Waving his sleeve again, he collected them up, even as Sun Yifan and Sima Tao shouted out in rage. Countless eyes went wide with disbelief as people tried to figure out what was happening. "What are you doing, Bai Hao? What's going on? Isn't this a competition? What are you suddenly stealing our flames for? What kind of a competition is this?" Although Sun Yifan and Sima Tao were yelling angrily, secretly they were breathing sighs of relief. Bai Xiaochun's impulsive action had actually resolved any feelings of embarrassment they had before, and gave them plenty of ammunition with which to attack him later. Zhou Hong and the other chosen were immediately bursting with joy. That was especially true of Miao Liner, who knew that this stupid move on the part of Bai Hao would definitely give people plenty of ground to talk about him negatively, no matter what he did from this point out. Chun Manyao looked on nervously. However, there was no way to take back what had been done, nor any way for her to resolve the current situation. Even as everyone was completely shocked by Xiaochun's actions, all of a sudden, his 2 16-colored flames suddenly spread out and then combined. It was one giant sea of 16-colored fire, which sent blistering heat out in all directions as it rose high into the sky. Everyone in the audience was backing away in fear. "I need 10 tongues of 16-colored flame," he murmured, eyes shining with madness. Based on the inspiration he had just received, he tossed the 8 tongues of 15-colored flame into the 16-colored sea of fire. Instantly, intense rumbling sounds exploded out, sounds that could be heard quite a distance away. Furthermore, the way the flame filled the sky ensured that everyone could see it. Cries of alarm could be heard as people scrambled away. Sun Yifan and Sima Tao were no longer beside themselves with joy, and their scalps were tingling with fear. What is he going to do? Heavens! If that sea of fire destabilized, something very, very bad would happen. The city guards seemed the most nervous of all as they spread out, not only trying to quiet people down, but also setting up a spell formation to contain the area Bai Xiaochun was in. The guards knew that Bai Xiaochun could not be disturbed. If he did, and the sea of fire exploded, mass chaos would ensue. As they tried to contain the situation, they all sent messages to their superiors. Zhou Hong's eyes flickered malevolently, but he quickly abandoned any ideas of trying to interfere. The trouble that would happen as a result was too much for even him to be able to handle. As everyone watched nervously, Bai Xiaochun remained in the middle of the spell formation, hands flashing in a double-handed incantation gesture as he controlled the sea of fire. It was almost as if the sea of fire had a spirit that was meekly responding to all of his orders. As he fed the 8 tongues of 15-colored flame into the 16-colored sea of fire, they unexpectedly became part of the 16-colored sea of fire. The sight of so much 16-colored fire was completely and utterly unbelievable. 16-colored fire. I can't believe all those 15-colored flames became part of a 16-colored sea of fire. If he formed that sea of fire back down into tongues of flame, then he would have 10 tongues of 16-colored flame. Heavens! How is this even possible? Sun Yifan and Sima Tao were as ashen as death as they stood there, gazing blankly at the shocking 16-colored sea of fire. Of course, things weren't over yet. Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled brightly as he manipulated the shocking 16-colored sea of fire. Although his aura was calm, his heart was bursting with excitement. He felt very similar to how he used to feel back in his medicine concocting days, when he would suddenly be struck by inspiration. His heart prickled as surely as if tiny hands were tickling it. 17 colors! He roared, throwing both hands wide in a double-handed incantation gesture. The 16-colored sea of fire instantly began to spin, and without the addition of any other vengeful souls, began to grow vastly hotter. And then, as everyone watched, it began to shrink down. Soon, it was only 30,000 meters wide and rapidly shrinking. The power of fire within it was shocking, and the heat caused the air to distort wildly. Nobody in the audience dared to say a single word, and all of them continued to back away anxiously. Even more cultivators further away could feel the blistering heat, and more city guards were mobilizing to lock the area down. Bai Xiaochun had become a source of ultimate terror, and everyone knew that if he lost control of the sea of fire, and it exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhou Hong trembled in nervousness. Sun Yifan and Sima Tao were also shaking, and looked as ashen as death. At the same time, though, traces of excitement could be seen in their eyes. Although they viewed Bai Xiaochun as competition, they were also celestial necromancers, people who devoted themselves to the study and understanding of flame conjuring. To see a completely unheard-of technique being used right in front of them was definitely a source of major excitement. Everybody had forgotten about the competition, and were now completely and utterly focused on that figure within the sea of fire. As the sea of fire spun, rumbling sounds echoed forth, and the fire shrank down. 24,000 meters. 18,000 meters, 15,000 meters, 9,000 meters. Soon, it was only 3,000 meters wide. It was at that point that within the sea of fire, another color appeared. Under the eyes of all spectators, it became a 17-colored sea of fire. All onlookers were struck with shock. Although many of them had guessed that this would happen, to see it occur right in front of them drove them to near madness. People didn't even know what to think. This was completely overturning all previous traditions. This was a new page in the history of flame conjuring. At this point, people couldn't refrain from calling out in surprise. He didn't need any souls to add a 17th color to that flame. Am I seeing things? This is unheard of. This Bai Hao is definitely going to be completely famous in the wildlands. He's creating a new paradigm. As for Sun Yifan and Sima Tao, they were shaking physically. The events of this day would be certain to alter their future path of flame conjuring. Because everyone was focused on Bai Xiaochun, nobody was paying much attention to Bai Hao, who remained off to the side as he had the entire time. His eyes were fixed on his master, and they gleamed with excitement and satisfaction. He couldn't have been happier that his master was proving that his own theories about the formula for 18-colored flame were correct. It was a critically important factor, and for the sake of the 18-colored flame formula, Bai Hao was burning every last detail of these events into his mind. As of now, he was completely confident of being able to finish that formula. 18-colored flame. When it came to that formula, he didn't really care about the glory or honor that would go with it. He cared mostly about how useful it would be to his master. With that formula, his master could become an earthly necromancer. Although he had come to realize that his master was somewhat unreliable in certain things, nothing had changed between the two of them. Bai Xiaochun was Bai Hao's only family. At this point, numerous streams of Deva-level divine sense locked down on the area, and their owners were all completely shaken by what they saw. However, even as people reacted to what was happening, the cries of astonishment suddenly increased. He's not stopping. He's not forming it into a tongue of flame. Is he going to? Don't tell me he's going to. If he conjures an 18-colored flame, he'll break out of the celestial rank and become the fourth earthly necromancer in the wildlands. In the blink of an eye, the pandemonium increased by tenfold. Earthly rank. Is Bai Hao really going to become an earthly necromancer? He's going to make a breakthrough with tens of thousands of people watching? It actually doesn't matter if he succeeds. This boldness is worthy of admiration. Sun Yifan and Sima Tao stood there in the middle of the pandemonium, their chests heaving as they breathed, and their hearts filled with shame. By now, they seemed to truly be convinced that Bai Xiaochun was their superior. What spirit! He's doing something that we could never do. This guy is a genius among wildlander necromancers. How could we possibly do anything to offend him? The two of them exchanged a glance, and each could see that the other was thinking the same thing. Even as speculation ran wild, Bai Xiaochun looked up, his cultivation base surging with explosive power as he spoke in a voice that boomed like thunder. 18 colors! As his voice echoed out, the sea of fire spun down rapidly, accompanied by intense rumbling sounds. 3,000 meters, 2,400 meters, 1,800 meters. Eventually, the heat radiating out filled everyone with sensations of intense danger. Ru Yuyuumble. In the blink of an eye, the sea of fire was only 900 meters wide. Bai Xiaochun was shaking, his divine sense waning dramatically. Even his cultivation base was having trouble sustaining the conjuring. After all, this type of flame conjuring required the use of the cultivation base to shrink down the flame. His fleshly body power also sustained the effort. Were it not for the incredible strength he possessed in that aspect, he would not be able to do this. I can still keep going. I'm sure that this method can take the flame from 17 colors to 18. Even if that 18th color is faint, it will prove that my apprentice Bai Hao's method really is viable. Eyes completely bloodshot, he threw his head back and roared at the top of his lungs as he forced the 900-meter sea of fire to shrink down. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard as the sea of fire grew smaller and smaller. 600 meters, 300 meters, 150 meters, 90 meters, 30 meters. It was at that point that the colors in the flame flickered, making it impossible to tell exactly how many colors it held. However, the power of the fire was clearly undergoing some shocking transformation. Nobody in the audience was able to speak a single word. Everyone was completely and utterly focused on the sea of fire as it continued to shrink. 21 meters, 15 meters, 9 meters. Soon, it was only a single meter across. It had shrunk from a size of 30,000 meters all the way down to a single meter. It was also clear that the flame no longer had 17 colors in it. Instead, a new color had appeared, something holy and indescribable, an 18th color. Up above, the clouds surged away to make way for a new set of clouds. Heavenly tribulation that instantly caused intense pressure to weigh down on all of Archemperor City. The entire city trembled, and countless powerful experts could sense the danger. It was at this point that cries of alarm could be heard. That's 18-colored flame, out in the giant ghost legion. Mistress Red Dust was shaken by the glow of fire which lit up the sky above Arch-Emperor City. When her divine sense locked onto by Xiaochun, she was immediately shaken, and almost didn't dare to believe what she was seeing. High in the sky in the Imperial Palace, the Arch-Emperor Dynasty's Grand Heaven Master sat in Heaven Master Hall. His eyes opened, and he looked down at Bai Xiaochun. Whoever the Hell Emperor selects should be able to conjure 18-colored flame. Not a simple feat. Could this person actually be Bai Xiaochun? A long moment passed, and then the Grand Heaven Master closed his eyes again. Ah, Hell Emperor, just what are you up to? As the winds raged, Bai Xiaochun drew upon his cultivation base all the way to the limit. He was being completely drained as the 18th color appeared, and the sea of fire shrank down. However, he could only hold on for 3 breaths of time, whereupon the sea of fire vanished. The 18-colored flame disappeared as if it had never existed. Blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth, and he staggered backward. Everyone looked on silently for a moment. Then, their eyes burning with passion and respect, they clasped hands and bowed to him. Even the city guards. Although he had failed in the end, he had still done something completely glorious. After all, only earthly necromancers could conjure a divine, 18-colored flame. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun had a unique path of flame conjuring, his own way of doing things that didn't restrict him to using the formulas of others. He was now half a step into the earthly rank. His 18-colored flame had only existed for 3 breaths of time, and had been faint, but it was still shocking to behold. Furthermore, although he could only conjure a faint 18-colored flame right now, it was entirely likely that at some point in the future, he would fully succeed. Then he would truly be the 4th earthly necromancer in the wildlands. The people who had been watching were extremely moved. Although they had only been able to glimpse 18-colored flame for a brief moment, it was still 18-colored flame. Very few people in the wildlands had ever seen 18-colored flame. To most soul cultivators, it was a thing of legend, something holy that could only be talked about. But now, they had actually seen it. A deep desire had been fulfilled, and everyone present would remember this moment for as long as they lived. Off to the side, Bai Hao looked on in utter excitement. Although he had been the one to break the new ground, and had spectacular talent for flame conjuring, he also knew that he could never have done it with his current cultivation base. Only his master could possibly have taken the theory and turned it into reality. The process had simply been too difficult. Furthermore, Bai Hao had seen something in his master that other people had, but not to the same degree. Focus. Bai Hao did not feel as though his own prestige had in any way been diminished by his master. As long as he could help his master shine, then he was completely happy. He wasn't a wildly ambitious person, and in life had cared mostly about family love. After being brought back to life as a soul, that aspect of his personality had remained. Bai Xiaochun was his master, and his family. There was someone else in the crowd who looked on with mixed emotions, and that was Chun Manyao. Before, she had felt about 80% sure that this person was actually Bai Xiaochun, but now she was starting to hesitate. She knew that Bai Xiaochun was skilled in concocting medicine, but conjuring flame was completely different. This Bai Hao was clearly outstanding when it came to flame conjuring, and she didn't dare to lightly come to the conclusion that he and Bai Xiaochun were one and the same. Is he really Bai Xiaochun? She thought. As everyone looked at him with various thoughts running through their heads, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and settled his cultivation base. It had been extremely draining for him to conjure the 18-colored flame, and now, waves of exhaustion were sweeping through him. Prickles of pain also filled his fleshly body. He slowly slipped out of the flame harmony state, and his mind gradually emerged from the trance he had entered while conjuring. All of a sudden, he remembered that he was supposed to be in the middle of a competition. Then he recalled everything he had just done, and his eyes went wide with shock. What did I do? He thought, looking around nervously. He saw that everyone had looks of respect and veneration in their eyes as they stared at him. He blinked a few times, and then suddenly started to get excited. I conjured an 18-colored flame. Heavens! Excited, He took a deep breath, clasped his hands behind his back, and stuck his chin up. Aware that he was the center of attention, he decided that it would be completely appropriate to say something profound. As he scrambled to come up with the exact words, someone within the crowd of noble chosen suddenly moved forward. It was Zhou Hong, who appeared to be completely livid as he looked down at Bai Xiaochun. "By how?" he said, eyes flashing. "You tried to win by interfering with the conjuring efforts of Sun Yifan and Sima Tao. You broke the rules and therefore, you lose." When people heard that, they suddenly came back to their senses and remembered that Bai Xiaochun had just been in the middle of a competition with Sima Tao and Sun Yifan. What Zhou Hong had just said did seem to make sense, and suddenly, everyone began to hesitate. The truth was that Zhou Hong was feeling very nervous. Never could he have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would put on such a stunning performance, that he would break tradition and manage to conjure a faint 18-colored flame. He could already imagine how difficult it would be to deal with Bai Xiaochun in the future. Unless the top members of the nobility and aristocracy directly opposed him, he would be almost untouchable. However, because of everything that had occurred in the necromancer kettle, Zhou Hong decided that he had to take advantage of the moment, however inappropriate it was. After all, what Bai Xiaochun had done really did violate the rules of the contest. Almost as soon as Zhou Hong spoke, Little Wolf God and Li Tianxing voiced their agreement. "That's right. Bai Hao is definitely the loser. He interfered with the flame conjuring of Grandmaster Sun and Grandmaster Sima. Even if he did conjure a faint 18-colored flame, he definitely lost the competition." Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide. Knowing full well that he was currently at the crest of a wave of glory, he prepared to offer a retort to Zhou Hong. However, even as he opened his mouth, Sun Yifan rushed out of the crowd, stood before him and bowed formally. Both his expression and the way he carried himself seemed utterly sincere, and not the least bit an act. He was acting completely and utterly respectful. "Grandmaster Bai, I'm completely convinced. I concede defeat." Murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. At the same time, the chosen up above began to get nervous. "Grandmaster," Zhou Hong said. "Your Highness, please, it's fine. I, Sun Yifan, am a person who understands his place. When it comes to skill in conjuring flame, I am no match for Grandmaster Bai." Sun Yifan's words were spoken with incredible decisiveness. He truly did not want to offend Bai Xiaochun. He knew that it was extremely likely that he would eventually become an earthly necromancer, a position vastly above himself and virtually everyone else. Now that he was on that path, he couldn't be restrained, and the best thing to do was acquiesce to him. Sun Yifan wasn't the only one to reach this same conclusion. After a short moment of silence, Sima Tao got his breathing under control, stepped forward, and bowed deeply to Bai Xiaochun. "Grandmaster Bai, I, Sima Tao, also concede defeat. I truly hope you can overlook my many previous faux pas." The audience swelled with even more conversation at this development. Up in midair, Zhou Hong and the other chosen looked on with ashen faces and sullen hearts. Zhou Hong's face was nearly purple with rage, but there was nothing he could do about what was happening. If Sun Yifan and Sima Tao conceded defeat, there was little he could do. Having no face to remain behind, he swished his sleeve and turned into a beam of light that shot out of Burrow 89. Little Wolf God, Li Tianxing, and the others all followed suit. The second prince remained behind for a moment longer before also leaving. Bai Xiaochun was actually surprised at what was happening. The situation had been resolved without him having to do a thing. Sun Yifan and Sima Tao took the initiative to work things out with him. In fact, Bai Xiaochun actually felt a bit bad for them. After all, everything had happened because he really did tamper with their soul medicine. "Grandmasters, please, enough with this," he said, hurrying over to pull them up from their bows. "When it comes to the Tao of necromancy, seniority is the most important thing. Without senior members of the Wildlands necromancer community working hard from generation to generation, devoting their lives to their work, then we juniors would have nothing to work with. It is only with the foundation of the previous formulas that we can create something new. I conjured that faint 18-colored flame completely on accident, and only because I happened to be next to you seniors, and was able to catch a glimpse of the grandeur of the heavens. I definitely did not win the competition today, nor did you two grandmasters lose. It was with the help of you two that I made significant advancement. Without your assistance, grandmasters, I would never have been able to conjure that faint 18-colored flame. Many, many thanks to you. Bai Xiaochun really had a way with words when he needed to, and even felt a bit guilty about everything. Furthermore, as he spoke, he backed up and bowed deeply at the waist to Sun Yifan and Sima Tao, in even more sincere fashion than they had bowed to him. The fact that this was happening in front of tens of thousands of spectators and numerous streams of Deva divine sense caused the hearts of Sun Yifan and Sima Tao to tremble. Their earlier apologies had essentially been acts of helpless desperation. In contrast, Bai Xiaochun was sincerely humbling himself in a moment of great triumph. As a result, Sun Yifan and Sima Tao were so moved that they got a bit choked up. Furthermore, not only would this resolve the issue of the soul medicine, but it would actually serve to improve their reputations a bit. The two grandmasters looked at Bai Xiaochun, then each other, and then began to laugh heartily. With Zhou Hong out of sight and out of mind, they headed toward Bai Xiaochun's shop to chat and exchange pointers about necromancy. The only thing they regretted was that they hadn't done this earlier. Everyone present, including the Devis who were watching via divine sense, couldn't help but praise Bai Xiaochun's actions. His way of resolving the situation was truly admirable. Now that's how grandmasters are supposed to act. The old expression says to turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. It's not easy to do, but he pulled it off perfectly. Really incredible. That's the way to conduct oneself. No wonder he became so famous in Giant Ghost City. I bet the only reason he got that notorious reputation was because people spread false rumors. I like this Bai Hao. After Bai Xiaochun went inside with Sun Yifan and Sima Tao, the crowd began to disperse, discussing the events as they did. Everyone was very excited, many of them using transmission jade slips to send the soul-shaking news to friends and family. It was easy to imagine how short of a time it would take for the name Bai Hao to be the talk of Archemperor City. Furthermore, the smooth way he had worked things out in the end led to expressions of admiration high and low. However, it also caused a strange glint to appear in the eye of Chun Manyao, who up to this point had been vacillating about his identity. Wait a second. From what I remember, that's exactly how Bai Xiaochun usually does things. He's very smooth and loves to resolve hostilities. Back when the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect were about to go to war, and everyone was sure it was going to happen, Bai Xiaochun smoothed things out. She continued to contemplate the matter as she left with the crowd, and was soon almost home. However, before she arrived, she suddenly stopped in place, her eyes shining. And then there was what happened with that soul medicine. It would make perfect sense if it were him. After all, back in the Bloodstream sect, people called him plagued evil. However, the biggest clue is that what he did is exactly what the Celestial Sky Society did to him back in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Chun Manyao stood there, shaken as she thought back to how he had acted in the Necromancer Kettle when she tried to probe him for information. When combined with the Celestial Sky Society clue, everything made perfect sense. She smiled. Of course, Chun Manyao was a beautiful girl, so her smile was like the blossoming of 100 flowers. Many passers-by noticed, and their eyes sparkled. He's definitely Bai Xiaochun, she thought. For some reason, joy suddenly welled up in her heart, and she turned to look back toward Burrow 89 and Bai Xiaochun's shop. Another moment passed, and she left. Bai Xiaochun had no way of knowing that his smooth behavior and unique tactics had revealed his identity. If he did, he would have been scared witless, and would have been marveling at how terrifying women were. That sort of careful attention to detail was something that men were almost powerless to defend against. He was currently in his shop having a light conversation with Sun Yifan and Sima Tao. All three of them felt wonderful as they exchanged stories about their experiences with flame conjuring and certain tricks they had come up with. In addition, the owners and clerks in the other shops and stores on the street were finally sighing with relief. The next day, Sun Yifan and Sima Tao clasped hands respectfully to Bai Xiaochun. Very pleased with what they had learned recently, they cheerfully bid him adieu, and then headed back to 9 Serenity City and Spirit Advent City. They also invited him to come visit as soon as he could, whereupon they both would attempt to pay the debt they owed him because of the wager. Bai Xiaochun agreed, and then Sun Yifan and Sima Tao left for the teleportation portal. Bai Xiaochun sighed as he escorted them out the door and watched them leave. Their night-long discussion had been of benefit to Sun Yifan and Sima Tao, but had also been of great help to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Hao had been by his side the whole time as well. Overall, they had all received significant enlightenment regarding flame conjuring techniques. Bai Hao was more impressed than ever with how his master conducted himself, and was also convinced that he himself wasn't capable of such things. If he had been the apprentice to a master like this back when he was in the Bai clan, then his situation would surely have been much better, and his prospects for the future would have greatly improved. Sighing emotionally, master and apprentice went back into the shop. 7 days passed in a flash. During that time, they discussed many things and delved deep into their research. Bai Xiaochun pondered 17-colored flame, and Bai Hao continued to perfect his formula for 18-colored flame. Of course, business was booming, leaving Bai Xiaochun feeling very pleased. By now, this little shop of his truly did feel like home. Every time this master and apprentice team clashed with any outsiders, the struggles they went through led to them becoming more famous in the city. Not much time had passed, but they had experienced a lot together. Whenever Bai Xiaochun thought about all of the twists and turns, he sighed. And yet, he was coming to find out that, apparently, he wasn't fated to be able to live a calm and peaceful life. Whenever he felt most pleased and content, that was when the unexpected always occurred. In fact, before he could even enjoy more than 10 days of peace and quiet, things got annoying again. And that was because of Chen Manyao. 3 days before, she had come to his shop for the first time. He had been sprawled out on the counter, seemingly asleep, but actually wrapped up in thinking about 17-colored flame. He had suddenly experienced a strange feeling, and had looked up to find Chen Manyao looking at him. His first reaction was stunned shock. She had given him an enigmatic smile, and instead of challenging him regarding his identity, had merely asked to have a spirit enhancement performed. Scowling, he had considered refusing, but could tell that she wasn't going to give up easily. Therefore, he braced himself and did the spirit enhancement. However, to his anxiety, she came back the next day. Now, for the 3rd day in a row, she was back. As soon as they opened for business, she glided into the shop, lighting it up with her incredible beauty. As soon as he saw her, he said, "Big sis-chan, what are you doing back so soon?" Almost immediately, he felt like slapping himself for addressing her in that way. "Oh, you're calling me big sis now, huh? Alright, what's wrong, little bro? Bye. Not happy to see me?" She looked very charming as she stood there in front of him, and he could smell the sweet fragrance of her perfume. However, he was in no mood to admire her looks, and merely smiled wryly. At this point, it seemed highly likely that she knew who he was, and was simply not saying anything. And yet, he didn't dare to bring up the subject, and therefore could only continue to play dumb. Although most other people might be fooled by his act, Chen Manyao had observed his work up close in the past, and therefore saw through him in an instant. Of course, she found it all very amusing. She rather enjoyed not saying anything and watching him squirm in front of her. She was in no hurry. If Bai Xiaochun wanted to avoid her, then she was more than happy to just stick around the shop and help Bai Hao receive customers. Of course, Chen Manyao was quite famous in Archemperor City. Not only was she an apprentice of the Grand Heaven Master, she was also spectacularly good-looking. Because of that, she had countless suitors in the city. And yet, here she was in Bai Xiaochun's shop. If she had only come once, it probably wouldn't have caused any stir. But to see her here acting the way the wife of the shop owner would, taking care of new customers, was something that struck shock into the hearts of all of the soul cultivators who noticed. In fact, they were all struck by how this Bai Hao was even more incredible and manly than any of them had realized. News spread rapidly, much to Bai Xiaochun's alarm. It was also the same with Bai Hao. Everything had been going fine for the master and apprentice team until this woman suddenly showed up. Not only was she beautiful, but Bai Hao could tell from the way she looked at his master that there was something between them. "Don't tell me she's master's wife," he thought, his anxiety mounting. However, he didn't dare to try to get confirmation. Although he made some vague inquiries, Bai Xiaochun was in no mood to discuss the matter. And yet, the frustrations were only beginning. On the 8th day after Chun Manyao made her first appearance, another woman visited the shop. She was just as beautiful as Chun Manyao, with a spectacular figure and unique violet gloves. Although she appeared to be petite and delicate, there was something explosively violent about her. This termagant was none other than that Spirit Advent City's princess Su Shan. Su Shan was obsessed with Bai Hao. After her father, the Spirit Advent King, had taken her away from Giant Ghost City, she had immediately brought up to him the possibility of arranging a marriage. The Spirit Advent King was stunned, and the whole thing caused his anger toward the Giant Ghost King to grow even more. In order to correct his daughter's thinking, he had kept her activities restricted the entire time since. But Su Shan was persistent, leaving the Spirit Advent King completely helpless. Eventually, she managed to escape confinement. Her original intention had been to travel to Giant Ghost City to find Bai Hao, only to hear along the way about all the things that were happening in Archemperor City. Exhilarated, she had immediately come over. Su Shan was good-looking in a different way than Chen Manyao, and had a unique, violent personality. As soon as she stepped into the shop, she looked over at Bai Xiaochun and yelled, "I love you, Bai Hao." Tears nearly sprang out of Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and as for Bai Hao, he immediately began trembling, especially because of how his master had ruined his name so badly. As for Chun Manyao, she simply frowned. Su Shan's bluntness made Bai Xiaochun feel like his head might explode. Here he was, a major general from the Great Wall, the majordomo of Giant Ghost City, a famous celebrity in the Wildlands, kidnapper of 100 chosen, fighter of Devis, slapper of demigod kings, and yet completely flummoxed when it came to such matters of love. He really had no idea how he was going to get through this day, and was fairly certain that conflict was going to explode between Su Shan and Chen Manyao. Although it was difficult, he managed to provide enough distractions to last until evening, when he closed the shop. After Su Shan and Chun Manyao left, he stood there staring at the ceiling, his face a mask of grief and indignation. "But I'm love Saint Bai Xiaochun," he moaned, thinking back to the title he had given himself. Unfortunately, at the moment he had no idea what to do. Beating his chest in lamentation, he continued, "How could this be happening? Years ago it was Song Junwan and Ho Xiaomei who almost drove me to my grave. Now here I am in the Wildlands, and despite how careful I've been, my outstanding nature continues to attract young women. I'm even using my apprentice Bai Hao's face, which isn't nearly as attractive as my own. Why? Why does everyone fall in love with me? Dear heavens, why do you have to treat me this way?" He truly felt as though his supplications to the heavens were falling on completely deaf ears. Off to the side, Bai Hao looked on with wide eyes. Looking somewhat depressed and helpless, he rubbed his face with his hand, and pondered whether he should offer a response to his master. In the end, he decided that considering how strange his master was acting, it would probably be better to hold back. "Could it be that I really am just too outstanding?" Bai Xiaochun mused aloud. "I look different, and it's a different time and place. I've cast the past aside. I can only rely on my mettle and my soul to strive forward. I guess that's what causes countless young women to go crazy for me. Don't tell me that I, Bai Xiaochun, have really reached such a supreme, ultimate level. What should I do? It's not my fault I'm so outstanding." As he stood there shaking his head, Bai Hao finally reached the point where he couldn't just stand idly by any longer. "Master," he said, Are you really blaming yourself? Or are you just showing off?" Bai Xiaochun spun in place and cast a glare at his apprentice. "Apprentice, can't you see that master is truly wrapped up in bitterness? You just don't understand. Did you know that I even had to deal with annoying things like this back in the mortal world? All of the girls in my village liked me. There was Kitty and Lassie and even Blackie. They chased me constantly, and I had to reject them over and over again." As Bai Xiaochun thought back to the past, his face filled with more bitterness. Bai Hao stood off to the side, a bit stunned. For some reason, it sounded to him like Kitty was a cat's name and Lassie was a dog's name. However, he couldn't for the life of him figure out what family would name a daughter something like Blackie. Completely unaware of what Bai Hao was thinking, Bai Xiaochun continued, "Originally, I thought that pursuing the path of immortality would free me from the curse of girls being attracted to me. But you know what happened? Almost immediately, Ho Xiaomei fell for me, and then my boo. I eventually went into hiding in the Bloodstream sect. Who would have thought that that's where Song Junwan would fall for me? What was I supposed to do? I didn't want any of it, and in the end just left it all behind. But never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined that after I got back to the river-defying sect, tens of thousands of female disciples would give me love letters. Why, my apprentice? Why did the heavens make me so outstanding? What's the reason for it all?" When Bai Xiaochun had first begun talking, he really had seemed upset about the situation. But the longer he talked, the more it seemed like he was savoring sweet memories. Bai Hao smiled wryly. He didn't actually believe much of what his master was saying. And yet, little did he know that his master had been waiting for that exact facial expression to appear. As soon as the disbelief touched his face, Bai Xiaochun smacked his bag of holding, and a loud rustling sound filled the air. Thousands upon thousands of colorful love letters poured out, forming a small mountain right there on the floor. Many of them were even folded into the shape of hearts. "See," Bai Xiaochun said, masking the pride in his voice with bitterness. Bai Hao was so startled that his jaw dropped and his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. Mind spinning, he stared in disbelief at all of the love letters. His vanity sated by the wonderful expression on his apprentice's face, Bai Xiaochun carefully collected the love letters back up and contemplated how it would be possible to use them again in the future. He also mused about how important it was for his apprentice to view him with awe and to realize how truly amazing he was. Ignoring Bai Hao, he stood there disconsolately for a moment before moping into the back room. Despite spending much time in thought, he couldn't come up with any ideas about what to do, so eventually, he sighed and went back to thinking about 17-colored flame. However, this was not an issue that would go away by ignoring it. The next day, Su Shan and Qin Manyao were back. Su Shan was the more candid of the two, and simply walked in and sat down next to Bai Xiaochun. If he moved, she moved with him. She seemed to be announcing to everyone that he belonged to her. Occasionally, she would also cast threatening glances at Qin Manyao. An unsightly expression could be seen on Qin Manyao's face, and occasionally she made some biting comments. Of course, Su Shan wasn't a match for her in words, so she would simply curse back and then leap up to start fighting. Each time, Bai Xiaochun would struggle to pull her back, trembling in fear the whole time. Bai Hao was also feeling quite apprehensive. However, he was supposed to be a stiff soul slave, and therefore, didn't dare to interfere in matters between the two women. So, he thought, it seems this Su Shan is also Master's wife. With that, he focused fully on maintaining the expressionless face of a soul slave. Bai Xiaochun was in no mood to pay much attention to Bai Hao, and felt his hair turning gray from the effort of trying to keep the peace. After all, he had put his heart and soul into this shop, and if these women started fighting inside, it would cause a lot of damage. Perhaps he could keep things calm over the course of a few days, but if things kept going like this. Half a month later, Bai Xiaochun felt like he was going insane, and the tension between Su Shan and Qin Manyao was more intense than ever. One day, the conflict finally erupted. "What did you just say? Qin Manyao, you slut? Other people might worry about you because of your status, Su Shan. But as far as I'm concerned, you're nothing but a stupid girl who doesn't know how to do anything except fight." As they faced off angrily on the verge of blows, the soul cultivators in the shop dropped back to watch the scene. Even some of the passers-by outside noticed and craned their necks to see what was happening. Apparently, people had grown used to exciting things happening at Bai Xiaochun's shop. Bai Xiaochun was in the back room, working on 17-colored flame. When he heard the row outside, he shivered in fear and almost started crying. But then, he hurried out and placed himself between Su Shan and Qin Manyao. where he tried to calm the situation down. However, nothing he said worked, and it seemed like the two women were just about to start fighting. Bai Xiaochun had been holding things in for half a month already, so at this point he finally lost control. "Enough!" he shouted, his voice echoing like thunder. The customers and other onlookers were in high spirits as they wondered what scene would play out now. Stunned by the volume of Bai Xiaochun's voice, Su Shan and Chen Manyao both turned to look at him. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Su Shan first and said, "Su Shan, tell me right now what it is you like about me." Originally, she had been fuming, but as soon as she heard his words, a flush touched her face, and she looked down shyly. "But there are so many people watching," she said softly. Head pounding, he grabbed Su Shan by the shoulder, looked her sternly in the eye, and said, "Tell me, what do you like about me? I'll definitely change it." When the onlookers heard that, they couldn't hold back from chuckling aloud. As for Su Shan, her eyes went wide, and suddenly, Bai Xiaochun felt like maybe this wasn't how he should treat a girl who had fallen in love with him. But then Su Shan suddenly smiled. "This is what I like about you." Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. Even as she spoke, she lifted her hand, causing him to lose his grip on her shoulder. Then she grabbed him, leaned forward and whispered into his ear, "From now on, you're mine." Then she stepped back and cleared her throat. Bai Xiaochun truly wanted to weep. Su Shan had thoroughly defeated him, and as he turned to Chen Manyao and saw the enigmatic smile on her face, he suddenly felt even more alarmed than before. Sighing, he said, "If you want to fight, just do it outside." When it came to matters of love like this, he was truly helpless. Turning dismally to return to the back room, he decided that he wouldn't come back out no matter how fierce the fighting got. Strangely enough, after Bai Xiaochun made up his mind, Chen Manyao and Su Shan did not start fighting. Instead, they staked out their own territory within the shop itself. From the look of it, they were less interested in paying attention to Bai Xiaochun, and more interested in having a competition between the two of them. It was a simple type of competition. They would see who could sell the most soul medicine. The customers who entered the shop had two choices: go with the beloved apprentice of the Grand Heaven Master, or with the cherished daughter of one of the heavenly kings. Thankfully, Bai Hao was also present, and was often swarmed with customers because of the situation. That got him very nervous. Unfortunately, in this case, the act he was putting on for safety purposes actually ended up forcing him to stay right in the middle of a deadly situation. After all, he was supposed to be an expressionless soul slave. Such a soul slave would not retreat to the back room to ask for help, and therefore, he had no other choice but to brace himself, suppress the shivers he felt because of the incisive gazes of the two young women, and receive the customers. The business was in utter chaos by this point. Chen Manyao and Su Shan were sticking to their guns, and were even calling on their connections both in Archemperor City and Spirit Advent City. Many soul cultivators who would normally never patronize the shop were now flocking to it to buy soul medicine, many of them in boldly large quantities. Of course, profits skyrocketed. Bai Xiaochun was always shocked to hear the nightly reports from Bai Hao about the day's business, and considering how things were playing out, he was more determined than ever to not step out of the back room for even a moment. Thanks to his continued work with 17-colored flame, he was becoming more and more confident and proficient. He even did a few experiments, and although all of them failed, he was confident that success was just around the corner. Unfortunately, the situation with Chen Manyao and Su Shan only continued to escalate. Half a month later, the two young women had called upon so many friends to come buy soul medicine that even the nobility and aristocracy got involved. Obviously, both Chen Manyao and Su Shan were extremely influential. Whether it was their personal status, their place in the power structure of the wildlands, their cultivation bases, or their good looks, they were both among the best of the best. It was only natural that women like them would have plenty of potential suitors. Some people actually placed Chen Manyao and Su Shan in the same league as Mistress Red Dust, and regarded the three of them as the three celestial goddesses of the wildlands. It wasn't that there weren't other women who were similarly good-looking, but when all of the factors were considered, those three occupied the pinnacle. Even some of the imperial princes were taken with them. It was almost impossible to estimate how many young men had their eye on them. When it came to Bai Xiaochun, many young women had originally discounted him because of his connection to Mistress Red Dust. They knew that the giant Ghost King had intended for the two of them to be Taoist partners. However, that plan was clearly not working out very well. Now that Chun Manyao and Su Shan were openly vying for him, many other young women finally began to make their own secret inquiries about the matter. And many of them went over to Burrow 89 to confirm for themselves what was happening. When they personally saw Chun Manyao and Su Shan in such open and hostile competition, it really got people thinking. Many people realized that Chun Manyao was acting very differently than she usually did. At the same time, feelings of envy and jealousy toward Bai Xiaochun began to grow even more prominent. Thankfully, he had quite a reputation. Whether it was because of the incredible battle prowess he had put on display in the necromancer kettle, or the faint 18-colored flame he had produced, many people feared him. However, it was roughly at this time that rumors began to spread. They started within the nobility and aristocracy, and slowly began to become more widespread. And of course, with each telling, they got more sensational. According to one rumor, Chun Manyao hadn't fought Bai Hao in the necromancer kettle. She had been captured by him, and then taken to a secluded location. That alone might not have meant much. However, Bai Hao had a horrible reputation in Giant Ghost City. He was a wife-stealer, and clearly a perverted person. And according to what everybody said, those descriptions were no exaggeration. For a man like that to be alone with a sexy woman in a secluded location. Well, there was little question as to what would happen. And that was the perfect explanation for why Chen Manyao, who was normally a quiet and docile girl, would suddenly act so brashly after Bai Hao came to Archemperor City. Rumors spread about Su Shan as well. Supposedly, Bai Hao had used some mysterious method to topple her defenses and win her heart. Of course, it only went to prove how incredible he was. After all, he had actually vanquished 2 of the top 3 celestial goddesses in one fell swoop. Although the rumors started out between only a few people, they spread rapidly until all of the chosen were talking about them. In reaction, some of them howled in rage, and others gritted their teeth angrily. Overall, most of them hated Bai Xiaochun down to their marrow. Furthermore, whenever anyone refuted the rumors, there were always people who would vehemently assert that they were true. What kind of a person is this Bai Hao? He steals wives and then kidnapped the peerlessly beautiful Chun Manyao for several days? I think we all know what must have gone on between the two of them during that time. Yeah, the evidence is conclusive. There's no other explanation for the strange behavior of both Chun Manyao and Su Shan. Damn it. This guy is a walking scourge. The gossip intensified, until eventually there were people claiming that they had actual evidence. And of course, it didn't take long for the rumors to spread beyond the circle of the nobility and aristocracy. Soon, even the lowliest soul cultivators had heard. It was a scandal that was the talk of the town. When Chen Manyao and Su Shan heard the rumors, they were enraged. However, the explanations they provided did no more to stop the flood of rumors than a pebble could stop the tide from coming in. Eventually, things reached a breaking point. The Spirit Advent King was so angry that he sent one of his subordinates, his Deva-level earthly duke, to Archemperor City to bring Su Shan home. Almost at the same time, Chun Manyao's master, the Grand Heaven Master, issued orders requiring her to return to him, after which he placed her on lockdown. Although one might think that the matter would end there, the gossip only intensified. Eventually, the chosen members of the nobility and aristocracy in Archemperor City reached the point where they couldn't control their rage. This Bai Hao has to die. Rid the people forever of this evil scourge. It was hard to say who took up the call first, but before long, all of the chosen were up in arms. Of course, not all of them were mindlessly going along with the mob. Some of them, such as Little Wolf God and Li Tianxing, knew exactly what was going on. They were actually hoping to take advantage of the situation to their benefit. They egged people on and also fanned the flames of the rumors. Before long, a crowd of chosen that was about half nascent soul cultivators and half core formation was marching toward Bai Xiaochun's shop in Burrow 89, killing intent burning. Zhou Hong was among them, his eyes glittering coldly. Let's see how you fight back this time, Bai Hao. It won't matter how incredible your battle prowess is. This isn't the necromancer kettle, so if you hurt or kidnap people, their clans will definitely fight back with full force. If you piss off the upper echelons of leadership in Archemperor Dynasty, then even if the giant ghost king wants to save you, he'll have to pay a heavy price. And if you aren't on top of your game, then this time, you'll be cut down like the stray dog you are. Whether you make the first move or not, you're going to lose, and nobody will be able to save you. Zhou Hong was more excited than ever. He was definitely the type who would seek revenge over the smallest grievance, and being crushed by Xiaochun in the necromancer kettle was a humiliation and a nightmare that he could never be rid of. He hated Xiaochun with a passion, and all of his efforts at revenge had failed. But this time he was certain that he would succeed. I had almost nothing to do with this mob. I just got the ball rolling. If there's an investigation, I won't be implicated. The truth is that he really just pissed too many people off. Maybe I did pull a few strings, but Bai Hao's true killer won't be me. It will be all of Archemperor City. Heh heh. Chuckling sinisterly, Zhou Hong sped along with the mob. Hundreds of figures could be seen streaming through the city streets, completely ignoring the city guards as they descended onto Burrow 89. When people realized who made up that mob, they were completely shocked, even the city guards. Was that Chen Xiong? Hey, that's Little Wolf God, Li Tiansheng and Zhao Dongshan. They're all top chosen. What are they doing? It looks like something really important. It was late at night, and the moon shone down brightly over Archemperor City. Coupled with the lamplight streaming out of various buildings, it didn't quite reach the same level as daylight, but was perfectly sufficient for cultivators to see clearly. Hundreds of people were rushing toward Bai Xiaochun's shop, which had already closed for business. In the back room, Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao were currently working together on conjuring some 17-colored flame. Bai Xiaochun had resolved almost all of the current issues. Although several of his recent conjurings had failed, they had also served to increase his confidence. The flame harmony state he had entered when conjuring the 18-colored flame had given him significant inspiration. He had also benefited greatly from the subsequent discussion with Sun Yifan and Sima Tao. Because of those factors, his work with 17-colored flame had sped up significantly. The most important factor was Bai Hao's help. Master and apprentice would discuss all of the problems that cropped up, and would work together to solve them. As Bai Xiaochun went about the actual conjuring, Bai Hao would watch with rapt attention, ready to point out any mistakes that he saw. By this point, Bai Xiaochun had reached the point where he made virtually no mistakes to begin with. However, Bai Hao continued to stand watch in all earnestness. The sight of his master working so hard at flame conjuring, his expression focused and serious, caused Bai Hao to sigh inwardly. Although master usually seems fairly unreliable, he really takes flame conjuring seriously. That's an area where a lot of other people fall short. He also has incredible levels of control. He won't even think about working on the actual conjuring until he completely understands it first. Then he focuses on solving every last little problem. That's one of the reasons why he succeeds where others fail. Bai Hao knew that, while it was true that he was offering a lot of valuable help, such help would not be very useful to another person. Only someone of his master's level and ability could benefit from it. Master, I'm definitely going to help you become a heavenly necromancer. Bai Hao wasn't even concerned about his own cultivation anymore. Although he couldn't be sure if there were other ghost cultivators in the world. For all he knew, he was the only one. Because of that, no cultivation techniques existed for ghost cultivators. Bai Xiaochun was aware of that problem, and had even made some secret inquiries in Archemperor City. Unfortunately, he hadn't turned up any clues. However, he had other ideas about what to do, and told Bai Hao not to worry. He would definitely find a set of ghost cultivator techniques for his apprentice to use. When Bai Hao thought about that, he felt a lot better. Although he knew his master was unreliable in some respects, if he made a promise, he would do everything he could to keep it. Putting away such thoughts, he focused on helping his master as he conjured the flame. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun was at a critical juncture. The sea of fire was contained in a specific way, and the vengeful souls were being carefully fed into it. As time passed, a 17th color slowly appeared within the 16-colored sea of fire. "It's gonna work!" Bai Xiaochun almost couldn't contain his joy, and was just about to proceed with the final bit of conjuring work when, all of a sudden, a huge boom shook everything. Then, enraged shouting could be heard that was clearly laced with killing intent. "Your life is over! By how?" The front door of the shop exploded, and the roof caved in as more than a dozen cultivators blasted their way inside. Bai Xiaochun's heart lurched with shock. This really was a critical moment in the conjuring of the 17-colored flame, and to have more than a dozen interlopers suddenly appear left him stunned. The sea of fire was connected in some ways to Bai Xiaochun's mental state and immediately destabilized. And in the same moment that he lost control, the door to the back room of the shop was blasted open. Damn it! Bai Xiaochun's face fell, but there was no time to ponder what to do. As he lost control of the sea of fire, intense rumbling sounds filled the air. He had no time to do anything other than grab Bai Hao and then hide under his turtle walk. In almost the same moment that the turtle walk settled down, the multicolored sea of fire exploded outward in all directions. More than a dozen chosen were in the middle of bursting into the back room, and before they could react, intense heat blasted against their faces. Although they tried to leap backward, there was no time, and they were immediately swept over by a 17-colored sea of fire. Miserable screams echoed out as the chosen burst into flames. 3 of them had been so slow to pull out defensive items that the shocking intensity of the fire reduced their fleshly bodies to nothing but ash. After that, the raging fire then wiped their souls completely out of existence. They were dead. Those who had managed to retreat looked on in astonishment as the sea of fire engulfed the shop. In an instant, the back room, the courtyard, and the main part of the shop were reduced to blackened rubble. Furthermore, other nearby shops were also affected. As the glow of fire rose into the sky, shouts of alarm filled the area. Dozens more chosen were flying toward the area from further away, and when they saw what was happening, they gasped in shock. Never could they have imagined that something like this would happen, and yet they had already started down this path and couldn't back down now. Little Wolf God was in the crowd. He had originally intended to hold back a bit, and then join in the action toward the end. But now, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Attack together!" However, that was when a roar of rage echoed out into the air that caused all hearts to tremble. Bai Xiaochun had lifted up the edge of the turtle walk to find his beloved shop a charred, smoldering ruin. Next to him, his apprentice was shaking in fear. At that point, Bai Xiaochun's eyes became so bloodshot with rage that he couldn't control himself. This shop was his home, and the only place in the wildlands that belonged to him and him alone. And now it was gone. A bunch of thugs had come and destroyed it. Because of that, Bai Xiaochun began to descend into madness. "Bullies!" he yelled, slowly rising to his feet. "Complete and utter bullies!" Despite how he was shaking with rage, he first made sure to put Bai Hao away so that he was safe. Struggling for control, he sent his divine sense out and confirmed that there were a few dozen people in the area, with a few hundred more a bit further away, closing in. That, in itself, confirmed to him that these people were attempting to kill him. It was made even more clear considering that there were people already preparing to attack. However, instead of simply starting to fight, he pulled out a transmission jade slip and sent a voice message to the Giant Ghost King. When the Giant Ghost King heard what was happening, he was initially stunned. However, he was fundamentally a domineering and haughty person, so after a brief moment of thought, he sent a reply. "Bai Hao, you're the son-in-law of the Giant Ghost King. There's no way you can just stand around and let them bully you. Beat the crap out of them. I'll handle any consequences. Just make sure not to kill anyone. I'll tell Amor to go help, and will also send a message to the Grand Heaven Master. Don't worry, I'll take all the responsibility." As soon as Bai Xiaochun heard the Giant Ghost King's response, his courage grew. Looking up, he no longer attempted to suppress his rage, and instead, let it burn as hot as possible. Without any hesitation, he blurred into motion, flying up out of what remained of the sea of fire. "You cheated me in business, and destroyed my shop. You people have really forced my hand. Even as his words echoed out like heavenly thunder, he moved with lightning-like speed to appear in front of an incoming nascent soul cultivator. That cultivator was none other than Little Wolf God, who saw nothing more than a flash of light before Bai Xiaochun was right in front of him. His face twisted with vicious rage. Trembling, he backed up and said, "Wait! Bai Hao, let me explain. That was when Bai Xiaochun lashed out with a furious fist strike. Got your life force back, didn't you? Feeling a bit masochistic and decided to come back for more? Fine. Get down on your hands and knees." Little Wolf God was completely helpless as a scene very similar to the necromancer kettle played out again. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, accompanied by an agonized shriek, as Bai Xiaochun's terrifying fist strike knocked him out of midair to slam into the ground. His nascent soul was shaken so badly that it almost popped out into the open. Then he passed out. When Little Wolf God slammed into the ground, a huge boom echoed out, and cracks spread out in all directions. As Little Wolf God lay there, soaked with blood and completely unmoving, all of the other chosen in the area gasped in astonishment. Before they could do anything, the enraged Bai Xiaochun vanished as surely as a ghost, to reappear in front of two other soul cultivators. "You two get down there too," he shouted angrily. The two soul cultivators prepared to fight back, but instantly realized that their nascent souls had been destabilized, and their cultivation-based power was weakened. Even as they shouted out in alarm, booms rang out as Bai Xiaochun struck their shoulders with his fist. Cracking sounds could be heard as numerous bones were broken, and they were sent down screaming to slam into the ground next to Little Wolf God. Things weren't over yet, though. Bai Xiaochun's fury was now fully ablaze. It would be the same with anyone who watched the shop they had toiled tirelessly over be reduced to rubble. Besides, now that he had been given the go-ahead by the giant Ghost King, he wasn't scared of anything. Obviously, he wasn't even close to being done. He next appeared in front of a middle-aged chosen from one of the aristocratic clans, whose face immediately drained of blood as he began to back up. "Do you truly dare to kill me, Bai Hao?" "No, I don't," Bai Xiaochun replied in an enraged shout. Of course, the words he spoke caused the middle-aged man's jaw to drop. Then Bai Xiaochun was on top of him, his right hand moving with lightning speed to grab the man by the neck and hurl him down to the ground. A boom rang out as blood sprayed from the man's mouth. His nascent soul had almost been crushed and immediately tumbled out from inside of him. At the same time, his 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs were shattered, and he lapsed into unconsciousness. "You think I'm an idiot or something? Killing you would be a waste of plenty of nice life force." Bai Xiaochun was of the impression that his words were particularly impressive and went to show how incredibly mighty he was. Just when he was about to make another move, the dozens of people in the area finally started to recover from their initial shock at Bai Xiaochun's terrifying actions so far. All of these people had impressive cultivation bases. Although some of them were only in the core formation stage, they were top chosen from their clans, people who surpassed ordinary people at the same cultivation level. Although Bai Xiaochun was clearly mighty, it only took a moment before people started to cry out, "Attack together!" Even if this Bai Hao was more powerful than he already is, it's not like he's superhuman. He's aroused public wrath. So we definitely have to make him pay the price. Dozens of people rotated their cultivation bases and performed incantation gestures to unleash divine abilities. Multicolored light formed something like a huge wave that surged toward Bai Xiaochun. Within those magical techniques were 3 soul dragons, as well as numerous tornadoes. There were streams of blade light and sword projections, and even something like a huge peacock, whose tail turned into streams of glowing swords that shot through the air toward Bai Xiaochun. Further off in the distance were 40 or 50 people who had not yet arrived at the scene of the fight, who were using magical items to shoot at top speed toward Bai Xiaochun. Behind them were even more people, all rushing in the same direction. Clearly, Bai Xiaochun was thoroughly surrounded. It was a deadly trap. Bai Xiaochun was fully aware of the situation, and it caused his eyes to turn even more bloodshot than before. There was no time for thought or planning. Even if he tried to flee from the situation, he would be blocked by the crowd surrounding him. There was only one option, and that was to fight. He was now relying on his tempered bones and powerful defensive powers to fight against a virtual army of chosen cultivators. Taking a deep breath, he reached out with his right hand, revealing the eternal parasol. Of course, because of the powers of his mask, it looked like something completely different. Without any hesitation, he opened the parasol and thrust it forward to meet the wave of magical techniques and divine abilities. Whether it was the dragons, the tornadoes, the blade light, the sword projections, or anything else, they were all blocked by the power of the eternal parasol. A tremor ran through by Xiaochun, and his eyes turned more bloodshot as he was shoved back a few paces, placing him right next to Little Wolf God and the other 3 cultivators he had knocked down out of the air. Without pausing for a moment, he stabbed the eternal parasol into them, one after another. Miserable shrieks rang out from their mouths as they regained consciousness to find their fleshly bodies withering up and their life force pouring into the eternal parasol. After the life force was then passed into by Xiaochun, his place within the 8th stratum of the tempered bones grew higher. Little Wolf God had experienced this same thing before, but the other cultivators had not. They had only heard of Bai Hao's vicious methods. As for Little Wolf God, he had it a bit better off considering that this was his second time. After the incident in the necromancer kettle, his clan had used numerous methods to help him recover the lost life force. But now that the entire thing was happening again, the bitterness and regret in his heart reached indescribable levels. By Xiaochun's method of using the eternal parasol to defend against the attacking magical techniques, and then absorb life force from Little Wolf God and the others, worked perfectly. He took the life force in one smooth move and then burst into action again. The mountain-shaking bash exploded out, turning him into a series of afterimages and sonic booms. Then he slammed into a nascent soul cultivator, who coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was thrown backward. It was at this point that a particularly reckless and foolish core formation cultivator off to the side waved his finger in by Xiaochun's direction. Instantly, a green, fist-sized pearl shot into the air toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered. The sudden appearance of this pearl caused a strange feeling to rise up within him. Obviously, this pearl was no ordinary item. As it neared, he performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and then waved his finger, causing control power to wrap around the pearl and fling it back in the direction it had come from. The core formation cultivator's face fell as he realized that it was too late to try to flee. When the pearl slammed into him, it shattered, creating a green toxic gas of a sinister nature that immediately caused the entire area around the cultivator to twist and distort. Miserable screams rang out for the space of 2 breaths of time, after which the cultivator had been reduced to nothing but blood and gore. He had been destroyed in body and soul. The surrounding cultivators gasped, and down below, Little Wolf God's eyes began to shine brightly. He started killing people, huh? An unsightly expression could be seen on Bai Xiaochun's face as well. He hadn't set out to kill anyone. Although the explosion of the 17-colored flame had resulted in a few deaths, this mob was the one coming after him. He couldn't truly be held accountable for either of those situations. However, he also knew that the clans of the people he had killed would not accept such an explanation. His current situation was different from the necromancer kettle. Back then, he had been able to flee into the mists if he wanted. Furthermore, no soul cultivators from the elder generation had been present to interfere. Now, he was in Archemperor City and everything was different. There was nowhere to hide, and furthermore, it wouldn't be long before people from the elder generation showed up. That was why he had sent his message to the giant Ghost King, and also why he had tried hard not to kill anyone. But now he was out of options. Fine, killing it is. So what? You think that just because the tiger doesn't roar, it means it's a fluffy kitten or something. I didn't want to kill anybody, but you're leaving me no choice. This group of cultivators had destroyed his home, and because of that, killing intent finally appeared in his eyes. He was like a celestial warrior or a primeval beast as he unleashed killing moves. More rumbling sounds could be heard as numerous magical techniques and divine abilities closed in. As they did, Bai Xiaochun clenched his hand into a fist, unleashing a fist strike that sent a sound wave out in all directions. Then, he was in front of another soul cultivator, whom he stabbed with the eternal parasol and sucked dry of life force. He didn't pause for a moment. Flashing into motion, he began to absorb more life force. Not a one of the dozens of soul cultivators in the area were a match for him at all. No amount of magical techniques or divine abilities seemed capable of doing anything to him, nor of piercing the defenses of the eternal parasol. Wherever he went, he cut through his enemies like a hot knife through butter. The glow of blood and fire illuminated all heaven and earth. This would be no tranquil night for Arch-Emperor City. That was especially true of Burrow 89, which was currently shining with the light of fire and filled with hoarse shouts. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were crimson as he looked around. The first wave of several dozen chosen were either dead or completely drained of life force to the point where they were seriously injured. As Bai Xiaochun stood there within the flickering firelight, he looked particularly terrifying. He hadn't set out to kill anyone, but they had forced his hand and given him no other choice. He didn't want to cause any trouble, but the trouble came to find him. And not just a single time. He hadn't been interested in fighting either. However, they had him surrounded, and there were more enemies approaching every moment, making flight impossible. Besides, he wasn't very familiar with Arch-Emperor City, so even if he did manage to break free from the fighting, it would be impossible for him to escape. Bullying me and pushing me into a corner, he murmured, shivering partly with rage and partly with fear. However, there was nothing he could do at the moment other than hope that the giant Ghost King would be able to save him. Things were just developing too quickly. In fact, there were already countless divine abilities and magical techniques closing in on him, as well as the glow of magical items. The second wave of Chosen was closing in with the core formation cultivators in the back and the nascent soul experts up front. Although they could already see that Bai Xiaochun was a brutal fighter, the event had reached a critical mass, and none of them were willing to retreat. More than 100 soul cultivators were closing in from all directions, and many of them were people familiar to Bai Xiaochun, including Zhao Dongshan, Li Tiansheng, and others. It was too urgent of a situation for Bai Xiaochun to ponder what to do. Eyes burning with killing intent, he dashed forward, unleashing shocking energy as he charged forth in attack. Ruarumble. Booms could be heard as fierce fighting broke out. Bai Xiaochun was unstoppable, and it didn't matter who ended up in front of him. They all were thrown backward, blood spraying out of their mouths, completely shocked by Xiaochun's strength and ferocity. He's even stronger than he was back in the Necromancer Kettle. So this is Bai Hao, the legendary figure who defeated 100 Chosen. He's strong, but we outnumber him. Besides, we're in Arch-Emperor City. Everyone anxiously pressed the attack, and soon, the scene was one of utter chaos. Li Tiansheng was in the crowd, performing an incantation gesture that summoned clouds of toxic gas. He knew how incredible Bai Xiaochun was, and therefore hung toward the back, ready to flee if he had to. However, before he even realized what was happening, Bai Xiaochun was looking through the crowd directly into his eyes. Scalp tingling, he suddenly thought back to how Bai Xiaochun had looked at him in exactly the same way back in the Necromancer Kettle. Bai Xiaochun blurred into motion, sidestepping a random cultivator to suddenly appear just up ahead of Li Tiansheng, looking like something from a nightmare. Li Tiansheng's heart leapt into his throat, and he immediately turned and fled. However, Bai Xiaochun laughed madly and used his mountain-shaking bash, unleashing extreme levels of fleshly body power to blast through the crowd. Using the eternal parasol to defend himself against the divine abilities and magical techniques, he shot in pursuit of Li Tiansheng. Bai Xiaochun was like a nightmare in living form to Li Tiansheng, who quickly slapped his bag of holding to produce an actual human heart, dripping with blood. Face twisting with a vicious snarl, he crushed the heart, causing a fragrant odor that resembled a woman's perfume to explode out. Then, the image of a woman appeared, face twisted in agony as she shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered. He could tell that Li Tiansheng was not relying on some ordinary technique. The heart he had just crushed seemed shocking in every way. Furthermore, the shadowy woman who was racing toward him seemed to have a hole in her chest where her heart should be. Bai Xiaochun leaped backward to avoid the woman, but at the same time, threw the eternal parasol out in front of him, causing it to become a streak of light that shot toward Li Tiansheng. Before Li Tiansheng could react, the eternal parasol had stabbed directly into his chest. Life force spilled out, and as the pain filled him, Bai Xiaochun waved his finger, causing the eternal parasol to fly back toward him. Then he slammed his hand down into the ground, causing a barrier of sharp spikes to spring up from the ground to defend himself from the incoming divine abilities. Considering how much life force power was pouring into Bai Xiaochun, his tempered bones were rapidly approaching the 9th stratum. Just a bit more, and I'll break through. Even as he reached this point in his train of thought, the spikes around him shattered, and dozens of cultivators shot toward him. Everything was a blur, but that didn't matter too much to Bai Xiaochun. He knew that everyone in the area was his enemy. Rumbling sounds could be heard as he relied on incredible speed that bordered on teleportation. By not using his cultivation base, he conserved spiritual power, and could thus keep fighting longer. Besides, there were plenty of people in the area who could help keep his fleshly body power bolstered. Fierce fighting could be heard, and at the same time, more soul cultivators appeared on the scene. It was getting difficult for Bai Xiaochun to block all of the incoming divine abilities and magical items with his eternal parasol, and some began to make contact with him. However, the attacks landing on him didn't cause him to pause for even a moment. He really was like an immortal devil incarnate. Magical techniques from the core formation cultivators were like nothing to him, a fact which led quite a few people to gasp in shock. Even the magical techniques and items of the nascent soul experts didn't affect him very much. At most, they caused him to frown slightly. Considering that he was only dealing with dozens of incoming attacks, his eternal parasol could defend him well enough that he was also able to fight back. With each fist strike he used, he sent someone flying, and would then suck away their life force. Clearly, none of these chosen had ever considered that a nascent soul cultivator could possibly be this powerful. It was unbelievable to an absurd level. His fleshly body power was beyond imagination, and left them utterly shaken. Who is this guy? Doesn't he have any weaknesses? Where are we supposed to hit him? His speed, his fleshly body, his endurance, his defenses. They're all at the highest level. How do we fight this? Considering that fewer and fewer people were left standing near Bai Xiaochun, wooden expressions could be seen on the faces of many of the wildlanders. None of them dared to unleash any more attacks, and most of them even began to back up. Zhao Dongshan was there on the ground, his heart filled with regret as he fled, terrified that Bai Xiaochun would notice him. What was I thinking to come cause trouble for this fiendish killer? Please, please don't notice me. Even as Zhao Dongshan prayed for a way to get out of the situation, another group of over 100 chosen was closing in, with Zhou Hong in their midst. When they got close enough, they could see the carnage in the area. The bodies of numerous chosen strewn on the ground around Bai Xiaochun, whose veins of steel were pumping, and who radiated an air of brutal madness. Zhou Hong was shocked, but at the same time delighted. He finally killed some people. Nobody can save you this time. By how? Even as Zhou Hong arrived, Bai Xiaochun pulled the eternal parasol out of the body of one of the soul cultivators. With the life force he had just acquired, he could tell that his tempered bones were no longer in the 8th stratum, but rather in the 9th. With that, he looked up slowly at Zhou Hong. "Zhou Hong," he said, his eyes burning with killing intent as he blurred into motion. Meanwhile, outside of Arch-Emperor City in the giant Ghost Legion, Mistress Red Dust was sitting in her red command tent, her brow furrowed grimly. In her hand was a transmission jade slip that sent the giant Ghost King's voice echoing into her mind. "This Bai Hao is a complete disaster," she murmured through gritted teeth. As far as she was concerned, she had already helped him once. Without her intervention, the Heavenly Duke from the Chun clan would definitely have looked into the matter. Although she had been touched by the way she benefited from the situation, that feeling didn't go very deep and quickly faded. Now here her father was, yet again asking for her to go protect Bai Hao. Without even thinking about it, she refused. If he has a death wish, then just let him die. Snorting coldly, she was just about to put the jade slip down when another message came from the giant ghost king. Only she could hear the furious words he spoke, and whatever they were, they caused her to sit there in grim silence for a moment before rising to her feet. I'll just help him this one last time. With that, she walked out of the command tent, called a few dozen giant Ghost Legion soldiers over, and then headed toward Burrow 89 in Archemperor City. By this point, the powerful experts from the noble and aristocratic clans were getting messages from their various princes, princesses, and other young cultivators. What incredible gall! That was especially true when word of the deaths began to filter through. The clans involved immediately sent people over, and some of the top powerful experts even went personally. As both Mistress Red Dust and the almighty figures from the nobility and aristocracy all took to motion, Bai Xiaochun was shooting through the air in a beam of light, his eyes bloodshot as he targeted Zhou Hong with deadly force. Zhou Hong's face fell. He knew Bai Xiaochun was powerful, and didn't want to actually fight him unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, he immediately fell back. This Bai Hao has already killed people and therefore must die. All we have to do is delay for a bit. Everybody, attack together and force him back. Everyone could see the truth in his words, especially those who had been a part of the incident in the necromancer kettle. They knew that this was the best chance they had to get their revenge. It only took the briefest of moments for another round of even more powerful magical techniques to fill the air, creating a wave that surged unstoppably toward Bai Xiaochun. In response, Bai Xiaochun opened up the eternal parasol and, instead of slowing down, actually sped up. He also slapped his bag of holding, producing his 16-fold spirit-enhanced black spear. Letting out an angry shout, he charged onward, defending himself with the parasol in one hand and stabbing out with the spear in the other. The spear caused a huge vortex to spring out, which provoked a gasp from Zhou Hong, who fell back again. Off to the side from Zhou Hong was a young man who had been accompanying him. Currently, his expression was grim, and from the look in his eyes, he seemed to be calculating something. All of a sudden, killing intent flared within his eyes, and he pulled out an ancient feng shui compass. Fellow Taoists, please pick a position to hold based on the indications of my feng shui compass. Even as the words left his mouth, brilliant light shot out from the feng shui compass, creating a projected image of the compass surrounding Bai Xiaochun. Over 100 glowing dots could be seen, which moved along with him as he attacked. When the chosen in the area saw that, their eyes glittered, and they immediately began to take up the positions marked by the glowing dots. The first soul cultivator suddenly found himself wearing a suit of shimmering armor. At the same time, the armor caused a misty fog to start building up around Bai Xiaochun. Almost as soon as he was in place, Bai Xiaochun could feel intense pressure weighing down on him. Within moments, more and more people were arriving, and as they did, suits of armor appeared on them. Each suit of armor was linked to the others by streams of light, which simultaneously caused the misty fog to grow denser. Incredible pressure was now weighing down on Bai Xiaochun from the spell formation, making it increasingly difficult to move. Furthermore, this was simply crushing weight, not a ceiling, which meant that his undying hex was completely useless. When Zhou Hong took a place in the formation, its power grew even more intense. However, not everyone present chose to join in, especially some of the people who had been part of the first two waves of attackers. For example, Zhao Dongshan. They were people who had been shaken by Xiaochun's battle prowess, and still hesitated to get close to him, even with a spell formation locking him down. What a bunch of useless fools, Zhou Hong thought, snorting coldly. Ignoring Zhao Dongshan and the others, he focused on powering the spell formation and launching divine abilities and magical techniques. As for Bai Xiaochun, his expression was unsightly as he remained in the middle of the rotating spell formation, the dense mist around him locking down all creation and making escape seemingly impossible. In addition, the pressure grew stronger by the moment. Then, a hail of sword light began to scream in his direction, provoking a frown on his part as he extended the eternal parasol to defend himself. Moments later, booms rang out, and he felt his qi and blood surging inside of him. At the moment, he couldn't see anyone outside of the spell formation, but those people could see him. Zhao Dongshan and the others who weren't participating watched as the more than 100 soul cultivators who were part of the formation continued to move, causing the space around by Xiaochun to shrink down. It was easy to imagine that, once the spell formation shrank down to a certain point, a deadly attack would be unleashed. What formation is that? Zhao Dongshan thought with a gasp, stunned by what he was seeing. Zhou Hong simply laughed coldly, feeling the power of his cultivation base being absorbed into the glowing dot of light, and at the same time, watching by Xiaochun hesitating inside. Then, his gaze shifted to the young man outside of the formation who held the feng shui compass. The young man the second prince sent to offer assistance really is an almighty master of spell formations, he thought. By how. It's too bad you'll never have the chance to find out that, in addition to myself, the second prince and even the grand prince are all in on this. You offended far too many among the nobility and aristocracy. You even offended the imperial clan. As Zhou Hong chuckled coldly, Bai Xiaochun's facial expression turned more unsightly. Then, he blurred into motion, picking a direction and drawing on the mountain-shaking bash. A boom echoed out, and the spell formation shuddered. However, a massive backlash also hit Bai Xiaochun, causing his expression to turn even more unsightly. Clearly, the defenses of this spell formation could not easily be broken. So it's pooling together the defensive powers of everyone outside the formation. He continued to dodge the sword light that continued to slash at him, the aura of which was growing stronger every moment. It wouldn't be long before that sword light was as strong as a deva. Bai Xiaochun sucked in a breath when he realized how powerful this spell formation was. This is a pretty spectacular spell formation to form so quickly. Usually big, powerful formations like this take a long time to put into place. Frowning, he thought back to the young man with the feng shui compass who had been standing next to Zhou Hong, the one who had set up the spell formation. He was definitely a stranger to Bai Xiaochun, not one of the people who had been present in the necromancer kettle. Do you people really think that a crappy spell formation like this can hold me down? A wild look appeared in his eyes. He knew that this was not a moment to be sitting around wasting time. It was hard to say whether or not the giant ghost king could convince Mistress Red Dust to come help him, and the power of the spell formation was building with every second that ticked by. That in turn meant that the danger to him was growing rapidly. Let's see which is more powerful, your spell formation, or my undying Emperor's fist. He took a deep breath, and as he did his aura, his cultivation base fluctuations, and everything else about him vanished. They shrank down, focusing all of his being, even his life force, back to its origin. To any type of divine sense, Bai Xiaochun would appear to be without any aura whatsoever, almost as if he were a corpse. Zhao Dongshan's eyes widened, and Zhou Hong's face fell. He's going to use that fist strike. Zhou Hong and everyone else in the spell formation who had also participated in the events of the necromancer kettle were immediately alarmed by what they were seeing, and sent more power flowing out of their cultivation bases. After all, the things they had seen that fist strike do were things they would never forget for their entire life. The only one who didn't react in such a way was the young man with the feng shui compass. Although he could see how Zhou Hong and the others were reacting, he was fully confident that this spell formation could not be broken by anyone under the Deva realm. How could this measly by how possibly break the Imperial clan's secret spell formation? Of course, there was no way for anyone, not even Zhou Hong and the others, to know that Bai Xiaochun's undying Emperor's fist was actually far different from the version they had witnessed in the past. Back in the necromancer kettle, Bai Xiaochun had used the full power of his fleshly body to power the fist strike. But now that he was in the 9th stratum of the tempered bones, his undying Emperor's fist could actually unleash double the amount of his full fleshly body power. The previous amount had been shocking, but double was a level of power that not even Bai Xiaochun was certain about. All he knew was that even Mistress Red Dust could be injured by it. Bai Xiaochun's eyes seemed completely lifeless, and his body looked like a withered tree. However, It was in that moment that his hand clenched into a fist. A black vortex sprang up around it, something like a black hole. Distortions spread out through the air, and the incoming beams of sword light were twisted out of existence. A terrifying aura sprang out of the black hole that seemed too mysterious to define. As soon as it began to spread out through the spell formation, the people inside felt their hearts pounding with fear and sensations of deadly crisis. The young man with the feng shui compass was clearly shocked, and as for the feng shui compass itself, it began to vibrate unstably. "Impossible!" he shouted. After all, his opponent had done nothing more than clench his fist. Even as the young man with the feng shui compass, Zhou Hong, and numerous other chosen began to cry out in alarm, a massive, domineering air sprang up inside the spell formation. A huge, shadowy figure appeared, clad in imperial robes and wearing an imperial crown. Of course, thanks to the power of Bai Xiaochun's mask, that image looked different to the people in the spell formation. However, the domineering air it exuded was still there, and caused even the minds of Zhao Dongshan and others further away to reel. Gasps could be heard. Everyone felt as if, in front of this shadowy figure, they were nothing more than bugs, looking up with complete powerlessness. Zhou Hong felt it most clearly of all. Back in the necromancer kettle, he had faced Bai Xiaochun's undying emperor's fist, and could immediately tell that this shadowy figure was vastly more shocking than the one from before. Not only was it more corporeal, it was also more domineering. In fact, the version he had faced in the necromancer kettle almost couldn't compare at all to this new version. This? Zhou Hong was physically trembling, as were the others who were powering the spell formation. Deep alarm and fear rose up from within their hearts to grip them relentlessly. In that moment, Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked up, his face expressionless. Then he unleashed a vicious punch onto the fog in front of him. In his heart, he uttered 3 words. Undying. Emperor's Fist. Ruumble. Krea Ash. The enormous, shadowy emperor also struck out with his fist. In fact, from a distance, it wasn't even possible to see Bai Xiaochun. The only thing visible was the shadowy emperor, looking down with the scorn of a paragon as he unleashed a fist strike. Massive energy erupted out that couldn't be put into words. To Zhao Dongshan, it looked almost like an actual god had descended. The wind screamed, and a powerful will rose up, a will like that which belonged to the heavens. "Deva," he whispered, stunned. Everyone else present felt their hearts pounding in their chests. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out from the spell formation, along with sharp cracking sounds. Everyone who was powering the spell formation, including Zhou Hong, could only watch as the glowing armor that covered them began to shatter. A mountain-toppling, sea-draining force smashed against them, making them feel like tiny rowboats on a raging sea, completely powerless to fight back. One of the soul cultivator's glowing armor shattered, leaving him bereft of any defenses. Then, an agonized shriek rang out. It was as if he had been smashed into by a mountain. Gobs of blood erupted from his mouth as he was sent flying down to slam into the ground, completely unconscious. After all, in addition to the force being exerted by Xiaochun, they also had to deal with the backlash from the spell formation, adding injury to injury in a way that was extremely difficult to sustain. Soon, a second person was similarly affected, then a third and a fourth. Within the mere blink of an eye, a 20th was hit, then the 50th, the 80th. One by one, the more than 100 people who had been powering the spell formation screamed miserably as they were sent slamming into the ground, chi and blood in chaos, internal organs smashed. Many of them nearly lost their cultivation bases from the force of impact. All were seriously injured and left gasping for breath. That included Zhou Hong. Although he held out for longer than most of the others, eventually blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he was sent tumbling backward. The spell formation had been completely destroyed. The feng shui compass crumbled, sending a backlash attack into the young man that had been holding it, causing him to visibly age. His hair turned white, and blood sprayed out of his mouth, filled with chunks of internal organs. After all, he had been operating the spell formation, and therefore was hit with a bigger backlash than anyone else. He had tried throwing his longevity into the spell formation to stabilize it, but failed. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream rang out as he exploded, killed in body and soul. A massive blast of wind exploded out from the destroyed spell formation, sweeping out in all directions as Bai Xiaochun took a step forward. His hair was in complete disarray, and the domineering air which had surrounded him was gone. He didn't seem terrifying like he had moments before, and yet, to everyone present, he was like an immortal devil. The instant he appeared, Zhao Dongshan let out a shriek of alarm and began to fly backward, not daring to remain in place for even a moment longer. The other chosen who had been rushing toward the area all scattered. At the moment, Bai Xiaochun was simply too shocking and terrifying for them to deal with. Bai Xiaochun completely ignored the fleeing Zhao Dongshan and other chosen. His use of the fist strike moments ago had completely emptied him and drained his fleshly body power down to nothing. Thankfully, his cultivation base was still in place, and he could use it to control his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to lift a finger. As he moved, he rotated his cultivation base, flying toward the nearest of the more than 100 chosen who had been blasted by his fist strike. All of them were severely injured, and also shell-shocked by Xiaochun's power. With one wave of his arm, he gathered them all together and deposited them onto the ground in front of him. At the moment, he felt profoundly exhausted. When he let his cultivation base relax, his vision swam, so he bit his tongue to maintain lucidity. Panting, he glared at the more than 100 chosen. "Again and again and again," he said in a hoarse voice. "You people push things too far." As for the chosen, they stared back at him with completely ashen faces. Never could they have imagined that this person would be so unbelievably powerful. It was outrageous. What divine ability was that? He's in the nascent soul stage. How could he possibly use a secret magic like that? Just what fist strike was that? Zhou Hong was cursing inwardly, but his face was still deathly ashen. In his bitterness, he realized that this Bai Hao had grown stronger since their last encounter, leaving him far, far behind. That fist strike had already been the stuff of nightmares, and now it was even more devilishly horrific than before. He wasn't the only one to react in such a way. Everyone looked at Bai Xiaochun with scalps tingling from shock and horror. For many, it was their first time actually encountering the Bai Hao that they had heard so much about. And as of this moment, they were thoroughly convinced that his legendary strength was no joke. He was completely inhuman. Bai Xiaochun was currently fighting to get his breathing under control, but to everyone else, it made him look like an immortal devil chanting forbidden scriptures as he stared at them with bloodshot eyes. He pulled out a heaven-cleaving good fortune pill and popped it into his mouth. Its miraculous abilities instantly returned his cultivation base to top form, and also returned his body to good condition. Then he took a breath, hefted his eternal parasol, and walked over to the nearest terrified soul cultivator. After stabbing the parasol into the cultivator, life force began to flow into him, further restoring his fleshly body power. The soul cultivator screamed as he withered up, but thankfully for him, Bai Xiaochun's killing intent had ebbed significantly after using the undying emperor's fist. Therefore, after a moment passed, he extracted the eternal parasol and moved on to the next chosen. Everyone looked on with scalps that tingled in terror, and that included both those who had not been present in the necromancer kettle, and those who had. "Look, let's talk this over, Bai Hao. Don't Don't be like this, Bai Hao. You already sucked me dry in the necromancer kettle. You don't have to. Hey, don't. Do you truly dare to kill me, Bai Hao? How dare you? My clan's patriarch is a heavenly duke. This isn't the necromancer kettle, Bai Hao. This is Arch-Emperor City. Please, curses, threats, and all other types of words could be heard. The doors of many nearby shops opened up a crack as people looked out to see what was happening, whereupon gasps could be heard. So far, nobody had dared to look out, but now that they could, a shocking scene met their eyes. There Bai Xiaochun stood, pulsing with vitality, having single-handedly reduced his enemies to a completely pitiable state. All onlookers felt chills running up their spines. This by how was uncharacteristically, unfathomably profound. The truth was that he actually wasn't that indescribably powerful. If the entire group of several hundred soul cultivators had all attacked simultaneously, then he would have been seriously injured or even killed. But because they came at him in 3 waves, and because some like Zhao Dongshan had actually chosen to flee, he managed to defeat them soundly. In the end, the spell formation had been so troublesome by Xiaochun that he had resorted to the Undying Emperor's fist to break it, and then used a heaven-cleaving good fortune pill to recover. Without falling back on that strategy, he wouldn't have been able to prevail. Feeling more than a bit angry, he quickly went from one chosen to the next and stabbed the eternal parasol into them. He made sure to shove it especially deeply into Zhou Hong, and took plenty of life force. Most people screamed, but Zhou Hong simply gritted his teeth and glared at Bai Xiaochun wordlessly. "What?" Bai Xiaochun said. "Still think you were in the right? Fudge. You stirred up trouble with me back in the necromancer kettle. Then you tried to get Sun Yifan and Sima Tao to do your dirty work for you, and now you pull this little stunt." Bai Xiaochun really did want to just wipe Zhou Hong out of existence right here, but reminded himself that he couldn't forget how powerful Zhou Hong's father was. If your dad wasn't a demigod, Lord Bai would have already killed you. Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly, and sucked even more life force out of him until there was almost none left. At that point, he felt his tempered bones beginning to thrum. Extracting the eternal parasol, he cast his senses inward to observe something warm flowing through him, originating within his bones. A tremor ran through him, and then he felt both his defensive powers and his overall strength increase. As of this moment, he was breaking out from the tempered bones level into the powered bones level. Humph. You people have powerful backgrounds, but so do I. Normally, his breakthrough in the undying bones would have been a cause for joy. But right now, he didn't feel excited at all. Furthermore, despite the words he had just uttered, he was actually feeling very nervous. "You have to pull through for me this time, Giant Ghost King," he thought. "I'm really in trouble. I might not be your son, but I'm your son-in-law, right? That counts as being half a son at least." Sighing, he pondered that he really had been maligned in this situation. He was innocent. He hadn't done a thing. He had been minding his own business, conjuring some flame, when these crazy people burst onto the scene and started a fight. What was I supposed to do? If I didn't fight back, I would have gotten killed, and I didn't want to kill anybody either. That was an accident. The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. He wanted to simply flee, and yet knew that there was really nowhere to flee to. If he was going to end up as a fugitive in the wildlands, then he might as well just reveal his true identity as Bai Xiaochun. If it really goes that far, then I've been thoroughly defeated. The wildlands beat me. I can't believe that both of my identities are going to be put on the wanted list. As Bai Xiaochun considered all these matters, he truly wished he could cry. Furthermore, he didn't dare to try to perform another spirit enhancement on his nascent soul right now. Otherwise people would easily be able to figure out who he really was. What do I do? AI? What a headache. Sighing, he finally sent a message to the Giant Ghost King explaining that he had killed a few people. The Giant Ghost King didn't respond at first. Then he cursed Bai Xiaochun a bit, and then went to handle matters. Bai Xiaochun actually felt a bit better after the Giant Ghost King cursed him, and mused that it was not in vain that he had been so loyal to the man. And then there's Su Shan and Chun Man Yao. They're the ones that caused this whole mess. Throughout the course of the fight, many of the people who had come to attack him had specifically mentioned those 2 young women, which was very telling. Those 2 caused the problems, then ran. Bai Xiaochun's thoughts were causing him to feel more and more depressed. It was at this point that his expression flickered, and he looked up into the sky. Intense rumbling sounds were echoing out, and incredible pressure began to weigh down everywhere. 2 enormous faces appeared up above, one of them that of a middle-aged man, the other an older man. Deva auras also erupted out, sealing down the entire area and turning into something like a prison. Devis, he thought, his eyes widening. Obviously, these were people from the clans of some of the chosen who had attacked him, and were 2 of the 10 heavenly dukes of Archemperor City. In addition to them, There were also numerous auras belonging to half-devas. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered. It currently felt as if innumerable deadly weapons were all targeting him and him alone. 2 devas, he thought, heart pounding loudly in his chest. 9 half-devas, and countless other soul cultivators. Archemperor City had the biggest collection of top experts in the entire wildlands, and as such, devas weren't exactly a rare sight. However, when considering the wildlands as a whole, they were definitely not common. Bai Xiaochun was feeling more nervous than ever. In contrast were Zhou Hong and the other chosen, all of whom sat there looking like nothing more than skin and bones. When they saw the 2 devas appear, the excitement in their eyes was immediately apparent. The 2 devas looked down at Bai Xiaochun and the people around them. They saw how the life force of the chosen had been damaged, including many of the heirs apparent. At that point, unsightly expressions could be seen on the faces of the devas. Soon, their gazes locked onto Bai Xiaochun, gazes that were filled with killing intent. Considering their status, they didn't actually need to do anything in this situation. Their mere presence here made their attitude clear. "Seize this by how?" said the middle-aged deva, his voice booming with heavenly might. In response to his cold voice, the 9 half-deva heavenly marquises all surged with killing intent. Those heavenly marquises were clearly incensed by the sight of their chosen heirs reduced to such pitiable states. There were even 2 marquises who had members of their clans among the dead. Within moments of the heavenly duke issuing the order, 9 beams of light were shooting toward Bai Xiaochun. There was no time for thought or planning. Bai Xiaochun immediately fled backward. As he did, the space he had just occupied collapsed into rubble in a crashing boom. If he had been even a moment slower in evading, he would have been caught in that destruction. His heart was racing, but at the moment, he couldn't think of what to do. He could only trust that the giant ghost king would be able to smooth things over. In the meantime, he had no choice but to flee in the face of the 9 half-deva heavenly marquises. Bai Xiaochun had faced a half-deva in the form of the junior champion king. But these people were different. During that fight, the junior champion king had just broken through into that level, whereas these 9 heavenly marquises had long since stabilized their cultivation bases. They were fully and truly half-devas and had been for years. They were elites among half-devas. Each and every one of them would be a match for Bai Lin without question. If Bai Xiaochun fought them one at a time, he might be confident enough to win. But to face all 9 at once left him with no choice other than to simply run. Ru Yuyuumble. The 9 heavenly marquises didn't hold back at all. They directly used their trump cards, causing brilliant light to shine in the air as magical techniques and divine abilities shook heaven and earth. It was almost as if a bizarre, 9-fingered hand were reaching out to grab Bai Xiaochun. The hand was so terrifying that Bai Xiaochun was shaking in fear. For some reason, he had the feeling that if that hand touched him, then not even his powerful fleshly body would be able to hold out. He would be killed in body and soul. If you don't hurry up and fix this giant ghost king, then my poor little life is going to be over. He was shrieking inwardly, and sweat poured down his face. He couldn't have been more aware that if he was even the least bit slow, then that 9-fingered hand would close around him. "If you people have what it takes, come at me one by one," he shouted angrily. Thankfully, he was capable of shocking speed which, when combined with his cultivation base, made him incredibly fast. Most importantly, he had broken through to the powered bones level, which gave him an added bit of speed. Numerous afterimages appeared as he sped away, making it impossible for the divine abilities of the heavenly marquises to even touch him. However, he couldn't fight back only by time. The 9 heavenly marquises frowned. The fact that they had attacked together showed how seriously they took this opponent, and yet, his incredible speed was making it temporarily impossible to deal with him. It was at that point that the middle-aged heavenly duke up in midair snorted coldly. The face which represented him rippled inward on itself until it took the shape of the heavenly duke himself. Then he waved his right index finger at the fleeing Bai Xiaochun. Even as he began to move his hand through the air, though Mistress Red Dust's enraged voice echoed out, "Stay your hand, Chun Haosong." The Deva who was currently attacking by Xiaochun was someone from the elder generation of Chen Xiong's clan. He was one of the 10 heavenly dukes of Arch-Emperor City, Chen Haosong. All 10 heavenly dukes were in the Deva realm, and none of them were ordinary devas. They were all in the Great Circle. Those 10 dukes formed a critical reserve power for Arch-Emperor City, something vastly more powerful than Giant Ghost City's 3 patriarchs and Duke Deathcrier. Not even Mistress Red Dust was a match for them in terms of cultivation base. Of course, Mistress Red Dust was the Giant Ghost King's daughter, which gave her quite a bit of extra confidence. Furthermore, she also had gifts given to her by her father, including a precious treasure that could power her up to the level of the Great Circle of the Deva realm. However, that precious treasure could only put her in a position to tangle with other cultivators in the Great Circle. She could not transfer that power to someone else for defensive purposes. Therefore, the fact that Chen Haosong had already unleashed his attack meant that Mistress Red Dust had no choice other than to try to simply block it. As for Chen Haosong, his expression flickered into a slight frown. He had owed Mistress Red Dust a favor before, but had already settled that account. However, despite the fact that she had come here to protect Bai Hao, he knew that she likely was not doing it of her own will, but rather on the orders of the Giant Ghost King. I wonder, he thought, will the Giant Ghost King really show up in person because of one person getting killed? Although this was his first time actually seeing Bai Hao in person, he had long since come to loathe him. After all, the matter of the debt of 800 million portions of soul medicine was something that rankled him deeply. Ignoring Mistress Red Dust, he not only didn't pull back his finger, but instead stabbed it toward Bai Xiaochun with more speed than before. Instantly, Bai Xiaochun's mind began to reel. Earlier, before Chen Haosong had made his move, Bai Xiaochun had sensed that he was at least a bit more powerful than the older Deva. But now his attack caused his face to fall. As far as he could tell, this was the most powerful Deva he had ever encountered. Although the wave of his finger didn't seem to be drawing upon the will of the heavens, Bai Xiaochun was sure that he would be completely incapable of avoiding the blow. It was as if the heavens were conforming to this Deva's will. And that was exactly what was happening. Deva shapes heavenly will. This was the ultimate level within the Deva realm. There was no time for Bai Xiaochun to ponder the situation, nor did he have attention to spare for the 9 heavenly marquises. He could only concentrate on that monumentally shocking finger attack. To him, all creation consisted of nothing but that finger, and as it descended upon him with the power to destroy heaven and earth, he felt as if even his soul were about to shatter. In that moment of deadly crisis, he let out a hoarse shout. He knew that if he didn't manage to fight back against this finger, he would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled out the black spear the Giant Ghost King had given him, the one with the 16-fold spirit enhancement. Then, he threw it with all his might, sending it like a black bolt of lightning toward Chen Haosong's finger attack. However, there was more. Backing up, he pulled out the eternal parasol with one hand and grabbed Zhou Hong with the other. Although all of these things take some time to describe, they happened within the blink of an eye. In almost the exact same instant that he grabbed Zhou Hong, a massive ear-splitting boom echoed out. That was the result of the black spear making contact with Chen Haosong's finger attack. Boom! Crack! That black spear was a precious treasure that not even an ordinary Deva would be able to destroy. Unfortunately, Chen Haosong was in the Great Circle of the Deva realm, and attacked with power that far surpassed regular Devas. Therefore, the spear shattered into countless fragments, and as for the finger, although it wasn't destroyed, it was weakened significantly. After the spear shattered, the weakened finger attack continued onward and then slammed into the eternal parasol. Intense rumbling sounds filled the air as the eternal parasol's defensive powers held for a brief moment. But then the parasol's canopy began to rip into pieces. The enigmatically smiling ghost face that the powers of the mask had kept concealed let out a shriek as it ripped itself off of the crumbling canopy and bit down onto the finger, almost like a snake. After that, the ghost face shattered, and the parasol's canopy was destroyed. Thankfully, The shaft of the parasol was constructed from some unknowable material that survived. Mourning the state of the eternal parasol, Bai Xiaochun put it away, simultaneously borrowing the force of the blow to shoot backward. The finger strike had been weakened twice in a row, and now it had almost completely faded away. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong let out a terrified shriek as Bai Xiaochun threw him out in front of him. "I refuse to believe that you would dare to kill the son of a demigod," Bai Xiaochun roared. Even as his words continued to echo out, he pulled out another heaven-cleaving good fortune pill. When Chen Haosong saw that Bai Xiaochun was using Zhou Hong as a shield, an unsightly expression appeared on his face. Eyes flashing like lightning, he cut off his connection to the finger attack, causing the image of the finger to fade significantly before reaching Zhou Hong. And yet, for some unknowable reason, the finger actually passed directly through Zhou Hong, not harming him in the least, to appear directly in front of Bai Xiaochun. The finger attack struck after all. In that same instant, Bai Xiaochun popped the heaven-cleaving good fortune pill into his mouth, and then used his left hand to launch a fist strike at the incoming finger. A deafening boom filled the air. Cracking sounds rang out from Bai Xiaochun, and blood sprayed out of his mouth as he fell back. However, as he did, the power of the heaven-cleaving good fortune pill erupted out, healing his wounds even as they appeared. 300 meters back, he finally ground to a halt, where he looked up, ashen-faced and panting, but completely recovered from all wounds. Despite the fact that he seemed to be in good condition, his mind was anything but calm. As of this point, he realized that his understanding of Devis had always been incomplete. There was obviously a massive difference between Devis of certain levels. This Chen Haosong must be in the true great circle of the Deva realm. That attack of his just now felt like it contained the weight of all the heavens. How terrifying! As he looked up at Chen Haosong, his heart pounded with a very uneasy feeling. "Like to bully your inferiors, huh?" he thought. "You just wait until I'm a demigod. Then you'll be my inferior, and I'll bully you." Meanwhile, Zhou Hong was trembling in terror at having just stared death in the face. When he saw that Deva-level finger attack heading toward him, he was sure that he was going to be killed. The fear still lingered inside of him, and at the same time, he felt more terrified of Bai Xiaochun than ever. As far as he was concerned, he was nothing less than a crazy daredevil. It was at this point that a red blur of light shot toward Bai Xiaochun from off in the distance, and then Mistress Red Dust appeared in front of him. She had only been able to watch from a distance as he faced that finger strike alone, and it had left her feeling quite shaken. As of that point she realized that she didn't know much at all about this Bai Hao. She was actually feeling very nervous about the situation herself. Turning her gaze away from Bai Hao, she suppressed her shock about what had just happened, then looked up at Chen Haosong and said, "Chen Haosong, I'm here on behalf of my father, the king, to protect Bai Hao." Silence reigned. The string of shocking methods Bai Xiaochun had used to neutralize the attack of a heavenly duke left the 9 heavenly marquises completely flabbergasted. Although each move he had used seemed ordinary in nature, the fact that he had seemingly instinctually called upon them was something that most ordinary people were incapable of. It required not only resourcefulness, but very quick thinking. Furthermore, it was clear evidence of extensive experience in battle. The fact of the matter was that Bai Xiaochun's display of fighting instinct was completely shocking to everyone present. Even Chen Haosong's brow was slightly furrowed in shock at Bai Xiaochun's strength. Considering his status, it would only be appropriate for him to attack a single time in this situation. Furthermore, even if he was willing to keep acting aggressively, there was now Mistress Red Dust to deal with, and she was backed by the giant Ghost King. Therefore, it was with a very grim expression that Chen Haosong looked at Mistress Red Dust and coolly said, "You don't have what it takes to protect him." A very serious glint could be seen in Mistress Red Dust's eyes, and the air around her seemed to turn cold as she said, "My father has already contacted Heaven Master Hall about this incident. Without clear direction from the Grand Heaven Master about what to do next, it doesn't matter if I don't have what it takes. You will not make another move, Chen Haosong." Chen Haosong's pupils constricted slightly. If what Mistress Red Dust had just said was true, and the giant ghost king had already brought the matter to the Grand Heaven Master. Then, just as she had said, almost no one would dare to touch Bai Hao until the Grand Heaven Master weighed in on the situation. However, the reason for saying that almost no one would dare to touch him was that there was still another person in Archemperor City who qualified to disregard the Grand Heaven Master. He was, of course, the current Archemperor. However, the Archemperor would not casually do such a thing. As Bai Xiaochun looked back and forth between Mistress Red Dust and Chen Haosong, he finally began to recover his senses after the sudden interchange which had just occurred. Only now did he start to get nervous and sigh anxiously inside. How could I be this unlucky? Is my poor little life going to be in danger? The fact that the matter had been escalated up to the level of the Grand Heaven Master was not comforting at all, and in fact had his heart beating rapidly. Although Bai Xiaochun had never seen this Grand Heaven Master, he knew exactly who he was. He was Chun Manyao's master, whom Bai Xiaochun had encountered as a shadowy projection back in the river-defying sect. Because he had been in the Heavenspan River region at the time, it had been impossible to tell the man's cultivation base level. But now that he thought about it, whatever methods he had used to accomplish that task back then had not been simple. Heart thumping with anxiety, he began to brainstorm as many ideas as possible of how to escape Archemperor City if things went south. What do I do? What do I do? He thought. At this point, Chun Haosong took out a transmission jade slip and sent a message to the Grand Heaven Master. The other Heavenly Duke also took out a jade slip. Silence descended onto the area, and with it, great pressure began to weigh onto Bai Xiaochun. As far as he was concerned, he was the unluckiest person in the entire world. From the moment he had arrived in Archemperor City, he had kept his tail between his legs, and yet had constantly run into trouble. As the deadlock continued down below, it was high above the city in the Imperial Palace, in a location that represented the greatest power in all the wildlands, that an old man sat cross-legged in a palace hall, thinking. Although he was ancient in appearance, he radiated a bizarre aura that made him seem anything but old. It was almost as if his ancient features were a mere facade. Clearly, if the power of his qi and blood erupted out, it could encompass all of Archemperor City. He wore simple garb, little more than a white robe. Although there was nothing luxurious about it, that robe would cause any person in the wildlands who saw it to immediately feel nervous. And that was because the robe revealed his status. A status so high that, despite wearing the most common of clothing, he looked like he was garbed in a river of stars. He was the Grand Heaven Master. He was currently looking at a transmission jade slip, which abounded with information about what was happening in Burrow 89. Quite a few people had messaged him about it, and although it wasn't a very important matter in the grand scheme of things, it was enough to make the Grand Heaven Master put a fair bit of thought into it. How amusing, he said, a cold, bizarre smile spreading across his face. This Bai Hao seems to whip up a storm wherever he goes. The giant ghost king wants him as a son-in-law. The spirit Advent king wants me to execute him so his daughter will forget about him. The Nine Serenities king's son wants to assassinate him. It seems that all of the 4 heavenly kings have been dragged into issues revolving around Bai Hao. And that's not to mention that the incident in Burrow 89 has dragged almost all of the heavenly dukes and heavenly marquises into it. Even those who didn't show up personally in Burrow 89 have children involved. I can't believe that one little Bai Hao managed to do all of this. Very amusing. Of course, in addition to Bai Hao, there are other culprits. Namely, the 2 imperial princes. Did someone put them up to it? Did someone inspire them to pit Zhou Hong against Bai Hao, and cause so many lives to be lost in the process? I don't think that those 2 princes could come up with a plan like that. The only person who could do something so ingenious would be the Archemperor himself. Finally, he looked up, and his eyes glittered with cold light as he looked deeper into the Imperial Palace. You don't want to be a puppet, and so you're taking advantage of this situation to make a strike from the shadows? Unfortunately, there is something of which you're completely unaware. This Bai Hao that you so blithely thought to use has many other secrets. Secrets so outrageous you couldn't even imagine them. The highest likelihood of all is that he's actually Bai Xiaochun. After all, when he was outside of Archemperor City, Back when I was preparing to investigate him, he unleashed the Hell Emperor fist. The Grand Heaven Master's eyes narrowed as an uneasy feeling rose up in his heart. Hell Emperor? Are you trying to tell me to trust him? With that, he closed his eyes and put out of mind the issues regarding Baihao's true identity and his connection to the Hell Emperor. Then, he turned his thoughts back to what was happening in Burrow 89. It seems to me that Arch-Emperor City has been quiet for too long. The Arch-Emperor is starting to get ideas. Therefore, the question is, of all the nobility and aristocracy connected to the imperial court, which of them are loyal to the Arch-Emperor? A grim look appeared in the Grand Heaven Master's eyes as he looked back down at the jade slip. This Baihao has offended just about all of the nobles and aristocrats in Arch-Emperor City. Even the events of the necromancer kettle alone were enough to earn him public ire. In that case, I think having this Baihao alive would be much better for me than having him dead. The Grand Heaven Master smiled. The more people this Baihao offended, the more it meant that he was actually a free agent in the city, unconnected to anyone. Whether he's Baihao or Bai Xiaochun doesn't matter. To the Grand Heaven Master, it would be very valuable to have an unaffiliated government official on his side. Furthermore, the hints given by the Hell Emperor had the Grand Heaven Master more interested in Bai Xiaochun than ever before, and the coincidence that he was backed by the giant Ghost King made him even more enticing. If he actually becomes the Taoist partner of that Zhou Zimo, then that would cast some doubt onto my theory. But there's no way the two of them will get together. The Grand Heaven Master knew that Bai Xiaochun was the perfect tool for him to use now that the Arch-Emperor seemed to be planning something. Furthermore, he had offended all the important people in the city. By giving him a chance, he could make him feel as if his only backer was the Grand Heaven Master, a relationship which would only grow deeper as time progressed. Furthermore, what he had heard about Baihao's shakedowns in Giant Ghost City showed what kind of person he was. He would definitely make use of power to gain revenge. And that would help the Grand Heaven Master seek out and sever any secret relationships that were developing between the aristocracy and the Arch-Emperor. Having reached this point in his train of thought, the Grand Heaven Master made his decision. Head immediately to Burrow 89 with a Dermic decree. Baihao is to be appointed as Inspections Commissioner and given command of 1,000 troops. And bring him to me immediately. Even as the Grand Heaven Master's words began to echo out, the air in front of him distorted, and a shadowy figure appeared. The figure seemed surprised when the position of Inspections Commissioner was mentioned, but bowed his head respectfully, voiced his assent, and then vanished. Back in Burrow 89, Bai Xiaochun was frowning as his mind raced with various thoughts regarding what was to come. Although he had a really bad premonition about what was going to happen, there was no way to escape at the moment, so he was forced to wait nervously. If I really have no other options, then I'll find an opportunity to slip away. I still have a few heaven-cleaving good fortune pills left, and I can also use my mask to change appearances again if I really have to. As time passed and his anxiety mounted, Bai Xiaochun felt the pressure mounting. He was so nervous his heart itched as though it had grown grass, and his mouth and throat were completely dry. I can't rely on the giant Ghost King either. If he wanted to save me, he could have used the teleportation portal to come here by now. At this point, he was in no mood to try to do anything brave. Casting a sidelong glance at Mistress Red Dust and Chun Haosong, he slowly began to edge backward. However, in the instant that he moved, the faces of Chun Haosong and the other heavenly dukes flickered. Mistress Red Dust's eyes glittered, and then all three Devis suddenly looked in the same direction. When Bai Xiaochun realized what was happening, he followed their line of sight to find the air distorting, and a black-robed figure stepping out into the open. The sight of this newcomer caused Chun Haosong's eyes to widen, and it was the same with the other heavenly duke and Mistress Red Dust. The 9 heavenly marquises' hearts began to tremble with fear. Bai Xiaochun was almost crazy with nervousness, to the point where his heart was about to burst out of his chest. He was even worried it might just stop beating. It was at that point that the black, shadowy figure, whose facial features weren't even distinguishable, looked at Bai Xiaochun with glittering eyes. "So, you're Bai Hao?" The coldness of the voice seemed to Bai Xiaochun to be filled with killing intent, making him as nervous as a scared bunny rabbit. "I'm not Bai Hao." Bai Xiaochun's voice quavered as he spoke, and even as it rang out, he suddenly darted away as surely as a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. The speed with which he moved left everyone stunned. Never could anyone present have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would flee like this in the face of this black-robed, shadowy figure. Even the black-robed figure seemed stunned. He actually hadn't intended to frighten Bai Xiaochun. He just naturally had a grim and sinister way of speaking, the type that normally was filled with perilous killing intent. In fact, he wasn't even aware that it was the killing intent in his voice that had prompted Bai Xiaochun to flee the way he had. The moment Bai Xiaochun scurried away, Chen Haosong's eyes flashed, and he took a step forward to give chase. As for Mistress Red Dust, her expression flickered, and she lunged to block Chen Haosong's path. The 9 heavenly marquises all flew into the air, shouting loudly, "How dare you flee, Bai Hao? If the Grand Heaven Master wants you dead, then there's nowhere in heaven and earth that you could flee to." Even the chosen whose life force had been drained all got very excited, and even began to laugh uproariously. As far as Zhou Hong was concerned, the heavens did have eyes, and it was with profound satisfaction that he looked at the fleeing Bai Xiaochun. "You will be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt, Bai Hao." As the scene devolved into chaos, the black-robed figure suddenly burst into motion, piercing through the air to pass Chen Haosong, and then appear right in front of Bai Xiaochun. "What are you doing, Bai Hao?" he said in an angry voice. Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of tears. By this point, it was obvious that this black-robed figure was a deva. Damn it! How come there are so many devas all of a sudden? Eyes bloodshot from terror at the deadly crisis, Bai Xiaochun let out a shout and drew upon the speed of his fleshly body to rocket off in a different direction. At this point, the black-robed figure realized that he had scared Bai Xiaochun out of his wits. Unsure of whether to laugh or cry, he simply stood where he was and spoke in a gravelly voice. "Hear the decree of the Grand Heaven Master. Bai Hao is hereby appointed as the Inspections Commissioner of Arch-Emperor City, and is given command of 1,000 troops." This was the most quickly and efficiently he had ever delivered a dermic decree in his entire life. Usually, he took his time, and spoke in a sinister fashion that put pressure on everyone who heard his words. But now, it was with a bitter smile that he spit the words out as quickly as possible. Immediately, everything went completely quiet. The heavenly marquises who had been chasing Bai Xiaochun turned with wide eyes toward the black-robed figure, unsure if they had misheard. "Inspections, Commissioner?" Chen Haosong had been blocked by Mistress Red Dust, but was just preparing to continue chasing Bai Xiaochun, when he heard the words and instantly stopped in place, turning to look at the black-robed figure with an expression of complete incredulity. The other heavenly duke was equally stunned. Mistress Red Dust's eyes went wide at the sheer outrageousness of it all. Her original guess had been that if the Grand Heaven Master wanted to give some face to the Giant Ghost King, then he would order Bai Hao to return to Giant Ghost City. Never had she even considered the possibility that he would promote him to be the Inspections Commissioner. The Inspections Commissioner in the city was no small figure. He had the right to perform inspections on all the important people in the city, and was actually extremely powerful. Back when the Grand Heaven Master had been in the middle of his rise to power, he had appointed an Inspections Commissioner who held that position for 100 years. That Inspections Commissioner had presided over a reign of terror, and had slaughtered countless political rivals of the Grand Heaven Master. He had struck fear into the hearts of everyone in the aristocracy, fear that lingered to this day. After the Grand Heaven Master consolidated his power, he removed the Inspections Commissioner from office and instead had him serve as a personal high counselor. And that man was none other than this black-robed shadowy figure. The position of Inspections Commissioner had been empty ever since he left it. But now, Bai Xiaochun had been promoted. The powerful experts who had come from the various clans, as well as the bedraggled chosen down on the ground, were all completely stunned, their expressions frozen, at least until they began to cry out in alarm. How is this even possible? Inspections Commissioner, in command of 1,000 troops. Bai Xiaochun was still fleeing at top speed, but when he heard the words that had just been spoken, he slowed down to a stop, his eyes wide. Ha! Never in his wildest imagination could he have guessed that. Not only would he come out of the situation unscathed, but he would also get a promotion. At this point, he still hadn't turned around, and actually wasn't convinced of what was really happening. However, considering that nobody was chasing him anymore, he turned to look at the black-robed figure. When he found that the black-robed figure was staring back at him, he hesitated for a moment, then pointed at himself and asked, "I'm the inspections commissioner?" The black-robed figure was looking at Bai Xiaochun, feeling a bit of a headache coming on as he wondered whether or not the Grand Heaven Master might have issued the wrong Dharmic decree. How could this fellow be the inspections commissioner, who was supposed to strike fear and dread into the heart of the aristocracy? And yet, he didn't dare to go against the Grand Heaven Master, and was forced to simply sigh and nod his head. Not sounding polite at all, he said, "If you're Bai Hao, then you're the one. However, I really do want to know why you're running away." Feeling guilty about something, Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times. Although he was now certain of what was happening, it almost seemed like a dream. He quickly pulled himself together, though. Taking a deep breath, he swished his sleeve, stuck his chin up, and proudly said, "Ha ha ha! Ahem, of course I know how important I am to the Grand Heaven Master. My goal moments ago was to see who present would dare to violate the Dharmic decree of the Grand Heaven Master and attempt to kill me anyway. As of this moment, not a trace of the fear from moments ago could be seen on Bai Xiaochun. He seemed righteous, and even stern as he stood there tall and straight. I will most certainly remember how everyone acted moments ago." With that, his gaze slowly slid across the crowd. Then he looked over at Zhou Hong and the other chosen down on the ground. Looking very stern and he said, "And don't think I didn't notice how excited all of you were acting just now." Then he looked at Mistress Red Dust, assuming the posture of an important figure, which was something he was very proficient at doing. "As for you, Zimo, please accept my thanks for your assistance today. I clearly misjudged you. You truly are a lovely woman." The truth was that he really did appreciate what Mistress Red Dust had done. An unsightly expression appeared on Mistress Red Dust's face when Bai Xiaochun called her a lovely woman, and she couldn't refrain from gritting her teeth and letting out a cold snort. The sudden turn of events had Chun Haosong looking very ill at ease. The 9 heavenly marquises also seemed very apprehensive. As for Zhou Hong and the other chosen, they were cursing Bai Xiaochun inwardly for how shameless he was. He had clearly been fleeing like a frightened rabbit moments before, but now that he was the inspections commissioner, he immediately pretended that he was on the side of justice. The black-robed figure seemed to understand Bai Xiaochun a bit better by this point. Although he was still a bit annoyed, he ignored Bai Xiaochun's little speech and coolly said, "Very well. Come with me to see the Grand Heaven Master." Then he turned to leave, clearly not in the mood to stay in Burrow 89 any longer. The mishaps of the day were simply too preposterous. Now that disaster had been averted, Bai Xiaochun was finally starting to calm down. As it turned out, there really hadn't been a reason to be so flustered to have all of these devils chasing him. "I can't believe I'm the inspections commissioner," he thought. Although it seemed like his veins of steel were pulsing, he was still feeling very jumpy. Even his stomach felt a bit upset. However, he simply turned and swaggered after the black-robed figure, who took him flying toward the imperial palace. Everyone else who was left behind at first just stood there, either dazed or depressed. Then, having no options left, they simply left, taking their chosen with them back to their clans. At long last, Burrow 89 was quiet again. Zhou Hong was helped away, and despite his weak state, immediately went back to 9 Serenities City. He had no desire at all to remain behind in Archemperor City, and was terrified by the mere thought that, not only had he failed to kill Bai Hao, but Bai Hao had also been promoted to inspections commissioner. On 2 occasions, Bai Xiaochun had drained Zhou Hong of life force with absolutely no consequences. In fact, he had actually become famous, and even increased his overall standing as a result. And now, he had caught the attention of the Grand Heaven Master, and had been given the matchlessly terrifying title of Inspections Commissioner. Zhou Hong wasn't the only one to be terrified by the situation. Virtually all of the aristocratic chosen were the same. Even their clans as a whole were shaken. A person who had once been a nameless nobody was instantly the focus of all attention, and someone that no one could afford to ignore. It was a sudden turn of events that many people had trouble accepting. Of course, news spread rapidly, and before long, the wily old foxes in the aristocracy began to put the puzzle pieces together, and come to an understanding of what the Grand Heaven Master was thinking. Something big is coming. It was hard to say who came to this conclusion first, but soon everyone was talking about it. When the Spirit Advent King heard about the situation, he removed any restrictions on his daughter Sushan. As for the Nine Serenities King, after Zhou Hong returned, he treated his injuries and then gave strict orders that he wasn't to set foot out of Nine Serenities City. When the giant ghost king heard the news, he sat there on his throne for a long moment, various expressions playing out on his face. In the end, he sighed. If the Grand Heaven Master wants him, can I really refuse? He shook his head, mixed emotions visible in his eyes. Mistress Red Dust returned to the giant ghost legion, wrapped up in her own thoughts and speculations about what it all meant. Because of one single order given by the Grand Heaven Master, the entire Arch-Emperor dynasty was now astir. In fact, somewhere deep in the imperial palace, in a majestic hall, a man sat on an imperial throne, clad in imperial robes. As soon as he heard the news, his hands clenched down onto the dragon-shaped arms of his throne, and his entire body went stiff. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun followed the black-robed figure through the imperial palace. He was no longer strutting, but rather looking around vigilantly. Although he was pleased by how things were playing out, he was still fearful and anxious about this Grand Heaven Master. Although Bai Xiaochun couldn't make out the black-robed man's face, he could sense how stern and sinister he was. It put quite a bit of pressure onto Bai Xiaochun, and he was just thinking of saying something to ease the tension between the two of them when the man seemed to realize what he was thinking. From now until the moment we reach the Grand Heaven Master, keep your mouth shut. Bai Xiaochun was not very pleased at how impolite the response to his unspoken question had been. After all, he was now the inspections commissioner. However, considering that this person was a deva, and also had been sent personally by the Grand Heaven Master, it seemed like a good strategy to just give in to him now. However, there didn't appear to be any need to actually fear him. This shadowy bastard tried to screw me over earlier. Back when he delivered the Dermic decree, he intentionally made it seem like he wanted to kill me, all to frighten me. That made Bai Xiaochun even madder, but he knew what to say and how to say it, and therefore kept his expression calm as he followed the black-robed man through the imperial palace. The palace was huge, and was as impressive as a celestial paradise, but Bai Xiaochun wasn't in the mood to enjoy it. He focused on trying to keep track of the path they were following, until eventually, they arrived at the entrance of a grand hall. It seemed ordinary without any ornate decorations. Could even have been described as simple. There was something ancient about it, and in the main courtyard in front of the entrance, there was a cauldron with incense burning in it, the smoke spiraling high up into the sky. Not a single person was present, making it seem like the type of place few people would be willing to come to. Wait here. With that, the black-robed man proceeded forward a few steps before vanishing without a trace. Bai Xiaochun looked at the main door, which was closed, and then around at the silent courtyard. Finally, he stood there quietly waiting. For some reason, the huge hall seemed like an enormous beast staring down at him. Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard. It would be impossible not to be nervous in a moment like this. However, after mentally reviewing the situation, he still felt like he should be fine. After all, it wouldn't be difficult for the Grand Heaven Master to cause trouble for him if he wanted to. Considering they were in Arch-Emperor City, the man could have apprehended him at any time he wished. As he stood there waiting, he tried to decide how to carry himself in this meeting. It probably wouldn't be a good idea to resort to flattery. The giant ghost king likes that kind of thing, but I don't know enough about the Grand Heaven Master. What's the first thing he's going to do? Act awe-inspiring? Or maybe chide me? As he sat there stewing in anxious thoughts, he suddenly realized that something seemed off, as if someone were looking at him from above. Slowly looking up, he saw that high up in the clouds, an enormous head was hanging down, looking at him with a curious expression. It was a dragon. At the same time, intense pressure descended, pressure that by Xiaochun could tell surpassed Xianxia. Obviously, this dragon was comparable to a demigod. Bai Xiaochun had seen this very same dragon from afar when he had first arrived at Archemperor City. But now he was right in front of it, only about 300 meters away. He could see virtually every detail about it, including the sea of scales that covered its body. Although Bai Xiaochun was a bit alarmed to be so close to a dragon, he quickly put a smile onto his face, waved, and called out a greeting. "Hi there!" Almost immediately, the dragon's eyes glittered. Then Bai Xiaochun sensed a wind blowing against his face, whereupon he discovered that the dragon had dropped its head down further, until it was only a bit more than a meter away from him. Bai Xiaochun gasped in shock, and began to tremble at having something so huge right in front of him. He could even feel its breath on him, which was when he realized the dragon was actually sniffing him curiously. At this point he really felt like crying, and took a step back. As he did, the dragon moved forward. Scalp tingling, Bai Xiaochun kept the friendly smile on his face, and was about to say something else when the voice of an old man drifted out from inside the hall. "He likes you." Bai Xiaochun turned to find that, at some unknown point, the door to the hall had opened, and visible in its depths was an old man. He wore a long white robe, and somehow seemed like a god or divine being. His gaze was the type that seemed to make everything else unimportant, as though a mere glance from him could make the darkest places bright. It was a sensation that caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to tremble. This man was definitely the same man who had been projected into the river-defying sect. Chun Manyao's master. In fact, even if he had never seen him before, Bai Xiaochun would have instantly been able to tell that this was the Grand Heaven Master. Without any hesitation, he clasped hands and bowed. "Your humble servant Bai Hao offers greetings, Grand Heaven Master." "Come in," the Grand Heaven Master said with a slight smile. He wasn't as intimidating as Bai Xiaochun had imagined, and after a moment, seemed like nothing more than an old man. In fact, after he smiled, that divine sensation on him faded away. Obviously, he was very different from the giant Ghost King, which actually got Bai Xiaochun more nervous as he scrambled to decide how to act. As he walked into the hall, the huge dragon watched him go, then slowly disappeared up into the clouds. As Bai Xiaochun walked further into the hall, his anxiety mounted. He really wasn't sure how to act, but was ready to play it by ear and adjust at a moment's notice. The Grand Heaven Master didn't seem to care about how nervous Bai Xiaochun was. After looking him up and down, he said, "I asked you here so that I could ask you a question. Do you or do you not dare to investigate all the important people in the dynasty and find out which of them have interrupted the peaceful cultivation being practiced by the Arch-Emperor?" Although he spoke the words slowly, they caused a strange energy and pressure to build up in the entire hall. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, already starting to get excited by what he was hearing. Considering that he wanted revenge, the chance to investigate all of the important people in the imperial court was the perfect chance. If he said they were loyal to the Arch-Emperor, then that meant they were, whether they actually were or not. Expression brightening, he slapped his chest and passionately declared, "Grand Heaven Master, there's no need to ask whether I dare or not. As long as you give the order, I will dare to do anything. Investigate the aristocracy? Ha! I'll even investigate the Arch-Emperor." A strange, amused expression could be seen on the Grand Heaven Master as he asked, "Aren't you afraid of the Arch-Emperor?" Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, "Well, what cultivation base does he have?" "The Arch-Emperor is a deva." After breathing a sigh of relief, Bai Xiaochun thumped his chest and decided he should probably use the same technique he had used to feel out the giant Ghost King. He didn't care about the Arch-Emperor or a bunch of ministers and the aristocracy. After all, he had already offended just about everybody. In terms of what would happen long run, he wasn't too worried about it. As long as he could get his cultivation base high enough, then he would surely be able to find a way to escape the wildlands and get back to the Great Wall and the Heavenspan River. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he felt not only a bit calmer, but also realized he was coming to like this Grand Heavenmaster more and more. With a mission like this and a title like Inspections Commissioner, he would obviously have a lot of power. Getting more and more excited, and convinced more than ever that this Grand Heavenmaster was definitely a rare individual, he decided that he should probably take advantage of the situation to do a bit of brown nosing. Grand Heavenmaster, you have shown me a mountain of kindness, and in fact, I owe you my life. Without you, I would very likely be buried in the depths of the Yellow Springs right now. A trifling deva might be able to crush me to death, but how could I ever bow my head to evil forces? Besides, Grand Heavenmaster, there's no way that you would just sit around watching a loyal and devoted youngster like myself be bullied. Am I right? A strange expression could be seen on the Grand Heavenmaster's face. He had heard that Bai Hao was like this in Giant Ghost City, but now that he saw his behavior with his own eyes, he realized the rumors were not accurate. Bai Hao wasn't just a flatterer. He took advantage of every single opportunity to be a sycophant. In any case, the Grand Heavenmaster was pleased by the answer he had been given. With that, he gave an enigmatic smile, looking at Bai Xiaochun as though he could read his heart. Go. You will be taken to the Inspections Manor. That will be your new place of residence. With that, he waved his sleeve, and Bai Xiaochun's vision blurred. When it cleared, he was outside of the Imperial Palace, standing right in front of the black-robed man from earlier. The man didn't seem surprised at all by Xiaochun's sudden appearance, and simply turned and walked off without saying a word. Bai Xiaochun was stunned that the mere wave of a sleeve by the Grand Heavenmaster could move him to a completely different location. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun had prepared a whole slew of other things to say, but hadn't been given the chance. I guess it doesn't matter. I'll just save them for next time. If I used up all my flattery in one shot, then what would I do afterward? Fully convinced that this was the right way to look at things, Bai Xiaochun stuck his chin up and swaggered after the black-robed man. Meanwhile, back in Heavenmaster Hall in the Imperial Palace, the Grand Heavenmaster was looking toward a location further in the depths of the palace, a profound gleam in his eyes. The blood of the first-generation Arch-Emperor runs in your veins, but why are you causing a stir now? Do you really want to bathe Arch-Emperor City in blood again? The Grand Heavenmaster shook his head, and then closed his eyes to meditate. The Inspections Manor was not in the Imperial City up above, but rather down below in one of the boroughs in the central district of the city. More specifically, it was located in Borough 4. The black-robed man led Bai Xiaochun out of that city in the clouds, and down to an awe-inspiring manor complex. The manor was large, and placed in a rather inconvenient location in the middle of the borough. However, the streets around it were all empty. People were apparently so terrified of it that they would take long detours just to avoid getting close to it. It was pitch black, and radiated a cold, sinister aura that made it seem like some ferocious, primordial beast. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw it, he gasped in shock. Obviously, this was a very sinister and deathly place. Slaughters of all sorts had taken place here, leaving the air itself stained with a gloomy and eerie feeling that would never be dispelled. From the outside, it looked very similar to how a governmental office in the mortal world would look, and yet, in some ways it was different. Two huge statues could be seen on either side of the main entrance, clad in suits of black armor. Powerful fluctuations rolled off of them, and although they were clearly statues, they seemed like they could leap into action at any moment to defend the manor. In fact, their eyes actually came to focus on the black-robed man for just a moment before returning to their original position. That, in itself, gave Bai Xiaochun a better understanding of what the Inspections Manor was like. Although he couldn't tell much about those two statues, he could tell from their fluctuations that they were as powerful as devas. Deva-level statues, he thought, swallowing hard. If the black-robed man weren't here, he would have been hard-pressed not to go over and touch the statues to see what they felt like. The main gate to the Inspections Manor was also pitch black, and as soon as it opened, It was possible to see that the interior had limestone pathways and countless other buildings and structures inside. However, not a single person was present. Even after the black-robed man led Bai Xiaochun inside, not even the tiniest sound could be heard. Bai Xiaochun looked around, and for some reason felt a bit terrified at how quiet everything was. It was just too quiet. The black-robed man looked around with a glint of reminiscence in his eyes, and then tossed a black command medallion to Bai Xiaochun. This is the inspections manner. You're on your own now, Bai Hao. Bai Xiaochun caught the medallion and was about to ask some questions, when the black-robed man turned and vanished. Bai Xiaochun was now alone. Looking around at his surroundings, and then at the command medallion, he shook his head. That's it. Bai Xiaochun was not very pleased. Considering how high his status was, the fact that the black-robed man had treated him in such a way seemed very negligent. However, considering that he was obviously close to the Grand Heaven Master, Bai Xiaochun simply sighed. Whatever. For the sake of the Grand Heaven Master, I'll let this slide. Fingering the command medallion, he sent some divine sense out to check his surroundings. However, he quickly came to realize that there was an intense pressure in the area that limited his divine sense to roughly 10% of its normal capacity. What kind of a weird place is this inspections manor? He thought nervously. With that, he sent some divine sense into the command medallion, only to find that he needed to spend time activating it before he could use it. Considering the level of his cultivation base, and the current speed of the process, it seemed like it would take at least 20 hours before the activation process was complete. With that, Bai Xiaochun looked around hesitantly, and then asked, "Anybody there? Hey, is anybody there?" He continued to shout in such a manner as he walked further into the manor. However, no matter how he shouted, not a single person appeared. Not only was Bai Xiaochun surprised by this, he was also starting to feel that something was off. This place can't really be completely empty, can it? He sent some divine sense out, and began to hurry along a bit faster. After all, evening was about to fall. Before long, he had taken a look at most of the areas in the inspections manor. He had peered into all of the grand halls, and all of the residences. However, no matter where he went, he didn't see a sign of a single other person. By this time, he was really getting jittery at how strange this place was. There's no way that I, the inspections commissioner, am the only person inside of the inspections manor. His intuition was indeed telling him that there were other auras present. It was just that he couldn't find them, as if they existed somewhere between life and death. Don't tell me this place is haunted. Shivering, he suddenly thought back to the Archemperor's sepulchre, and the spine-tingling things that had occurred there. Spinning, he looked over his shoulder, but there was nobody behind him. Not even any paper people. It was starting to get dark, causing shadows to fill the manor, and making it even more sinister. Flustered, he decided that he needed to leave, but quickly discovered that he couldn't. The entire manor was completely sealed and locked down by some sort of restrictive spell. By now, he was truly terrified, and was convinced that there was something very wrong with this inspections manor. After confirming that it was impossible to get out, he found a random building and pushed open the door. Seeing that there was no dust anywhere, he nervously sat down cross-legged. I guess I'll have to wait until the command medallion is completely activated before I can learn the secrets of the inspections manor. Looking down, he confirmed that the command medallion was roughly 30% activated. Gritting his teeth, he rotated his cultivation base to try to get the process to go faster. Come on, hurry up. I have a really bad feeling about this. It's almost night. I'm worried that this place is haunted. Shivering, he cursed the black-robed man a bit, then thought about the crappy command medallion. Activating it shouldn't be that hard, right? There had to be a way to get the blasted thing to activate faster. It was dark outside as Bai Xiaochun frantically tried to activate the command medallion. It was so deathly quiet around him that it would have been possible to hear a pin drop. Slowly but surely, his hair began to stand on end. He simply couldn't remain calm, and was doing everything he could to activate the command medallion as quickly as possible. However, at some point during the night, his work was interrupted by the sound of footsteps coming from outside the building he was in. Thump thump. Thump thump. It almost sounded like a beating heart, although Bai Xiaochun was quite certain they were footsteps. However, after sending some divine sense outside to check, he couldn't see anyone in the area. That, of course, caused his scalp to tingle so hard it felt like it might explode. It's really, really haunted. He felt like crying. Other than death, the thing he feared most in life was ghosts. It didn't matter that he was in the Heavendao nascent soul stage, he still couldn't shake that deep-seated phobia. Without any hesitation, he procured a big stack of paper talismans from his bag of holding and began to slap them down all over himself. They were leftover talismans from his days back in the river-defying sect, which he had also used in the Archemperor's labyrinth. At the moment, he didn't care at all that using them could theoretically reveal his identity, and he even forgot to use the powers of his mask to change their appearance. After plastering himself all over with them, he was still shaking in fear and kept pushing the command medallion to activate. At the same time, he kept looking around anxiously, worried he would see a face looming in the darkness. "I'm the inspections commissioner, and this is the inspections manor. How could this be happening? It shouldn't be like this." As he sat there nervously, he suddenly realized that he could hear more and more footsteps outside, until it sounded like an entire army was passing by. By this point, he was virtually going crazy. So many ghosts. He thought, his face white as a sheet. It was at this point that, without any warning, someone suddenly knocked on the door. It was a rigorous, methodical knock that frightened Bai Xiaochun so badly, he leaped to his feet and stared at the door, panting and trembling. After a moment, the knocking stopped, and then the footsteps went off into the distance, as though whatever army was outside had moved on. Eventually, when Bai Xiaochun was sure that everything was quiet, he wiped the sweat from his brow. All of a sudden, he felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was a powerful cultivator, a wildlands necromancer who used countless vengeful souls to conjure magical flames. And yet, here he was being bullied by ghosts. All in all, he couldn't help but feel a bit scornful of his own actions. Come on. Is Lord Bai really afraid of ghosts? Nah, I just don't want to go out until I'm finished activating the command medallion. After all, I wouldn't want to cause any misunderstandings. Having reached the conclusion that this was definitely the best way to look at it, he no longer felt very embarrassed, and was just about to continue working with the command medallion when, all of a sudden, a rumbling sound echoed out as some massive force pushed against the door, causing it to swing open. As it did, a chill wind rushed inside, startling Bai Xiaochun so much that he screamed and unleashed all the power of his cultivation base. Lunging backward, he shouted, "I'm the inspections commissioner. We're all on the same team here." It was impossible to say whether or not it was because of what Bai Xiaochun had just shouted, but after the door opened, it was obvious that there wasn't anyone standing in the doorway. It was completely empty. Sweat poured down Bai Xiaochun's forehead, and his aura trembled unstably. Outside, Archemperor City seemed completely dark, which wasn't how Bai Xiaochun remembered the place usually being at night. Back in Burrow 89, it had always been a lively place. Furthermore, he was now in the central district of the city, in Burrow 4, a place which should have been even more bustling. In the center of the city, the streets were packed day and night. But strangely, even with the door open, Bai Xiaochun couldn't hear even a whisper of the hustle and bustle that he should have. Everything was dark and quiet. Apparently, this part of the city center was aware of how things worked near the inspections manor, and turned off all of their lights at night. What the hell kind of place is this? Teeth chattering, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then waved his finger, causing the door to swing closed. Looking around the area vigilantly, he scanned everything with divine sense, but again came up with nothing. Finally, he patted his bag of holding to produce a soul-hoarding pagoda, out of which Bai Hao flew. "You're a ghost cultivator, my apprentice," he said. "Help me look around and see if there are any other beings like you around here." Bai Hao was a bit taken aback, but he looked around for a moment, then closed his eyes for a while. Eventually, he frowned. "Master," he said hesitantly, "there are definitely no ghosts around here that have mental faculties like I do. However, There's definitely something strange about this place, as if it exists somewhere between the realms of death and life. I really can't put my finger on it. It's like this place. At this point he realized that his master's face had turned deathly white, and that he appeared to be completely terrified. "What's wrong, master?" he asked. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips and mused that he definitely couldn't allow himself to look scared in front of his apprentice. Thumping himself on his chest, he said, "Ha ha ha! Nothing. I'm not scared at all. Go on with your explanation." Master, I never said you looked scared." "Huh? Ha ha ha. Well, let's not talk about that. You were just saying something but didn't finish. What about this place?" Looking oddly at Bai Xiaochun, Bai Hao continued, "To me, this place doesn't feel like it's empty at all. In fact, it's like there are people all around us. Hidden figures in large numbers." His words caused goosebumps to cover Bai Xiaochun's skin, and he looked around left and right to see if he could see anything. He couldn't. "Master, are you sure you're not scared?" All of a sudden, Bai Hao found the situation somewhat funny. This was his first time seeing his master looking scared like this. He hadn't even been afraid when going up against hundreds of chosen. Inside, Bai Xiaochun was wailing in fear. However, on the outside he simply glared at Bai Hao. "Nonsense," he said loudly. "Me? Scared? I'm not scared of anything." After that, he decided to change the topic again. Pulling Bai Hao a bit closer, he continued to work with the command medallion, and simultaneously began to chat randomly with Bai Hao. "So, my apprentice, how have you been doing lately? Oh, how is the 18-colored flame coming along? We won't be going back to our shop, so we need to think of a new way to get our hands on some more souls." Bai Xiaochun chattered on, changing the conversation topic constantly. Although an odd expression could be seen on Bai Hao's face, he continued to answer the questions. As the two chatted, time passed, and eventually Bai Xiaochun started to run out of things to talk about. That was when he related to Bai Hao what had occurred during his meeting with the Grand Heaven Master. Earlier, Bai Hao hadn't dared to let even the slightest fluctuation out, for fear that he be detected. Therefore, he wasn't privy to what had gone on between Bai Xiaochun and the Grand Heaven Master. As Bai Hao listened, his expression turned very somber. "Investigate who is loyal to the Archemperor." Bai Hao was shocked, and at the same time, realized that his master had been dragged into an enormous web of intrigue. Eyes flickering with intelligence, he provided his analysis of the situation. "Master, this is no small matter. Not only did the Grand Heaven Master defy the wishes of the majority by not killing us, but he then went on to appoint you as the inspections commissioner. Obviously, he's using the fact that you offended so many people to use you as a tool." "I thought of that too," Bai Xiaochun said, his eyebrows dancing up and down. "Master is just too outstanding, don't you say?" Although Bai Xiaochun had temporarily stopped thinking about what an eerie place he was in, he didn't stop using the powers of the mask to conceal himself. As for Bai Hao, he continued to ponder the matter, using his superior intellect to analyze how the situation would be most beneficial for his master. "Master, this situation might be a good opportunity for us. All of it will come down to the Grand Heaven Master's stance. He obviously took a liking to you because of how you offended everyone. In that case, he probably wants to use you not just like an ordinary tool but like a sharp knife. Master, from here on out, the more people you offend, the safer we'll be." Bai Xiaochun had long since become convinced that Bai Hao was extremely intelligent, most especially because of the incident with Sun Yifan and Sima Tao. Therefore, after hearing his analysis, he nodded in agreement. Bai Hao was very pleased to have the approval of his master. Eyes flickering with strange light, he continued to think about the matter for a moment. Then he leaned closer to Bai Xiaochun, lowered his voice, and said, "Master, I think I have an idea of what the Grand Heaven Master is thinking. First, you need to smooth out the internal crises. After that, you need to weaken the aristocracy. In terms of smoothing out the internal crises, I don't have any plan for how to do that. But as far as weakening the aristocracy, when the time comes, I have a plan that will completely crush the influential clans and other powers, and at the same time, make you more valuable than ever to the Grand Heaven Master." With that, he went on to elaborate his plan. So ruthless, Bai Xiaochun murmured, his eyes widening. Master, Bai Hao replied quietly. Since we've started down this path, we need to walk it to the end. Bai Hao's plan was so ruthless that Bai Xiaochun was already hesitant to pull it off. However, if he ended up in the right circumstances, it might work. Right now, though, things were too unstable. We'll talk about that more later. Right now, the most important thing is for me to do a good job at being the inspections commissioner. Looking even more serious, Bai Hao said, Master, we also need to start making some secret plans to make sure that we don't get disposed of once our usefulness has passed. Don't worry, Bai Xiaochun said. Your master has a lot of experience with that kind of thing. Then he laughed heartily. If he hadn't said that, Bai Hao would have felt a lot better. But now he had a very ill premonition. Whenever his master felt this confident, bad things always happened. However, he still couldn't come up with any way to remedy that situation other than to continue to offer advice to Bai Xiaochun. And thus the night passed without anything strange happening. Bai Xiaochun continued to focus on activating the command medallion and chatting with Bai Hao. At dawn, he went outside and confirmed that the restrictive spell was still in place, and that he couldn't leave the inspections manor. The only way to do so would be to completely activate the command medallion. He kept working, and before long, evening fell again, which was when he finally activated the medallion. It had taken 26 hours, which was longer than he had originally anticipated. As soon as the medallion was activated, he sent some divine sense into it, whereupon a sound like heavenly thunder filled his mind. Then, his divine sense merged with the medallion, and he saw a complete image of the inspections manor. At that point, his eyes went wide, and his entire body thrummed with joy. Despite exerting all of the willpower possible, he couldn't hold back from gasping and then releasing a shout of surprise. What he could see in his mind's eye was a miniature version of the entire inspections manor. And from this vantage point, it was possible to see that the entire place was filled with numerous coffins. In fact, the manor seemed to be built on top of a huge collection of the things. There were fully 100,000 of them, densely packed together into roughly 9 levels. Each one of those coffins emanated terrifying fluctuations. The deeper the levels got, the fewer coffins they had, and yet the more terrifying the fluctuations. Bai Xiaochun's shock mounted as he studied the situation. The 9th level only had a single coffin, but by means of the command medallion, Bai Xiaochun could tell that it had the aura of a demigod. Heavens! Bai Xiaochun murmured, chest heaving as he realized that he must be holding not just a command medallion, but rather a magical device that could be used to control these 100,000 coffins. He actually felt as if he could use a single thought to cause all 100,000 coffins to open up, and then do the same to the eyes of all the corpses that lay therein. So, that's the true inspections manner, Bai Xiaochun thought, stunned. After a long moment, he retracted his divine sense and looked down at the black command medallion. By now, he was convinced that what he held was not the master command medallion. There was no way the Grand Heaven Master would simply hand over such heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. This must be an auxiliary medallion. The master medallion is surely in the hands of the Grand Heaven Master. He is the one who can command the army beneath the inspections manor to do anything he wishes. However, that doesn't really affect me. I'm on the Grand Heaven Master's team after all. Even using a bit of this power is good enough. After getting his breathing under control, he sent some divine sense into the command medallion and focused it on the subterranean coffin nearest him. Awaken! As soon as the thought rippled out, the limestone slab nearest the door of the building he was in shattered, and an ancient coffin shot up into the air. It was made of black iron, and as soon as it thudded down onto the ground, the lid was pushed open from within. An aura of death and rot erupted out, along with a burly man clad in black armor, wearing a black mask and pulsing with a murderous aura. Based on the intensity of the murderous aura, he had killed too many people to count. It immediately caused Bai Xiaochun's expression to flicker with shock. As the man slowly looked up, glowing red eyes could be seen behind the mask. He took a step forward toward Bai Xiaochun, the fluctuations of the great circle of the nascent soul stage rolling off of him. The black-armored corpse trooper walked up to Bai Xiaochun, then bowed his head and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, exalted one," he said in a rumbling voice that contained respect and veneration. Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled, and Bai Hao's jaw dropped. "So, this is the true power hidden within the inspection's manner." Bai Xiaochun poured some more divine sense into the command medallion, and then called out to another of the coffins to awaken. Before long, the entire inspection's manor was rumbling as one coffin after another opened up, and more black-armored men flew out. Soon there were fully 1,000. The weakest among them were equivalent to the mid-nascent soul stage, and a few were at the level of half-devis. The murderous aura they emitted affected the wind and clouds, and they were surrounded by the perpetual wailing of ghosts and wolves. And that was just a small portion of the force hidden beneath the inspection's manor. Bai Xiaochun wanted to call upon more, but knew that his command medallion was limited in usage, and could only be used to summon 1,000. Furthermore, he could only call on the coffins in the top 7 levels. The 8th level only had 10 coffins, all of which had Deva-level power. Of course, none of them contained souls. It was only fleshly body power. 1,000 is good enough. Bai Xiaochun was by no means disappointed. In fact, he was elated. After looking over the 1,000 black-armored corpse troopers, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. All of a sudden, he felt like he was back on the Great Wall, where the wave of a finger could send an army of thousands into battle. If I was in this position back when everyone was coming to cause trouble for me, I wouldn't have had to do anything. I could have just waved my hand, and all of those chosen would have been crushed. Bai Xiaochun was feeling very happy and very confident. Also, he was coming to the conclusion that this Grand Heaven Master was much more reliable than the Giant Ghost King. After all, the rewards the Giant Ghost King gave him were all honorary, whereas the Grand Heaven Master had given him command of an army. There was another function to the command medallion other than being able to summon the army of 1,000 troops. It was also filled with reports about all of the aristocracy within the Wildlands, and especially Archemperor City. It was as if hidden eyes were watching everyone at every moment, reporting back all of the events which occurred in their lives, and then storing it in this command medallion. Whoever possessed this command medallion would be privy to countless secrets. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun immediately began to browse through some of the reports, and soon realized that the reason he had been attacked by the hundreds of chosen was that someone had been propagating false rumors. Those rumors had aroused such anger among the masses that eventually, the chosen decided to simply attack him directly. In terms of the culprits, Zhou Hong was only one of many. Virtually all of the people Bai Xiaochun had captured in the necromancer kettle had played a part. However, there were clues pointing to the people who had truly instigated the matter: 2 of the imperial princes. Bai Xiaochun's anger was beginning to grow. Everything was now starting to become clear, and that was especially true regarding the young man with the feng shui compass who had accompanied Zhou Hong that day. A quick bit of investigating using the command medallion quickly identified him. He was none other than a vassal of the Grand Prince. Complete and utter bullying, Bai Xiaochun said through gritted teeth. With that, he pondered the mission the Grand Heaven Master had given him, and then thought about how all of these aristocrats and nobles had sought to kill him, and his eyes began to shine with cold light. When Bai Hao realized that his master was getting angry, he asked what the problem was. Upon hearing the explanation, he quickly advised, "Master, just keep your cool for a bit. If your personal matters cause problems for the Grand Heaven Master's main plan, it could—" "There's no need to keep my cool," Bai Xiaochun interrupted with the wave of a hand. "The 2 issues are one and the same. After all, the Grand Heaven Master doesn't know who is truly loyal to the Archemperor, and he didn't prohibit me from investigating anyone. He was now in a position of power, backed by the Grand Heaven Master, and sure that his poor little life would not be in danger. Considering what type of person he was, there was no way that he wouldn't seek his revenge." Of course, Bai Xiaochun also knew that, even with the dermic decree of the Grand Heaven Master to back him, and the level of power he wielded, he still had to have evidence on his side if he wanted to act. That way, he wouldn't stir up any unnecessary trouble. Evidence like that might be difficult to gather for an ordinary person, but not for Bai Xiaochun. Back when he had been an inquisitor in Devil Penitentiary, he had acquired all sorts of secrets during the interrogations he performed. "Let's go," Bai Xiaochun said proudly. "We're paying a little visit to the prison." With that, he and Bai Hao flew up into the air, followed by 1,000 burly men in black armor. It was evening, but Arch-Emperor City in general was still quite alive, so when Bai Xiaochun appeared on the streets with his army of black-armored corpse troopers, looking very grand and magnificent, he attracted instant attention. After all, the corpse troopers radiated murderous auras filled with death, and were sinister to behold. Who are those people? Look at that incredible murderous aura. Hey, isn't that Bai Hao? How come all of those black-armored soul cultivators behind him seem so rife with death? Conversations rippled out in all directions. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased at being the center of attention like this. With 1,000 troops at his command, who would ever dare to provoke him?